Welcome on in, Pokemon fans. Guys, my name is Will, and I also go by I Will, and today I will be your host for the St. Jude VGC Charity Tournament. Super glad that you guys are here. Man, honestly, this is going to be a great day. It's going to be a day of competition. First of all, we have so much stuff going on. People are donating and stuff. Let me make sure that my mic is working. I think my mic is working. But guys, I just want to say thank you all so much for being here and supporting St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. This organization helps ensure that families never receive a bill for treatment, travel, housing, or food, because no child deserves to die in the dawn of life. Thank you all so much. But obviously, I can't do this by myself. So I brought some friends along. I want to introduce you guys to three guys for the pre-show before the tournament starts. We got one, my man Talon Master J. He's got his Gal Wings activated so he can get that priority fly boost on you. We got Big Slim World, the homie, the chill master of Zen. And then most importantly, not most importantly, but last but certainly not least, we got Chef Rich. He's going to be cooking up them L's for all you that's competing against him at Worlds, but he's also going to be cooking hot takes on this mic today. Welcome them all in, guys. Welcome on in, guys.
Hello. What is up, everybody?
Guys, we are super excited for today, and truthfully, I could not have thought of a better time to try to get a tournament organized for St. Jude, and let alone with some great people. So thank you guys so much for being a part of this.
Absolutely.
It's an absolute honor, Will. Thank you so much for the opportunity, dude.
This is amazing. Honestly, like a really cool tournament, and we're doing this for a really good cause. And I'm excited. It's so great, and we have really great players coming here for a really good cause.
Awesome. So, guys, I just wanted to get your thoughts. What are your thoughts on a tournament like this? Like, what do you think players are thinking about? Are you thinking that they're going to be trying extra hard today because it's a charity tournament, or is it just a normal day at a normal tournament?
You want to go first on it, Rich?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure. Like I expect like a lot of like high level play. Listen, we just had the North American International Championship, and that tournament showed us what the format was. Basically, everything was around. We had Terapagos, Calyrex, Ice, Cali Shadow, and a lot of other creative picks as well. Like, we saw really creative players do their take on the meta, but also, like, there were some mons that were able to win. Of course, Cali Ice Balance was able to go for it. But honestly, I'm expecting a lot of, like, really creative things nowadays, because everyone's trying to counteract that meta, counteracting what's popular, and it's like, what can we do to make it a little bit more interesting in the format?
Honestly, I would agree with that. I would agree with that, Rich. Like, the way NAIC went last month, or actually not even last month, at the beginning of this month, that just shows how much we're all getting excited for Worlds, and how Honolulu is going to shape up the end of the Regulation G metagame. And again, from Florida, shout outs to Patrick Connors, the North American International.
There's nothing funnier than doing live edits. Wow.
Yeah, I just hope no one was like, going to say anything. But yes, honestly, we have to, bro. We have to,
makes sense.
man.
It's the tournament is serious for a serious cause, and it's going to be a lot of serious gaming. But we also have to put some joy and laughter in it, because why else would we here if not for just the bonding of a community through a good cause? So, nothing wrong with a little laughter and seeing live edits happening right as you watch the stream. So, but yeah, it's going to be a great tournament. I'm looking forward to see what a lot of people think of. I think this is going to be this is kind of an initial testing ground for kind of Worlds. Like, you won't see World sauce, but little ideas you'll see sprinkled. Like, okay, somebody wanted to try this. They'll put little concepts together just to see, like, okay, did this work? And this is kind of what you can, like, hey, I saw this, and this. We thought about this. You go back to your groups, and you just like, okay, this is what maybe we thought. So you kind of start leaning into that direction. So it's going to be very interesting. And, of course, it's a charity tour, so you're going to have a lot of people just kind of, like, build something last second, bring a lot of really great memes, and hopefully we just have a great time. I know there's one particular thing I know Will's looking forward to. Hopefully later on it goes undefeated until we get there, and then we get to show it off. So we'll see what happens.
Absolutely. I'm not even going to say what it is. Truthfully, I want to see I don't even know how to say it in a good way.
The way that Slim just described it, I think I speak for Rich right now. Man, I want to know what this sauce is, man.
No,
I want to know what the.
Trust me, there's more. I've heard.
Wait, there's more.
A couple more.
There's
more.
There's a throwback. There's a throwback to like almost the beginning of the season, which I'm like, wow, I didn't think I would ever see this mon again. So we'll see how far it gets. It's gonna be very interesting.
There are some mons that are coming back because literally I was on ladder and I'm like, why am I seeing some mons that I've never seen before? But they're counteracting things in the meta. Like I first a Bastodon yesterday, and that thing.
Bastodon, let's go! I love steel types.
It was so insane. You guys know I brought Shiftry Avalugg to Indianapolis, and that was one of my. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I brought Shiftry Avalugg to Indianapolis, first of Reg G, and everyone was looking at me like, "Are you okay? Do I need to call someone?" I'm like, "I'm fine. I'm
call someone."
Yeah.
No, honestly, I'm really just my boy Chef got the apron on. He's not playing with y'all today. He's ready to chef up these hot takes for y'all. So, what's up, Slim? You was gonna say something?
I'm just laughing. I'm enjoying myself because like hearing all this and the things I expect to see in this tournament. I'm just like, oh, I can't wait to see how this plays out. So I'm just waiting. I'm trying to keep everything just kind of awesome. I'm tapering myself, just like hold it down. Just wait,
Speaking of the tournament, man, we know. Honestly, a lot of the Reg G restricteds, a lot of them have won top tours. But with a tour like this, what restricted do y'all have winning? I was supposed to have a graphic ready, but I was rushing in, sport preparation. My apologies. But since we're here, we can just talk about it, man. What restricted do we think is going to take this whole tournament?
I mean, in recent time, I've been running Miraidon because I decided to try Z Costagliola's team that placed 9th at NAIC because it did have a Talonflame on it. So figured why not. That team works really well. Life Orb Talonflame is really freaking good. If I had to say something with that. But before that, I was a Koraidon main, so I'm literally on the bikes. I'm on the bikes despite not being able to balance on a motorcycle in real life. So, at the very least, I have that in my back pocket. So, I honestly want to say Miraidon is going to do well in this tournament today because we saw with Rajan Ball with his spread, and it seems like Specs Miraidon is the play. But I would not be surprised if somebody tries. I don't know. I saw a couple of Assault Vest Miraidon on Showdown Ladder. Maybe that could be something that we see today.
Yeah. And there's definitely a lot of, Miraidon's one of those things where it's like, you want to just maximize as much damage as possible, but there's also room for flexibility because you know what it's supposed to do. You want to volt switch and just kind of, reposition because you're never going to have terrain control when Rilla is an absolute must in the format. So there's a lot of different things here. I think besides the horses, I'm a big fan of the turtle. It took a long time for me to figure it out. I feel like it works like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. So it took me a while to figure it out. But once I figured it out, I was like, oh, this thing's kind of good. Now, granted, there is kind of I feel always a interesting dynamic between, the calm mindset, the spec set, because the specs gives you immediate damage, which you do need because setting up calm minds is not the easiest thing to do. You do have the clear amulet, you do have covert cloak, so there's so many different aspects you can do with the turtle, but it allows you a lot of flexibility because you can slap on, of course, your core balance of Urshifu, Incineroar, and Rilla, and you kind of go from there. And honestly, I think it's one of the more flexible picks of the restricted, so I think it can always do well, but you do have to make sure you lock in on making sure you get key, because fighting is always going to be good. If you can get rid of fighting, then it kind of just sits in front of everything else, and it does really, really well.
Absolutely.
And as we saw with Terrapagos, as we do know it, the Terra Shell ability, it makes any move that hits it the first time not very effective, and that applies to something like, let's say you switch in Urshifu and you go to a Scarf Surging Strikes. All three of those surging strikes are not very effective. So in theory, you could break the Terra Show, yes, but at the same time, you're allowing that Terrapagos an opportunity to maybe get set up with like a Calm Mind or a Power Herb Meteor Beam.
Exactly.
Well, for mine, listen, you guys know that I cook up a lot of crazy stuff, and everyone in this community should know that I literally, I'm like biased about things, but the one thing I'm not voting for is those horses. Those horses are overpowered.
Oh man, we got horse haters.
Wait.
Horse haters. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Okay, hear me out. They're good horses, but we gotta make room also for the other guys too. Like I'm also voting for Zamazenta to do really.
Ooh,
fun
like
passes.
Zama.
You know,
I like
because the
that.
thing is, like with Zama, it's honestly like looks like really good as well, especially with Chen Pao, and I love running Chen Pao with like all the other like fixins. I saw like Michael Zhang run it. I saw like the Taiwan national champion actually ran Zamazenta, like that looks similar to Michael Zhang's team. And I'm also a big sucker for creativity. I'll be happy if someone ran Kyurem White. That'd be the best. But also, yeah, I know, right? That would like, and it's all about like, you know, like I always say, like whenever you're building a team, if you're comfortable using that mon, if you're comfortable using it, use it. You know, don't let anyone tell you that it is not a good idea. I've had people tell me that Kyurem White wasn't good, and I was like, all right, battle me, and I beat him, and I'm like, you were saying?
Yeah, and that's the thing, Rich. I have a friend here in Florida. He's a local of mine. He used Kyurem White, and if I remember correctly, I think he said it was either Life Orb or it was Choice Specs. One of those two plus Fusion Flare can Oko Terrapagos through the Terra Shell because Turbo Blaze avoids or ignores Mold Break, Terra Shell.
Yeah.
You know, I honestly, when I was battling with it, I did not know Turbo Blaze was Mold Breaker. I literally thought, I was like, oh, I increased my attack. And I was like, oh, wait, then I read, I was like, I for a lot of things. I was like, oh, I totally forgot. But it was honestly good. I'm expecting like Zamazenta to do good today. And I'm expecting a lot of different mods to do good today. And also like creativity across the board. That's why I'm wearing the apron, you know. That's why I came on here, because I'm like, you know, I want to make sure that the sauce has some seasoning to it.
If anything, Rich, as long as you're not burning down the kitchen like Russell Wilson
Exactly.
did in Denver, that's all we hope for. As long as you're not burning down the kitchen.
As long as there's no fire extinguisher being pulled on some teams, we're good. No burnouts is what we call it. No burnouts.
No
Hey,
burnouts.
hey, Slim. Hey, Rich burned my panties. He burned my fries.
I mean, honestly, you might see a lot of that.
Burned my
'Cause
coffee.
one of the things that might get a lot of burnout is Chi-Yu, because Chi-Yu I expect to see a lot of, because it's kind of made his comeback. It's always funny how Chi-Yu kind of like leaves and then comes back, and now it's a good time, especially like any Koraidon team, you're always going to see Chi-Yu. And I'm going to pray for the trainers cooking overheats, and I hope you land. You know, that's all I can really hope for you.
That is
Slim,
good.
Slim, I'm like that, but with Heat Wave. The amount of times I have missed a Heat Wave where I needed the Heat Wave to hit.
I want to ask if you guys ever seen this meme. Raise your hand if you're a victim of heat wave missing. Everyone here should be raising their hand.
I don't know about y'all.
See,
I played
I'm
Chi-Yu
from the-
once and only did Heat Wave twice, and they both hit, man. I don't know about y'all, man.
I'm from the school of Riley Factura. I click flamethrower.
Yeah, that's big.
Yeah. I'm not gonna blame it on a miss, or I could just hit 100% of the time. I'm okay.
Exactly.
That is completely understandable, Slim. And I mean, I really wrote it in my notes after a round, like, I hate Heat Wave, and I underlined it too, because it was like. But then at Orlando, I ran Specs Chi-Yu, and I did not miss a single Heat Wave. I went 4 and 5, but I did not miss a Heat Wave. So a bit of a
balance.
It's all about finding that nice balance and compartmentalizing, because that's the most important thing about a tournament such as this St. Jude VGC tournament, or even a regional for that matter. As long as you can compartmentalize yourself, don't get so mad if you lose a game, because sometimes that's just the nature of how tournaments work. As long as you're having fun, that's all that matters.
Absolutely.
It's absolutely. It's also about like, you know, like making sure, like, you know, like I said back to what I was saying, like, you build a fun team. You know, I've seen crazy like teams that I've ever seen, and I'm just like, I asked my opponent, what does this do? I was like, I've never seen this before. And sometimes like especially when it comes down to, you know, like, it's also about having fun too. Like what my boy Tyler Master J said. It's basically like, it's like having a fun at this game. Like, you don't go to a regional just to like try to win. You know, you also go to have fun with your friends, have fun with the people around you. You know, influence people to, you know, to like have fun. That's what this game is about. And also for this tournament, I want all these players to have fun. It's for a good cause, but also it's for everyone to like see what's going on in the meta and also take that experience and, you know, like, take the haymaker and run with it. That's what I say.
Well, spoken like Slim, I think that's spoken like a true Worlds competitor right
Worlds
there.
competitor right here. Absolutely.
That is right.
It's what you're gonna need. Like, honestly, that's the attitude you gotta kind of go in with, and just be. You have to be okay with everything. You're gonna try your best, of course. You're gonna just do everything you possibly can. But the game is the game, and sometimes things can go your way, sometimes they won't. So as long as you keep everything in perspective. And just like, you know what? I fought this hard. I did everything I could. Then you can live with yourself at the end of the day and prepare for next season. So I think, you know, those are wise words for everybody to just kind of live with, and just make sure don't let the competitiveness of the game overtake everything else that you gain from the game.
Absolutely.
Well, definitely. And, you know, like, it's preparing everyone, like, for Worlds. Even myself, yes, I actually did qualify for the World Championship for this year.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
And as soon as I got back home, everyone like texted me saying, "What is the sauce? What are you running for this tournament?" And I'm just like, I don't know. I like go back to my portfolio. Like, I have to be like, no, I can't run him. No, I would run him, but I don't know about it. Okay, maybe I could. Maybe I can, you know, stall out my opponent for like 18 turns until the end of the round. But
honestly, Slim, it sounds like Rich right now, he's got the sugar and he's got the spice, but he's looking for the everything nice, and then only then will he add the chemical act.
Yeah, at this point, that's really what you need. Like, once you got the sugar, spice, and everything nice, the big it factor is always going to be, okay, what's the splash? And it makes it interesting because a lot of people thought just going into these new type of rules, because we have not had open team sheet for forever. This is still a new concept. So people feel like as though you can't cook, you can't tech things on, but just because people can read what it is doesn't mean you can't, like, you know, cook with it. Because the fact that I see something on a team sheet, it's like, oh, I have to worry about this now. When will it come out? Will they even click it? That's the little mind games and intricacies of the game that a lot of people don't take into account. So by all means, go experiment. A lot of people, I think they kind of settle into some just meta trends and dynamics where they feel they can't go against it. I mean, look at where we are in the online meta right now. Smeargle Muck is everywhere. Like, where did that come from? Like, listen, I loved Muck back in, you know, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon.
We do
but
not.
all of a sudden it's here. Like, so let's not act like we can't think of some Just use your imaginations, guys. Imagination. SpongeBob taught us too well.
Just imagination.
Oh, and there you go. That's an even better reference right there.
Exactly there. And like you just said it, Slim. Like, just because we have open team sheets, which, I mean, granted, I barely played closed team sheets except for, you know, the ladder and everything. But looking at an open team sheet doesn't necessarily mean that you're like, just because you read it doesn't mean you automatically can say, oh, I have an advantage here. Oh, I'm automatically going to lose.
Yeah.
It's how you approach the battle that will determine it. I mean, last night, as we saw, there was an online Limitless tournament. The winner used Loaded Dice Greninja next to Choice Scarf Annihilate.
He did show me that, and I was like, see what I mean? See what I mean? This is chef's kiss. That's right there.
Well, all right, guys. We are 7 minutes away from round 1 of the St. Jude VGC Charity Tournament, and we just got a crazy raid from Nino Pokebros, one of our casters of today as well. Guys, thank you guys so much for joining in and supporting St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. You guys can donate and support children of life-threatening diseases and illnesses with that link right there that Moobot just posted if you guys would like to support. I forgot to turn off the sound notifications when I get raided, but it's okay. We'll get through it together, guys. guys. Shout out Nino. But also, guys, thank you guys so much for being a part of the pre-show. But I have a commitment to do before we go to round 1. Guys, I have to say goodbye to the beard.
It's time.
It's time.
Hold on. I gotta do it this week. Time.
I love it. That buffer special.
Yeah, that is.
It is time. We raised $2,000 for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, and because of that commitment, I said that I would shave my beard at $2,000. I thought we were going to hit 2,000 today, but we hit it like 2 days ago. So
I know
it's honestly so cool.
Yes, and by all means, remember charity tour. So please feel free if you can donate anything. You can donate helps at all. We're just trying to do it for the great cause and trying to show out the community that we are. The Pokemon community is known for being so generous and always trying to help each other out, so we can help some people in need as well.
Well, guys, it's time. It's time.
I gotta see this.
Man. This is Now, I was curious. I saw this with Wide. What was up with the $3,000 with the mill tank thing?
It's gone.
Look at it. You can tell he's a pro. He's done this before. Look at it. Very smooth. Very smooth.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah, look, check it out right there.
Very smooth.
My girlfriend's gonna hate this so much. Oh the Lord, bro.
Oh man.
Oh man. Yo, look at me. I'm halfway. Yo, I cannot believe this. Oh my gosh. We just hit $3,000 for St. Jude. Let's go!
Oh my God! Wow.
Yo, let's go, guys. Oh my goodness.
Never
fails. Thank you guys so much.
Okay. Yo, that is
wow. As I just shaved my beard. This is what y'all wanted? Y'all just wanted me to shave my beard? I don't have to cosplay Miltank now? Great.
Oh no, you gonna do that too. No.
Okay, so that's what it was. You were gonna cosplay as Miltank. Greetings, Poke fans. I Will the Gamer here, and I'm going to play as Miltank.
Oh man, this is insane.
I'm looking at him right now, like cleanly full beard. No, they don't look like Will. It's a different person now.
I have nothing but hair on my jacket, so if you see hair on me, mind your business. How we looking, y'all? How we looking,
good, brother? Looking good,
brother. You're looking clean. You're looking fresh right now.
Looking good.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! We just did that, bro. You missed the spot? I did? Did I miss a spot? Oh no! Oh no! I hope not. Oh wait! I think I did miss a spot. Hold on. I think I saw it. Oh, it's right there! Oh my goodness! All right.
Oh, man, look at that! Look at that!
Yo! Oh my goodness, bro!
Look at that clean shave right there.
Well, how do you feel, man? How do you feel about?
I feel so baby faced. So I'm gonna let y'all before round 1 starts. I'm gonna let y'all know I have a anniversary day with my girlfriend next weekend. It is our 1-year anniversary. The funny part is we did this. I did the St. Jude St. Jude VGC Charity Tournament last year for the first time ever, and I had to shave my beard the day before our first date. Like reminiscent, man.
That's perfect. Look at that.
Look.
It's reminiscent. Look at that.
So it's basically your girlfriend knows every June. As long as you're hosting this tournament, if you raise $2,000, she won't get to see your beard.
She will not see it.
No. He's gonna walk in the restaurant, right? And his girl's gonna be like, "You at St. Jude's again? Your beard's on."
She should be watching. I'm not sure if she's watching. She's in Nashville right now. But guys, that's gonna wrap up the pre-show. I am super stoked for this tournament. Round 1 is going to start soon. we're going to go ahead and start very, very soon with the St. Jude VGC Charity Tournament. Thank you, Slim. Thank you, Talent Master J. Thank you, Chef Rich. You guys are the homies. You guys will be casting later on today. Super excited to have everyone join us. We're going to go 5 quick minute break and get started for round 1 of the St. Jude VGC Charity Tour. Thank you, guys. All right, if I can get the loop right. Is this the loop? This is. Cool.
Yo, that was fire.
All right, welcome on in, guys, to the St. Jude VGC Charity Tournament. Guys, we are going to go ahead and get started with our round one feature match, which is going to be with Jin Furai. He is a well-known player, and we have our round one casters who are going to be casting this match as of now. Guys, I'm super excited for you guys to be a part of it, and hopefully you guys enjoy the charity tournament as well. Also, please don't mind my dog. My dog is going crazy. They're excited for the tournament too. But guys, thank you guys so much. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you all. Appreciate you all being here. Alright, give me 1 second, guys. We're going to go ahead and get started. Alright, we're going to go ahead and kick it to our casters in a second, guys. Again, thank you guys so much for supporting the stream and supporting the tournament.
They got to change in-game name, okay?
Your support helps ensure that families never receive a bill for treatment, travel, housing, or food. So that way, no child ever dies in a dawn of life. We really appreciate all that you guys do. Super excited for you guys to be here, a part of this day. It's going to be a great day, guys. Honestly and truly. Super excited, guys. As I try to do some live editing, which you guys can't see now because I'm doing studio mode. But yeah, so hopefully you guys are excited as I am. And again, thank you guys so much for $3,000 for St. Jude, guys. Like, unreal, bro. Unreal, guys. Unreal. You guys are the real deal. The Pokemon community is the greatest of all time. I don't think there's a community like ours, to be honest. There might be a lot of pretenders. But there's nothing like the Pokemon community, guys. Thank you guys, man. You guys are the real deal. Real deal Holyfield. Thank you guys so much. And getting super ready. Almost done. Had a lot of background stuff going on. Trying to get ready. So just bear with me, guys. Bear with me. I promise we're gonna get this round one match started and underway. Okay. As I try to squeeze in this last caster, but I can't get it in. Ah! I hope you guys are enjoying my baby face. Hopefully it's bearing you the competition right now. There we go. We're getting it in. We're getting it in. Oh, we got the casters in. All right. So guys, we're gonna go ahead and get ready to go into our round one with our casters. If I can just get this last one to, no, not that. One moment, guys. I was ready, then I wasn't ready. Oh man. Day one nerves, man. Day one nerves. It's unreal. It's unreal, guys. You would think I'm playing the way I'm like super nervous right now, but we're fine. We're gonna get it. We're gonna have it all together. Oh no, let's not stretch. Okay. All right, there we go. We have it all together. All right. Boom. Trying to get the last minute adjustments. All right, there we go. All right, we should be good to go now. We're gonna go ahead and kick it to our round one casters. Sierra and Joe, please take it away.
Hello, everyone. We're so excited to be here, Sierra Dawn and Joe Brown, for a great cause today. We're up bright and early, as so are players, but Brown, there's a lot of good to be playing for today.
Yeah, absolutely. Last year, I was one of the casters that volunteered time for the St. Jude VGC Charity Tournament and gained a lot of friends. There was a lot of great donation incentives hit, and this year we're already starting higher than we ended last year, and that was at the end of an entire tournament. So here we are at the beginning, just starting this whole weekend, and we've already surpassed last season. So let's see how the VGC community can come together here this weekend and what goals we can achieve for St. Jude.
Yeah, hitting over $3,000 already is incredible. And of course, we want to be kicking off the broadcast portion of it all by donating $100 from us as well. We've already raised a lot of money, so we want to keep that going throughout all of today and tomorrow as well. See what heights we can reach with that. I think there needs to be like some sort of incentive every time there's like a crit hit or something that like everyone watching has to instantly just go up $5. Like, all right, the crit for the kids, you know?
Oh, crit for the kids. That's a good tagline. Maybe we can make that
anyone
a
who's played, if you need a critical hit at any moment, you're just like, all right, $10 donated right now if I get this crit, you know?
Yeah, now everybody quickly changing their sets to like scope lens, night slash, just trying to get $5 out of everybody in Twitch chat. But yeah, like I mentioned, last year I helped out during this event, but I also wanted to mention that in general, St. Jude means a lot to me from my history. I tweeted that last year. I don't think I have anymore. I don't know if you can see this photo, but I did a lot in my college days. That's why I'm wearing my college sweatshirt for St. Jude, specifically the Up Till Dawn program that they had, where you would support charity throughout the entire season. At the end of the year, you stay literally. You'd start at I think it was like 6 p.m. or something. You'd go all the way up till dawn, like 5, 6 a.m. in the morning, doing charity donations and fundraisers and having silly challenges along the way. We raised a lot of money for St. Jude back in my college days. So St. Jude has always had a really important place in my heart. So really happy to be here with you, Sierra.
It's really like a wholesome just to see the whole community come together as well. Because you never know like anyone's past, like anyone's family, anything else, or like anything that. So it's really nice to hear like your experiences being able to work like with St. Jude and try and like raise money and stuff. And I'm sure too for some viewers this is gonna be a really, really personal cause. So it's really nice to see everybody band together for this. There's obviously everyone loves Pokemon. Being able to have some tournaments while we're leading up to Worlds is really, really nice. And to be able to do it not just for I don't know, for the glory, but like for a greater good. I don't know. It's just I don't know. It warms my heart.
For sure. I think that's totally, you're hitting the nail on the head there. Not only is this a great event for charity, but we've seen so many people tweeting about, you know, participating and streaming in the tournament. And so on top of raising and donating money to charity, like we had Rich and the other people that have Worlds qualified that are participating in the tournament today, you get some Worlds practice while also, you know, participating in a great cause. So I'm not sure if, you know, I'm not going to sit here and say like the team that wins this event is going to influence Worlds or anything, but at least it does give you that preparation going into August.
100%. Hey, I mean, for our very first match, we got to hear a little bit as they were setting up, and I heard something about a T-Tar and a Wildland something, so I don't know, if this is any indication of like some of the prep that we're going to see for Worlds, we're about to see some wacky and crazy stuff, which I am super, super down for that. I think that's just a great time all around.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are, you know, we have all our Swiss rounds today, right? So that's going to be the fun times. Tomorrow is Top Cut. That's where all the important things, not that the Swiss rounds aren't as important, but that's where the potential championship is on the line. And, you know, just like a funny anecdote from last year's charity event, Sierra, we were struggling with the amount of people that were streaming the event, right? Like we didn't have as many as available on Twitch as we wanted. And so we got into Top Cut and we only had one person left out of the people that had the streaming equipment to do it. So if they lost in top 8, the tournament, like the stream was just over and we would just post afterwards who won. But because that person, the one streamer, won top 8, won top 4, and then won the finals. So because they were the one person remaining that could stream the event, we actually did get to see the entire thing through. It was so funny.
Oh my god, that's when you're always like rooting for the person with the capture card, right? But
yeah,
time to get our very, very first match here. We're going back to the spectator days of VGC. We don't get to have a look at what the players are selecting in. So I love this. We got Jin's team sheet as well. Get a little bit of a Trick Room team. The double Trick Room. DD's kind of fallen off a little bit, but rocking that in DD. Cali Ice. It's going to be the Cali Ice and something behind this Hariyama, which, can we talk about that? There's a Hariyama on the other team?
Yeah. Also, I don't know if you see the subscriber notification for Jin going on there, but yeah, we do have Jin for I versus. I don't have the list for me, but their trainer name was Riley, their opponent's trainer. So I'm gonna try to follow this as well as we can with Ndidi female and Urshifu single strike on the field right now on Jin for I's end against Blood Moon Ursaluna and Hariyama. The fake out from Hariyama does not work under the psychic terrain. And then the close combat following up from Urshifu into normal type. That's a one-hit KO. Run the stinger. We're not on the official stream, but get that Oko one-hit KO graphic running.
No, we need a new graphic for the kids. Let's go. Yo, that's a big attacker to take down too on that very, very first turn. I mean, all of a sudden, like the Blood Moon Ursaluna, that is a terrifying Pokemon, and to just delete that, now you got this Ndidi that can redirect hits from the Urshifu, keep going on. I don't mind the Clefairy coming on out though. I'm still, I don't know, I'm not gonna lie, I did not do any homework on Hariyama, I don't think.
No.
Ever, so I don't really know what this guy's doing.
It's definitely understandable. Also, Jin is, for anyone watching the stream, Jin hides their screen like Sarah was talking about during the turn. So since he is streaming the match, right, you don't want to have any potential opponent seeing the buttons you walk into. So definitely makes sense. One thing that we did see just from the screen, Sierra, is that the Urshifu is choice banned, so that's why that close combat was able to one-hit KO, and obviously it was super effective anyway, but that's a lot of damage that Riley's going to have to worry about. Clefairy does click to follow me in this scenario, so close combat since Urshifu is forced into that slot.
Goodness.
That is not ineffective. That's a critical hit. All right, already start the counter. That's one that's one $5 donation on the day so far.
Donation link, Jin. Come on.
The Clefairy took a lot of damage from that. Ndidi also taking a lot from close combat in response, but these two support Pokemon are still up.
I mean, at this point too, your choice locked in, you're doing damage, you're not taking damage. Go ahead, fire off another close combat. And when this Clefairy goes down, well, you're still faster than this Hariyama anyway, so go ahead and fire off another close combat. Who cares, right? It's kind of one of those things that, sure, you're dropping your defense and special defense over all these turns, but if they can't really hit you, it doesn't really matter. And eventually when this Pokemon goes down, all right, well then you have a super powerful attacker in the back after you've already just kind of obliterated the board over on the opposing end. So yeah, follow me, checks out. I know what we're about to see over on the, oh no, nothing there. Gonna perish anyways.
Yeah, the close combat into Clefairy. This Urshifu is now -3 on all of its defenses, so pretty much anything that would go into that slot would be knocking it out because those defenses are so poor. But instead, Ndidi forcing that close combat from Hariyama towards the Ndidi slot. So Jin is in a really strong spot right now as he is up 3-2 Pokemon with Calyrex and Amoonguss in the backs. This does allow him another redirector one, but it gives him the flexibility to swap out the Urshifu and lock in a different attack if he wants to.
Honestly, like, you gotta have the two different ways, because bringing in the Calyrex here and then swapping the Urshifu, or just saying, hey, you can't take both of these Pokemon, so like, checkmate, pick your poison, I think is great. There's also the Amoonguss if you wanted to straight redirect, but we're gonna see the Calyrex hit the field. Well, time to see what Riley has. This is what has me intrigued. All right, we're going horse v horse at this point.
Yeah, so both of these trainers using Calyrex Ice Rider as their restricted of choice. The Trick Room has not been set up at this point, so you kind of have to, in a game of chicken right now with these horses, on which one of them is going to take the slower turn to set up Trick Room for their advantage later on. There are only 2 turns of Psychic terrain remaining, but Riley is down to their last 2 Pokemon right now.
Yeah, in a position too where this Urshifu is still threatening a lot of damage. Whether it sticks on this turn, whether it wants to be swapping out on this turn, doesn't matter. And when the Amoonguss hits the field, that is going to be oh so threatening. So even from Jin's end, yeah, you're looking at 2 Pokemon that normally would like Trick Room. If you got the better Trick Room Pokemon, well then you're just in a really, really good spot here, and you can just keep threatening damage. See, if you take care of the Urshifu, the Amoonguss comes in for absolutely free, and there is another Oko. This Urshifu It's you can see, like, I guess y'all can't see. If you have Jin's stream open, doing the little happy dance. My Urshifu's so good. Look at this. Glacial Lance coming on through. Surely gonna be taking that KO though. It's about time to get rid of that bear.
Yeah, I mean, finally, after 4 defense drops, finally Urshifu gets knocked out. That's the easiest KO of Calorex's life, and Jin is going to be the sacrifice his turn to set up those twisted dimensions. But very importantly, as Amoonguss comes in, who underspeeds these Calorex, that allows you to spore the opposing Calorex on the other side first.
Yeah, at this point, the Urshifu goes down. Whoop, your Calorex is about to take a nap at this point. Amoonguss at any point is just going to be the slowest thing. So it's all good. And Terra too, make sure like you're just good future turns. You don't really need to spend up the turn, but you're just, I don't know, this is such a commanding spot at this point. You can just keep threatening the damage to high horsepower too. You're just in the driver's seat. There's the score, and here's the nap time.
Yeah, there's going to be that first mandatory turn of sleep on Riley's end. So high horsepower, not like it's super effective or anything. So it's going to take a while for Jin. Might take a couple of turns here for him to come out with the victory here in game 1. But I think one thing as we can try to look at adjustments going into the next game is the Clefairy took so much damage early. The Hariyama only ever just got 2 hits into the Indeedee, right? And its fake out was stopped by Psychic Terrain. So I think Riley needs to get more value out of their front Pokemon so that this Calyrex doesn't have to do everything in the late game. Oh, well, Calyrex doesn't even get the glory, as foul play Amoonguss is the one that picks up the KO here to end game 1.
I mean, it's +1 attack. It's going to be super effective. The mushroom can do it all. Really, really well done. I mean, yeah, I'm looking at the Urshifu, and it's not even the amount of damage you took. It was just not having a check to do that. Like, your check was -4 defense into a Glacial Lance after all of your team was KO'd. Like, that can't be quite the answer to it. So you have to figure out something else going on into this. There's a lot of redirection coming out on the other end, too, which is also then a little bit tricky, because after you get through that Indeedee, well, then there is the potential of the Amoonguss. We did see that fake out on the very, very first turn on the Indeedee swap in. Psychic Terrain set, and that just kind of started the tumble downhill, as the fake out couldn't stop the Urshifu, and that started everything off. So even just kind of knowing that there is that potential for the swap coming out, I can see that Sprint Riley can maybe just try and go for like the straight damage over on this first turn.
Yeah, and looking at Riley's team, the 2 Pokemon that they did not bring to this game were Tyranitar and Amoonguss. So do you kind of want to match Trick Room scenarios here? Bring your Amoonguss, bring your Calyrex Ice Rider, and see how these 2 Pokemon are trained, or maybe go for some under Trick Room speed ties or something. Obviously, Tyranitar not feeling that comfortable against an Urshifu on the other end, so maybe you don't want to bring T-Tar to this matchup. But having that first turn was just so detrimental on Riley's end. Having Fake Out stop Psychic Terrain, and then Urshifu one-hit KO the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It's got to be they have to find a better way to protect both the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the Calyrex Ice Rider, and maybe I don't know what their answer into this Urshifu single strike is, because that choice band damage is definitely changing a lot of the calcs that you might have been preparing for in this event, but you got to find an answer in game 2.
I mean, there was a critical hit over on that very first turn, not first turn, the time that it
the
hit
Clefairy, yeah.
So maybe redirection out a little bit sooner. Riley does have a really Trick Room oriented team in general, so even getting the Twisted Dimensions up before the Amoonguss is out to be able to take advantage of that. That's a big swap up though. Tyranitar. All right, Jin has some words about this Tyranitar before the match. I wonder if how this one's gonna be faring.
Yeah, I mean, somebody get Len on the horn right now and see his thoughts on how does.
We're on the same page there.
Yeah, how does Tyranitar do into Urshifu single strike? Just curious if we could just phone Len real quick, because I think he's gonna tell us not well, but at least in the spot you're facing something down. The only thing I can think of is if Riley brought Amoonguss in the back, this could potentially be a really strong bait to bait the close combat into that Amoonguss on the switch in. But then again, you just have your supportive Clefairy next to you, like you mentioned, Sierra. They can also redirect close combats away.
I mean, at this point, too, it depends on the Terastallization on the Tyranitar. If it is something like that flying type, it's not going to fare well against the potential Glacial Lance from the Calyrex. but if it's ghost typing, that's a way to make sure that this close combat can't do anything to it, and you're still not going to be taking the most damage. It's going to be Terastallization with the Calyrex, though, on Jin's end. That's going to be the water type, making sure you're not going to be taking any super damage. Super effective damage in return. I'm curious if we get to see from the T-Tar this turn. No! It's just going to be Follow Me.
Yeah, that Clefairy going to redirect any attacks. Glacial Lance obviously is a spread attack that wouldn't be redirected. Wicked Blow is a ineffective. Do we count Wicked Blow and Surging Strike crits to our Crits for Kids charity donations?
$5 to it. It's for a good cause.
Okay, that's a good point. So Rock Slide does not get the flinch. Might have been huge for Riley if Calyrex was able to be flinched on that turn to not set up the Trick Room. But now with the Twisted Dimensions, you're going to have Calyrex moving first.
Yeah, the Calyrex, I mean, when you have the spread damage attacks, it's a position where, first off, this Clefairy is not going to be looking too good on this turn. It is going to be spread damage. It doesn't have any boost at this point. But it did already take a lot of damage from the Wicked Blow. And the T-Tar, could be a little tough. The one nice thing is, since it is a choice band on the Urshifu, since it did opt into Wicked Blow, it can actually go for the close combat this turn. So you are going to be safe at least from that fate. Clefairy wanting to stay safe from its fate of surely getting KO'd this turn. Be the swap into the Hariyama. See maybe a little bit more from Flesh Hands this time around. So Glacial Lance comes out.
Yeah, that Glacial Lance does about, looks like 45% to Tyranitar on this turn. Rock Slide double, connecting again. No flinch, Urshifu with the Wicked Blow. Critical hit into Tyranitar, but not enough to take it down. So Hariyama does get to swap onto the field for free. Now, does Riley fall for the same bait as game one? You had Hariyama on the field to try to click fake out into something. They definitely have to be cognizant that the Indeedee could swap onto the field at any time, especially since you mentioned Urshifu is locked into Wicked Blow and might want to reset that attack.
It also depends on the speed tier of the Hariyama, because like I said, I don't have a clue. I have never looked up a Hariyama once in my life.
It's not speedy.
Yeah, I know it's not fast, but it'll depend on whether it underspeeds, because if it does underspeed at this point, since there isn't redirection over on Jin's end, you can just go for a straight up attack, and these Pokemon have been chipped. Calyrex, for that reason, just gonna protect on this turn, so we won't get to see that speed interaction. Post combat instead goes into the Urshifu, great way to be handling that, and we get to see that it is slower than the T-Tar at least, so that's a little bit of an indication of where this Hariyama is in.
Yeah, that is a huge play for Riley to get rid of Urshifu. It caused so many problems in game one for them. So to be able to get rid of that without sacrificing any Pokemon, Riley still has all four of their Pokemon up. Sure, the Tyranitar is very low and very likely that Glacial Lance would be able to pick up that KO on this turn. But now Riley has flipped it, having the Pokemon advantage 4-3 right now.
Something. It doesn't matter if I'm the one doing the damage. What a paraphrasing Colin Hire, OCIC 2022. But no, it has taken a lot of damage. It is nice that you still get to play within your dimensions at this rate, and this Calyrex having taken a good amount of damage. Be a little tricky spot. This adjustment, though, is a nice one. Torkoal coming on in. That's going to be the drought, the sun. The sand is gone. And Torkoal, well, we know the speed tier of that one. It is slow. If it hops into a spread damage move, though, the Wide Guard is going to stop it in its tracks. Didn't call this? Yes! Weather Ball instead to target down this Flesh Hand to take the KO.
Oh, that is such a smart play from Jin to click the Weather Ball instead of Eruption, because you knew you didn't need spread damage on this turn. T-Tar so low, here is the knockout, and just going for the sun-boosted Weather Ball into Hariyama would be more than enough. There's no reason to risk it with Glacial Lance or Eruption. What an incredible play from Jin on there, and that would be the one reason, the one thing that Iron Hands or Flesh Hands, or excuse me, Hariyama or Flesh Hands has over Iron Hands, Sierra, is the access to Wide Guard. But if your opponent clicks 2 single target attacks and still gets 2 KOs anyway, that's tough.
Yeah, it's making that call at that rate, right? 10 for Jen. I think you lose absolutely, well, everything if the Wide Guard button is hit. Whereas with the Torkoal already just being slower, like, I don't think you really lose the most from just going for a straight Weather Ball instead. Okay, the Hariyama doesn't click Wide Guard. Okay, the Torkoal's probably slower anyways and is going to get the KO in the end. So I do like just that train of thought. I think it's a lot less risky, and you just have really everything to gain. from that point. That's going to be bringing Riley down to final 2 Pokemon. That is the Clefairy that's already was so damaged from that first turn of Wicked Blow and that Calyrex. I didn't get to peep the amount of Trick Room turns left, assuming either one or about done.
Yeah, I think there's 2 turns left. No, so it's Trick Room, then High Horsepower, then Protect, then that last turn. So this should be the last turn of Trick Room. And Jin actually did bring Indeedee in this game too. You would have thought maybe they would have swapped in when Hariyama was on the field and went for the close combat, but no, actually just letting your Shifu go down. Since the Trick Room was going to be up, you didn't need their Shifu anyway. Now it's time for Riley to terrestrialize here into Terra Electric. This Calyrex Ice Rider. At least, you know what? At least you're no longer weak to Eruption is the benefit, but you are now weak to Stomping Tantrum from the opposing Calyrex on the other side. Clefairy cannot redirect a Glacial Lance away, so that is a free KO on Jin's and another attack boost for this very low health Calyrex Ice Rider. What does he do? He goes for Terra Electric, Terra Blast into the water type now for the knockout.
My jaw just dropped. What?
The Jin is also popping off.
He is popping off. He is popping off. That's going to be attack raise for that Calyrex. Torkoal coming on in. I mean, the Torkoal is definitely going to be resisting these eruptions and all of that as well. You do have high horsepower, but then there is the redirection from the Indeedee. You do have the speed on your end, but the thing is if you do not damage this Torkoal now, this Torkoal is about to spell your doom. Being able to fire off like a super effective Earth Power, then you're not even, like, the terrestrialization just looks great. Like, you're fine. You don't have to even go for anything like an eruption here. And honestly, if you think it is going to be a redirection just to hit into the Indeedee, you could. Why not?
Yeah, honestly, if Jin's last Pokemon was anyone but Indeedee, which could redirect these attacks away, you could go for, you know, a +1 Stomping Tantrum crit or something into the Torkoal, right? That would be one way to get back into this, but there's just too much health on the other side of Jin's, and so Riley's going to try to stall out these Sun turns. I believe that is the 3rd turn of Sun, so there should be 2 more turns there. It's going to be really low odds to get through this.
I mean, we just lost it. Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
It's making us like sweat a little bit. This is intense endgame. They're like, we gotta up the drama just a little bit more. I mean, yeah, just a couple of turns of Sun left. I don't even think going for the triple, but at least if you can go for a position where you're just doing enough damage that the eruption from the Torkoal, since it is based on HP, can't do enough to you.
Oh, that's huge. That's huge. +1 Glacial Lance getting the KO onto Indeedee, so bringing it up to +2 now. It's all up to this eruption in the sun. It's not super effective, but he has enough HP to clutch it out, and Torkoal is going to help Jin win this round 1 of the 2024 St. Jude VGC Charity Tournament.
Hey, Torkoal, like, it doesn't quite have its time in the sun nowadays, now that we have the restricted, but it can put in the work. This turtle was feared for a reason. Big Weather Ball KO to kick things off, and of course the eruption just at the end. Super well done. Starting the day off with the 2-0s, definitely super duper nice, especially too, since you do want to try and make it to day 2 up with an extra 2 records, which is one step closer to.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just that moment, that Terra Electric moment was so awesome because Jin was popping off, and it wasn't even like he was upset. It was like kind of a game recognized game moment. You know what I mean? Where it was like, okay, cool tech here, going for it, but he's still respecting his opponent's decisions, but still knowing that for the most part he had that game locked up. It would actually been really cool for if that eruption, or excuse me, if the Glacial Lance crit onto Torkoal would have brought it down away under half HP, meaning Eruption would have done significantly less damage, and it's not super effective. Who knows how the Calyrex is trained, but it is a very generally bulky Pokemon. So if we got one more crit for the kids, Sierra, it could have been a different game.
Yeah, I'm even just thinking too, like, terrestrialization twice, because at the point where it was the Terra Electric Terra Blast into the Calyrex, it had 40 HP. Surely a high horsepower would have done done the same thing at that point, but a Terra Water Calyrex would have won that endgame since it would have been resisted to these fire attacks coming out from the Torkoal. So really one of those things that you can't really cover all of your bases, because I'm sure too that you get that Calyrex v Calyrex and it clicks Terra Water and it has a lot more health to its name, that's going to be a game defining. So just those little, team building things, but I think it's a really fun idea. I like it.
And I do see, Sierra, that according to Jin's chat, because I had the benefit of looking at that while we were watching the game, that Clefairy was not Eviolite. So if we're wondering why Close Combat took so much damage, or did so much damage to the Clefairy, it's because it was not boosting its defenses. It was actually a Focus Sash Endeavor variant of the Clefairy. So you live at 1 HP and then you bring something else down to 1 HP, and then it gives your Calyrex the free a super free as one chilling Neigh boost to your attack. So that was the strat, but we were just so confused at the time.
Hey, it'd be like that, right? That's the joys of online tournaments. We don't get to have all the same information, so we get to be surprised by things again, which is fun. It's a good time. I think too, we have an interview that we're gonna do with Jin. I have unmuted Jin. Make sure that you do. Jin, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Okay, can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes.
Hey!
We can hear you. I believe they can on stream send as well. Congratulations! Nice little 2-0 to kick off the day. You're all smiles and giggles. We got to see you dance during the stream as well. So I dare say you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I think we're doing this for a good cause, and to start off with a matchup that, as I looked at the team sheet, was really just scaring me left and right to realize that, hey, wait, this is entirely upon the opening speed tiers. Most Trick Room players don't keep Indeedee in the back. I think that's one of the things that I do that's a little bit different, is realizing the versatility of an end game control mechanism versus just kind of having the standard open up and just get Trick Room up. I think there's probably a lot better mons out right now that can actually get Trick Room up versus Indeedee. It just happens to be that since whatever glitch happened and they moved Trick Room over to her, she's just been so viable with it since like the old Armor Rouge days. It was definitely kind of touch and go there for a second, especially at that last turn. I didn't expect not the double protect. I thought that they would just kind of, try to wear it out and then kind of take over with the electric Pokemon. But it turned out to just be, your standard, hey, I'm just going to try to go Trick Room to Trick Room and blow each other up, and ended up kind of erring in my favor. Probably, I think you guys were talking about it. A miss on my part is I probably should have just locked into their Earth Power just to really not be concerned about anything. But if you were watching my stream, I was just talking a bunch of yin yang and said like, okay, I'm just gonna Porkle and do this for the chat. So it was cool to see that I didn't get crit. However, if I got crit, I don't know if that would have picked up. In fact, it probably wouldn't have. So reality kind of set in as I was like, I mean, literally right on stream, I'm like, I should really Earth Power here just because it's the right call. And I was like, whatever, we're streaming. Let's have some fun. Yeah. So
game 3, it's a little bit more confident.
Yeah. I think game 3, I would have definitely known what I would do in that situation if I was there again. But again, when you're doing this for fun and for charity, and you're trying to really just keep awareness out there for a very, very good cause, I think it's more about just keeping people entertained. So don't get me wrong, trying to win. In hindsight, I think I'm probably just trying to make an excuse for the call out of the bad move. So ignore all that anyway.
Yeah, well, we didn't even talk about the Earth Power because we were just so perplexed on the Terra Electric Calyrex, and we saw your reactions too. So obviously you see that on the team sheet, and you're just wondering like, when is this gonna work out? And like you were like really like, okay, cool. I respect this Terra Electric Terra Blast play into my water type here. So like, did you think that was gonna happen at all in this set, or were you just wondering like we were why it was Terra Electric?
So I feel that if you looked at the team sheet, I kind of talked about at the beginning, I'm like, this beats a lot of standard Trick Room teams because it's got Tyranitar to help get rid of the Focus Sash stuff that's usually going on. And then his Calyrex is teched out to beat usually what you see as right now, since everyone switched away from the Fire Calyrex, they moved over to Water. This kind of wins in that 50-50 where if he doesn't hit that horsepower first, he kind of gets the OKO. Having his Amoonguss there too really helps out setup. So, hey, I'm getting into Trick Room. I can force you to either be hit by this Glacial or what most Calyrex has turned into is the water, forces it into that. So then he hits him with the the standard electric Terra. It was definitely trying to figure out where it was at, and at some point I'm like, well, he's going to use this to take out the mon that it's supposed to, and I was like, I just got to kind of call that, and ended up allowing me to get that 1 turn advantage on him by kind of understanding it mid-game.
I mean, even before the match, like, there was a couple of other things that you, like, were like, what with Steve as well? Got to hear, like, right away, you're like, I could have matched against anyone, and I can go up against Hereditar first, like,
yeah!
You're going up against a Hariyama, like, we're talking over here, like, I have never looked up Hariyama once in my life. I don't know anything about it, so, like, I'd like to, like, an expansion on your initial thoughts of, like, oh my gosh, I was not kind of prepared for this.
Yeah, so when I think about it, I looked at his team sheet and I'm like, why does he have everything that beats mine? So if we just go down the list, he had Calyrex Electric, I have Calyrex Water. I'm like, okay, so that's not really good. He has Focus Sash Clefairy, I have Urshifu. So I'm like, wait a minute, no matter what I do here, if I've got the faster mon, this thing just sits there and then hits an Endeavor if he calls it, or, kind of just messes around with me. Blood Moon Ursaluna, turn 1, he can just start wiping things out and next to a follow me, and there's really not a lot I can do because I'm probably not going to call my fake out into his setup where he's got Hariyama and Covert Cloak, because even if I were to win that kind of idea where I call the fake out, he just shuts down turn 1 anyway. T-Tar just eats Torkoal. I mean, there's really not a lot to talk about there. I think the setup that he's got on it with Choice Band isn't optimal because outside of doing mildly more Rock Slide damage, I don't know when that mon would start and kind of start snowballing and ramping up, and he doesn't really have anything that gets enabled by it. But again, it just stops my Torkoal dead in its tracks. And then Amoonguss, outside of, a couple pivots that I have on my team, it really just is the best anti-Trick Room on team, and I think that's probably been since inception into the format. Into the game. And then when you add Water Terra on top of it, it now becomes, hey, hold on, if you decide to go into Trick Room, we're gonna kind of punish you for it. Hariyama, Wide Guard. That was the only thing I was worried about was Wide Guard. I was like, well, he could really just stop my Torkoal normal, just kind of, hey, I'm gonna start snowballing you in game 1 and just make you counter off of it. And before this, I actually had Overheat on my Torkoal because I was like, hey, there might be a chance matchup where I run into some kind of stupid Wide Guard mon early on, and I'm going to need an Overheat. And I took it off for the better Weather Ball, just in case, I see some Pelipper stuff. But seeing Hariyama just have the ability to fake out and just block anything that's going on, and then I saw coaching, and I'm like, wait a minute, what if this is some fast Hariyama? And now he's just going to start buffing his guy right away. I'm worried about, how fast is this Hariyama actually? Is it going to be faster than my Urshifu? So there was just a lot going on there where, without knowing his speed tiers and looking at this, the standard way of operating into, an opposing Trick Room team, he just has a lot of answers into my specific version of it. So a lot of fear on that clipboard turn 1 for sure.
Well, we do want to thank you for using your Shifu because you couldn't hear us while we were talking, but Sierra came up with a great idea that we're going to try to have a donation incentive for all the critical hits on stream. Hashtag crits for kids, right? $5 every
nice.
Crit. So Wicked Blow and that close combat into Clefairy also helping us out there starting the donation train well. But we did have one last question for you on, just wondering, Jin, what your reasons or interests for joining and participating in the StJude Charity Tournament this weekend were.
So yeah, believe it or not, I lost a childhood friend over this stuff. Don't want to go into too much because I'm kind of a big baby and I cry a lot, but this stuff is kind of close to my heart. And for those of you that don't know, I have a 5-year-old son who has autism, and when he was born, we were really concerned about some testing stuff that was showing up, which then made us worry about our own selves. This is kind of a big, important thing. A lot of people don't understand the reality of how widespread this is, but if you don't know what we're here for today, just Google it, take 3 minutes out of your day and understand that this is one of the most important causes there are out there in the world.
I'm already feeling like I get tear up, like even just hearing you talk about it a little bit, so I definitely appreciate not going into more because I don't need to be a sobbing baby on the test. For sure. But no, congrats on this. Best of luck in the tour as well. Hello to your chat as well. Thank you all for supporting a good cause here, Jen. Good luck for the rest of the tour.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you guys being all here, and hopefully we'll see you day 2 tomorrow. Talk to you soon.
Fingers crossed. Yeah.
Thank you.
And such a good cause this is all for. We talked about this being for people, like I said, yeah, I don't want to get. It's too early. It's too early.
It's an emotion. It's an emotional experience for sure, Sierra. Obviously, we have the appreciation for Pokemon. That's what we're all coming together for. That's all our common interest is competitive Pokemon. But the other aspect of trying to do right in the world and help a great cause and help others who need it, like how St. Jude always works. So kids or children and their families don't have to pay any bills during their cancer treatment and stay at St. Jude. And it's a lot. It's millions and millions of dollars every day just to keep the organization running. So even if you just want to donate if you think Surging Strikes only counts as one $5 crit for the kids donation, that $5 is still absolutely going to be helping families, like how Jin mentioned, his loved ones that are affected. Other people, more people are affected by cancer than you usually think about.
Yeah, every little bit counts. I mean, being able to raise at this point over $3,100, almost to that $3,200 mark. So try and get those donations in, see if we can hit that before we go live with our round two. It's really, really good. Everyone can make a difference, whether you believe it or not. So it's definitely just super appreciated. Everyone who is competing, everyone who is watching, everyone.
Yeah, I just want to take a selfish moment here, Sierra, because I have the caster chat open from last year, and shout outs to the group last year. But the only conversation we had was we had a 4-shot to see how the 4 cam was going to work, and then we were also talking about Bleach beforehand because it was one of my favorite animes. And I was trying to get Will to watch it, and we're talking with the other casters, and we just have a photo of Chad from Bleach. Is the only other comment. The entire tournament we made last year was just a photo of a random character from a random anime. That was the only communication we had the whole time. So just reminiscing about how last year was so fun, and this year we're already off to such an even more amazing start than last year was.
You owe $10, a $10 donation, an additional $10 donation for getting off track. That is a different IP, sir. You cannot talk about Bleach here. This is a Pokemon channel.
Yeah, but it's also a St. Jude event. We're blurring a lot of lines here.
$10 for the kids. Donate it right now.
Okay, that's fair.
I don't want any excuses. I don't want any excuses on this one. All right, for us, we were so grateful and so humbled to be kicking off the tournament. But of course, there's a lot of wonderful people that have signed on to be a part of this, and we still have so much more Pokemon to be reading for today. So we'll be hanging out in chat. We'll be saying hello, but it's time to kick to a break for up next round number 2 in our next caster pair.
You guys did so good. Thank y'all so much. Y'all are so awesome. I can't. Oh, what's up? Man, I listen. It's just so funny too. Like I grow a great beard. It is just destroyed. Like for charity. Oh my goodness. We're unmuted. Yeah, okay. Let me see if I can work on it. Oh, I muted my mic. That's what it was. Let's see. Right, welcome back, trainers. We are ready for round 2 of the St. Jude VGC Charity Tournament, and what a crazy start to round 1. I mean, starting that off with Jen going crazy against my boy Shax, unreal. So we're gonna try to get our cashers in for round 2, and we have a really good treat for you guys for round 2, guys. I hope you guys are excited like I am. Let me see. All right. All right, so we got WD and we got Nino Pokebros casting this round 2 match. And guys, how are you guys doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing, man?
Doing good, man. A little trying to, I don't know how you and Nino do it, man, but like I'm just trying to make sure I get things right for you guys, and it's a lot. No one told me the tournament was like this, man.
Dude, it's funny. I was watching that round 1, and I'm like, man, I've done every one of those things he's doing right now. So I know, I feel you, man. It happens, but hey, you came through. Round 1's done. Now we're into round 2, dude. So.
Oh, good, bro. As you guys can see, we got, well, the stream can't see it, but the casters can. We got Judy in the VC chat. He's going to be casting or hosting his match for round number 2. Super excited, man. Judy, well-known player in the Pokemon community, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be cooking up some sauce. Let me go ahead and get you guys his team sheet, so that way you guys can be able to see it as well.
Absolutely. Yo, Nino, how you doing, man?
No, good. How you doing? Another day in Pokemon Paradise.
Absolutely. That's gonna be a good day.
All right. If I can try to quickly
see who he's playing.
He's playing someone named Owen. But I put his team sheet in the chat as well, for the caster chat. Also, you guys probably already know their team sheets are in the Poke Limitless game, so
yep, I got it already too.
All right, cool. Let me just try to expand this a tad bit. Close this. All right, cool. Let's do this. All right, they're doing selections. I gotta hurry up.
Oh, good, man.
You know what? We'll just go straight into the game, and then I'll fix it during their game, their match. So give me one moment.
Be cool, man. They've got a Terrapagos and a Calyrex Ice, so it's gonna be a solid battle. I'm excited to see this one.
Okay, I found this too. Okay, good.
Judy's bringing out that Ditto, and Bacon's got a Clefairy. It's gonna be good. I'm excited to see this.
Oh wait.
We have to be careful. He's not going to be able to get this restricted at a certain time, so he's going to have to play this a little differently than just stealing the ghost +4 ghost horse and just terrorizing us. So let's see what he kind of does here and adapts. It's obviously, I don't even think he brought it, did he?
No, actually, I think he literally just did not bring it. I think it was for that exact reason. Like, what if I can't copy their restricted, then why bring it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, we got the double intimidates going on right here. It looks like Judy's Ensign's a little faster, so we love the intimidate on the Riddle of the Ensign lead. So I like where we're sitting here. It looks a little balanced matchup, so we might be in for some trades here. So we're gonna be. We love Judy as a player. I think we're gonna see some good plays here coming up. I already know.
Yeah, it's crazy. So there are 3 fake outs on the field right now. So this turn 1 is probably going to be slapped pretty hard, and we're probably not going to see a lot of moves come out.
Yeah, look. Okay, yeah. So, whoa, the Ensign is even faster than the Rillaboom. So that's interesting. So no play from Owen's side, but we are able to stop one side on the Ensign and be able to get a Thunderbolt. Getting damage on the Ensign and below 50% is really big there. So now we just talk about whether we put some Will-O-Wisp pressure, but oh, I love how he selects the move so fast. But I like Judy's position right now.
Yeah, getting that Thunderbolt off was huge. He didn't get faked out, and he was still able to, I mean, over 50 on an Ensign at any point is just, it's great.
Right.
Because now it puts you in a point where if you do want to Thunderbolt into that slot again, you know you're going to take the Ensign out, so you either know they're going to swap or do something, you know?
Oh man, Clefairy and Ensign together. So Owen's gone a little support side here. So getting the Clefairy, doubling up on the Ensign is still not enough. Ensign still lives. Does he parting shot out of here? Yes, he does. He's gone. So, I mean, we're still a little ahead on Judy's side, but we've able to pivot out. It looks like we might bring in Terrapagos here, if I'm not mistaken. Because bringing in Rilla, I don't feel like you win anything. I think it's time to bring in the restricted here.
Yeah, absolutely. And the craziest thing about that last turn was that Clefairy's Friend Guard actually saved the Ensign. If they didn't have Friend Guard, that Ensign would have been knocked out and they wouldn't have got the parting shot off.
So that switching was pretty good then. So nice switch in there. Really mattered. Really made the turn to get a safe pivot in. So, but we do have a Raging Bolt and Ensign still ready to do some support things, whether it be kind of just pivot out or parting shot out. So we do have Will-O-Wisp on Judy's Ensign. It's not going to do much in this turn right here. So
yeah, Judy definitely feels like there hasn't been a lot happening to Judy's team. Judy's still pretty much, full HP, full everything. Bacon is a little bit behind right now, so they definitely got to start getting a little bit of headway on this Raging Bolt and Ensign.
Yeah, these Terrapagos teams are always just meant to support Terrapagos and just get it set up so it can start pumping damage. I think Bacon's set is actually the Chipotle Berry set, if we haven't mentioned that. So Chipotle Berry, I like to call it. So I think that's pretty much a fighting resist, if I'm not mistaken. So it can safely Terra now with taking a big attack, close combat, or something like that. But I don't think Judy has anything like that on his side.
Not at the moment, at least not on the field, so you won't have to worry about that too much. But that Terrapagos is losing a little bit of special attack because of that parting shot again.
Let's hear it. Give me a para. Give me a para. No para. Dang, 2 calm mines already? Oh no, it's already.
Woo!
I think he's got a Trick Room here, right? Nope, he's going for Lance damage. Oh man, it's getting set up really good here. I'm kind of scared. Owen's getting in the right position. It's got 2+ Calm Minds off. It's got a Clefairy out, and it's got a Life to Clefairy coming out. It's ready. I think after this turn, we're ready to just pump out Stellar and just pumping out damage. So I maybe thought Judy would go for Trick Room there and get control of the speed, but we got a full health team. It's like I don't even think Owen has taken any damage, but he's setting up to do some damage right now.
Yeah, once you get that Terrapagos in that right spot, you get a little couple Calm Minds, you got a Friend Guard, you got to Follow Me. Like, you can't, you're now at a point where you can't hit the Terrapagos, and it's going to start doing damage. You know it's coming. And so Judy's really got to find a way to get rid of that Clefairy so that he actually can target the Terrapagos, or else it's not looking super hot here.
Okay, what's coming in here? Incen. Okay, that's a good pivot. I think Incen will leave this safely at +2, but we're going to take a lot of damage here on this side. I think Clefairy... You think Clefairy will live? Helping Hand, too! It's single target! It's probably going into Calyrex. It's done. It's toast.
It is. It's got to be down.
No!
Oh, it lands!
Oh my gosh, that must be that special defense, Patrick Connors special, max HP... I mean, I don't know what the calc is, but +2 Terrapagos I know does some damage, but that took it pretty well. Returns of Glacial Lance on that side, gets a +1 on their end, and we just need some speed control now. I don't know if this is Terrapagos' position now to Terra. I thought for sure it'd be able to Terra this turn, but it went for the single target. I don't know if it was hoping for a KO, but we did get a lot of damage on it, but... Now we just got to pump out more damage. We got to take care of this Instant at the same time. So I'm interested in what's going to come into here.
Yeah, so now you've got the fact that the Instant came in, so you do have to worry about Fake Out on the other side. Plus, you don't know what Bacon's going to bring out. Now they've got their own Fake Out, so you got to worry about the Fake Outs on this turn. You got to start getting some damage. Like this will pivot the match pretty hard on this turn, depending on how these Fake Outs work.
Let's see. Parting Shot again. You're going to really need that, but. We do have a Fake Out turn for Ensign, so I think we have to stop the Terrapagos in his tracks. But it does have Protect, so we're going to have to decide whether the Irilla fakes out the Lance or the Terrapagos doesn't go for Protect and just attacks. I mean, Owen might see the pressure there and know he's probably going to fake out the Terrapagos and just go for it anyway, so...
No, I like the Will-O-Wisp and the Rillaboom. He's definitely expecting the Rillaboom not to Terra, because you obviously have the Terrapagos, so you're not really worried about that whole like Fire Terra, not going to get the Will-O-Wisp off kind of a deal. And dropping the damage on a Rillaboom is never a bad thing. So
okay. So we do get the Will-O-Wisp on Rillaboom. We do hit. I never hit those things. It's nice to see someone actually hit it. Terra Storm definitely takes this out, and I think we're ready to Terra. I love how Owen is safely just waiting to pull the trigger on this Stellar Terra here. We're just kind of waiting to see the right position to close up the game. It wasn't that turn yet. It seems like get rid of the Ice Horse first, but it seems like Judy still has a lot left over to a lot of tools that he can make something happen here.
Yeah, Urshifu is a problem, but it doesn't have a fighting type move. So
the berry doesn't even come into play.
Yep, so it won't even matter. So now you just gotta see if you can get some of those surging strikes off. The Rillaboom is burned, so you don't have to worry about the damage as bad into your water, Urshifu. This is a spicy little turn between these two.
Okay, let's see here.
Do you know a Grassy Glide isn't going to kill the water Urshifu at this point? Not with the burn. It's not going to happen. So you know that you're going to get something off with your Urshifu. It just depends on... If you don't get that Terrapagos down this turn, though, it's probably going to lose your Urshifu. So, like, there's going to be a trade-off situation here coming up.
Let's see, what Terra is this? Terra Water, okay. Terra Water on Judy's side, right? And that's a Mystic Water, too, so that's going to do some huge damage. And he does have Substitute as well. I think... Oh, now we're finally going to pull the trigger. Here we go. The Stellar Terra. We're going to see some damage. So now with the Terra, we're going to do a lot more damage. It's good KO range. He's not Sash. I think we have the speed control. We'll find out here in a second. I think Urshi's going to go first though, but we do clear the terrain and it's going into Terrapagos.
It's not going to be enough.
No.
Oh, that did so little.
It lives it so well. It needs rain, really. But even it will live rain in some cases too.
Yeah, I think with rain it would have lived. It would have been low, but it would have lived. And that knockoff did actually a nice chunk of damage to the point where he does only really have one more turn with that Terrapagos if he doesn't knock out these Pokemon, which I think that Terrapagos is probably gonna do.
Here we go. Instant lives. Okay, that's fine. Urshi's
The water
down.
Fu goes down.
Instant can't really pressure the Terrapagos here. So what do we got in? He's got a Raging Bolts in the back. So this Raging Bolt has Thunderclap, Thunderbolt, Draco Meteor. So it really has to come in and just Draco Meteor it, the Terrapagos. Terrapagos has only calm-minded twice, so it does have a +2 special defense boost. But I don't think, since the booster energy's already been lived, I don't think it'll live just a normal Draco Meteor, but it's going to be close.
It's gonna be crazy close. So we get a reset for the fake out on that Rillaboom, because really the Rillaboom doesn't have anything to really do anything to either of these Pokemon. It doesn't have a ground type move, so it's not gonna do any damage. So it's a good swap out. But realistically, that Terrapagos is +2, so you have to hit something or wait for it and protect and let it sit there for another turn, which means you have to deal with fake out, which is that's gonna be an issue on that next turn.
Yep, that's exactly. We love Owen's positioning here. So we safely got the instant in, but not for long. The instant does get knocked out, does not have that safe fake out, but we do have a Rill in the back to get in safely anyway, right?
Yep, so they did lose one, but there is still that other one sitting in the back, so they do get that Rillaboom right back out.
So
the only problem with Rillaboom, he's burned.
Yeah.
And there's no earth moves. He has no ground moves. He
All
only
we
has
needed to
grass
do
types.
is fake out. It's just a fake out bot at this point. Just fake out for me. Stop this Raging Bolt. Let me KO this instant real quick. Get some pressure on this Raging Bolt. But yeah, I mean, we obviously have to fake out Raging Bolt and just do the Terra Blast here. So let's see the damage we get off here. I think instant's going down. Oh, Parting Shot goes first. We do have speed there.
Master.
Oh,
that is huge.
Okay, that's good for these. Do not kill either one. They both live here. Unless we get a crit. No crit.
Ooh! It was right there for that instant, but that parting shot saved that Incineroar's life. I'll be honest. I
have
think
I
it would
missed
have been
some
taken
speed
out.
interactions, Michael? Is that no? I remember seeing the instant outspeed the Rillaboom. So man, these fast instants, you tricky players, man. Judy's got a really fast instant. It's outspeeding the Terrapagos, which is going to be really good in this matchup and good to know coming up in this next match too. Again, another block Draco Meteor. Sorry, go ahead, Michael.
Oh my. Them Draco Meteors are never going to hit. Oh, that's awful.
No, he's making good calls, making sure when to protect for him. I mean, it's a good situation when they come. This Woodhammer is not going to...
On two!
The burn is really coming through later game, but here we go. Oh, so we know instant outspeeds both of these people. We do have a Grassy Glide, though, on this turn. So with 2 HP, what? He got about 6 more, 14 HP. I don't know. I don't even know the Grassy Glide might not be enough.
Oh, this is great, especially with the burn.
It is.
It's
enough. Okay, cool. All right. So we get the Rillaboom down. I think we outspeed the Raging Bolt. We do. No, he missed.
He missed. Oh my God! No.
What? We're done. It's enough. It is Assault Vest. It does take this hit with the Assault Vest, but with 2 months left and only 2 single target moves, only one multi-target, which is Electro Bolt or Electro Web. It's not going to be enough to take these out. The burnt Rillaboom is enough to carry out through the win. The fake out bot comes through. The Terrapagos was enough. It was supported, but the Draco miss was kind of huge. Like, we hit the Draco there first. We don't take any damage, and then we probably can 1v1 the burnt Rillaboom. So the Draco miss was huge. I think that cost the game 100%. So,
I will be real with you. I don't see any way that a burnt Rillaboom with only grass type moves ever beats a Raging Bolt. That's like, there's no damage going into it that's going to be super effective. So it's going to sit there and blast you. So that Draco miss, that was huge, because there's a really good chance it would have knocked out Tetrapagos. It would have been close, but there was at least a chance. And yeah, that swung the match massively. But there's that whole, if it can miss, it can miss. And,
I mean,
that's
back,
part of it.
He did get some Grassy Glide recovery, and it is, remember, he's got 2 Calm Minds off. It was a +2, and it's Assault Vest. There's no Electric Terrain. It didn't have a booster it didn't have any kind of booster energy. So here we're gonna see it.
Oh, it didn't do anything.
It wouldn't even kill. Yeah, there we go. The Draco miss didn't even matter. Like,
it didn't
let's
matter
be
because
real.
it did only like 20 damage. That was crazy. Imagine a Draco Meteor, one of the strongest Dragon type, was doing just almost nothing. That is crazy.
No, the 2 Calm Minds came through. Like, they came through the whole entire game. Started with 2 support mons, Ensign and what was it? I think Ensign Rillaboom. Yeah, he let Ensign Rillaboom kind of set up, got the Terrapagos in safely, absorbed some damage with the Clefairy, set up correctly. Well done by Owen. So now Judy just got to interrupt this process as much as possible. So I wonder if Ditto. I don't think Ditto is an option in this game. So he's gonna have to find a way to kind of disrupt what he's doing.
Yeah, I think the Ditto, there's just so much support on the other side of the field that you just run the risk of just getting yourself another support Pokemon that's not going to do anything into the Terrapagos. You got to have kind of some sort of damage and push into that, and I think I'm wondering if Judy's going to change it up and try to actually go into more of a Trick Room and kind of protect that Calyrex a little bit more, because that Calyrex is going to be one of his big kind of weapons into the Terrapagos. It's a physical damage attacker. Terrapagos is really, really good at special defense. It really can, it can soak up, as we saw, the Raging Bolt really easily. So I wonder how Judy's going to change this up to protect his physical attackers so that they don't get knocked out, parting shotted, and or intimidated a whole bunch, because, man, Owen played that one really well with that Clefairy and those instant parting shot swaps.
Oh, did he stick out with the instant Shroom lead? Because that is my favorite lead of all time. Here we go. People forget Owen is a senior champion. Chill, Cruz. No one forgot nothing, all right? We know we got gamers here, all right? Nice
no, he played so well. Some of those plays were like leaving the Clefairy swapping was really, that was big, man. So props to him for that play.
He kind of played the lines pretty well there. So, all right. So now Owen turns out a different lead this time. Goes with the instant fake out with the Urshifu. So now Urshifu. His Urshifu is Focus Sash as well, not Mystic Water. Has Aqua Jet, does have a Fighting Mooch, which is close combat, so that's pretty nice.
So you kind of got a little bit of like on the other side. So Owen's got the Urshifu, who obviously does not want to get slept, but you've also got a Amoonguss on the field that obviously probably doesn't want to get smacked by an instant. So this is kind of a defensive little bit, like there is possibility on this turn, but like who's gonna take it?
Yeah. Okay, there's the fake. There's that fast instant doing work. Do we exchange hands here? Do we exchange hands? No. We don't. What?
Flare Blitz incoming.
Oh man.
Oh!
Hold on a second. Roar out of here. Okay. But we got the roar, but we put the Ursh to sleep before we left. Let's talk about that one.
That was kind of wild. I don't know if that worked out in Owen's favor, to be completely honest, because now you've got a Calyrex sitting here and a sleeping Urshifu.
Yeah.
Wow, that's whoo.
I think the speed interaction never happened, and I don't think we expected to be slower than the Shroom. What's going on here?
Well, no, so Roar always goes last. So it's one of those moves where when you use it...
Oh, yeah. Thank you for explaining that to me. Holy crap. I forgot about that.
So that's the reason why I went so last. And I'm wondering, like, what was the reason behind the Roar? Were they thinking that there was going to be a swap out, maybe?
What is it,
I don't know.
Something? No, we can't. That's all right. We won't spend too much time on that one, but good point. But now we got the knockoff on the Calyrex, which is going to be good. It's going to take off the Clear Amulet, which always is good. Now we can parting shot. But we do have a close combat. There's the fighting move we've been looking for. It's hidden on the Calyrex Ice Rider. So there we go. Now I wonder if we'll see that come out into the Terrapagos now. We are seeing some major pressure on Judy's side. We're getting in a good position. Bringing in the Ursh and getting it to sleep is really putting Owen behind here. I wonder what we're thinking on his side.
I wonder how much that clear amulet drop is going to matter here later on in the game, especially since the Incineroar didn't go down. That's when, because now you still got the Intimidate cycling that you can do, and because Calyrex doesn't have that amulet, it's not going to be immune to it anymore. So that was kind of a turn. That was a big one.
Yeah, big turn. Good turn on his side.
Did we see what the Amoonguss did, or did the Amoonguss just swap in? I can't remember if the Amoonguss spored the open slot or if they just swapped in this turn. Or was that no, that was the Urshifu. So I think the Amoonguss might be sporing that open slot right now.
That's the call, if any. Unless he somehow... Nope. If he spores this slot, we're gaming.
Didn't. He went to the other slot expecting a swap out.
So Owen calls it correctly there. So good job on Owen. We're getting back in a little bit position here, but we do have spore pressure, and we do have a protect. We can't protect really with the Urshifu. We can't protect with the Urshifu sitting there on the other side. So we're wondering what we're gonna do here.
They called that swap out right this time though, so that Clefairy will be going to sleep.
No way. Good call on their side.
And there was a protect, so the Terapagos is still going to get hit. So that was actually on Judy's side for that turn. That played out really, really well because now you don't have any follow me's happening. You can still hit the Terapagos, and you got damage on this turn one. All in all, that was a big one.
Man, I'm surprised we didn't point out that roar on that safety goggles instant on Owen's side. So yeah, it's fake out roar, knockoff parting shot. Yeah, interesting sets he's got on here on this on some of these mons.
I think it makes sense with the restricted that he's running. If he does have Terapagos out and he feels threatened by something, roaring it out and removing it could be probably pretty clutch. Probably, and the reason why it's such a supportive instant because you're just trying to, like you said earlier, support the Terapagos. That's really all the rest of the team really is anyways, so. And we get that Intimidate cycle still coming in because it didn't get knocked out before.
I like this Ursh, put some pressure on this. Oh, he goes for substitute. All right, there's the tech. We're seeing a little more tech on both sides. We got the sub Ursh. It's got time to put it up, so.
That might be the first time I've ever seen an Urshifu substitute. I'll be 100% honest with you. That is a first for me. That is cool because I mean now you've got this whole buffer on probably one of your strongest Pokemon on the team. I mean now you just start blasting at this point. I mean you don't have anything really bothering you. You've got a sleeping Clefairy and an Incin. So
yeah, he's got just two support mons on this side, so he's got no pressure coming from this end. And on Judy's side, he's got a way to get in and get ahead right here with the substitute and the Surgery Strikes. Here it goes. That's pretty good damage with the Mystic Water. So that's going to be 2 Surgery Strike sets to get it down. But we're in a good spot with this behind the substitute right now.
Yeah, Clary's still asleep. Amoonguss, got that free knockout on the Incin because of the Rocky Helmet, which allowed the Urshifu to really get that extra damage to Clefairy. It's only going to help him here later on in the game, so.
No!
That was canceled. They figured that they were at a point where the game was irreversible, and I mean, Judy, he played that one really well. There was a couple of turns where he caught that pressure out that Urshifu, and I think that was really where it counted.
So I think now we have time to talk about the roar call. I don't know. Maybe he thought he was gonna not spore there. Maybe he knew he was gonna call the spore. Maybe he didn't think he'd spore there and getting the Amoonguss out. It was interesting play there. Maybe he just wanted to show it off on stream. But yeah, Ursh just getting put to sleep that quickly like that. That's that's where we kind of fell a little bit behind. I feel like.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. The Ursh was just sitting there for 3 turns doing nothing when it honestly could have done a ton of work right off the bat and just kind of sitting there really. It just put Owen on the back foot and it unfortunately just couldn't recover from that one. So.
Right. Yeah. All right, here we go. Game 3. Let's go.
Always love a good game 3. This is where those matches are decided. You found all that info, and now it's time to put it to work and knock out that last and final game. So let's see who's
Michael. I hear there's a new saying. Instead of where's Wolfie, now it's where's Patrick. Everyone wants to know where Patrick is. The NAIC hometown hero brought it back home for us. All right, let's get this match started. We got the pressure from Judy. Judy's feeling good with Ensign and Mungus like it. Let's try it again. I outspeed both your Ensign. You got Protect on Terrapago, so I mean, he's not going to get a sleep off this turn. He's going to be able to fake out Ensign and maybe just Spore into the Terrapago, so it's going to be interesting how Owen adapts here. He does have a Rillaboom in the back, so maybe he can swap in Rilla instead of having to Protect, and just kind of do some more U-turns and some parting shots and setup. We just need to not let Judy put something to sleep here, and I think Owen knows that.
Yeah, I think that game 2 was kind of that wake-up call, like, maybe not Roar turn 1. Letting him get that Spore really hurt, so I wonder what he's going to do to change this kind of opening turn, because this is very similar to what Judy opened with last time, so how are you going to adjust on this one to not let that happen again?
Right. Woo! Sweating over here. Okay, we do figure out the Among Us. It looks like Ursh. He's going for the knockoff so we can Spore. Okay, no Protect on the Terrapagos, right? No Protect. No, he goes for the Calm Mind. He knows he's going to read into a Protect turn. He's going to take advantage of that and Calm Mind there for free. Beautifully done. All right, so we're at a stalemate here. We can Parting Shot. Get rid of that. That +2 is gonna, or that +1 Calm Mind on both sides, the special attack and the special defense, really came through in game 1. So give him one more, and he's gonna be in the driver's seat, I feel like. So we gotta stop this second Calm Mind in any way possible.
Yeah, and we saw that in the first one. Even though the Terrapagos was dropped a couple of its special attacks through like parting shots, stuff like that, it really just didn't matter because its special defense was so high that Judy couldn't knock it out. So even though its special attack was still back normal, didn't matter. It was still just unknockoutable. So
right. Nice. Woo! Do this. Alright, Ursh coming in. We're thinking about the Ursh. Ursh is really good. I love when I'm facing a Terrapagos and I get my Ursh in safely with the incident. And we know, and from last game, it's going to be a kind of a gamble here because we know how late Owen waited to do the Stellar Terra. So I think Judy might be able to take advantage of knowing that he's not going to, be there. He's not going to do it really soon. He's going to wait to pull the trigger and not go for the double target. So we'll see how he pulls this out. Whew.
Yeah, really, yeah, that's the sleep on the instant could definitely be super helpful because now you don't have to worry about a bunch of parting shots. It's obviously the Intimidate's still there, but like a lot of its utility, because that's really all that instant is utility, is now gone. And right. You kind of just have a sleeping fire bro with Intimidate. So that'll be interesting to see how this one goes.
Exactly. Only Rage Powder on Judy's side, and if they keep single targeting, and if Owen feels threatened by that, it could just Stellar and just move into double target. Instant switches out here. Hard switch, no reason to parting because we have the threat of Urshifu on the field.
First time seeing the Torn pop out on the field. That is huge.
We need a little speed control. So.
Well, it also provides some pretty super effective damage into a lot of the stuff that Judy's been bringing. I mean, the Mungus, you've got the Incineroar, you've got if he's got Bleak Wind, that Tornadus could do a chunk of damage. So.
Right. Yeah, it was going down. That was definitely a kind of a play to kind of. Oh, no, it lived. It lived. I thought it was going down. So it does live enough. It was a gamble where, hey, I know my Tornadus is going to live, so I'm going to throw it in this slot. So now we have speed control. Now, do we pull the trigger? Do we stay on single target still? What's the deal here?
I'm honestly, I don't know if this is gonna. Oh, it won't knock out the Tornadus because he is actually leaving the field. But I was curious if that Aqua Jet was gonna be enough to do it. With that Clefairy, whoo!
Nope, goes right into Clefairy. We're absorbing damage now.
I bet you we get another Calm Mind out of that Terrapagos right here because of that Clefairy pop.
We need it. We need it. like I said, game 1, we needed it. Game 3, and Judy was just in like this position too, just trying to get in the right spot so he could set up somehow. And he's trying to set up while Owen's already getting ahead of setting up. There it is!
And there it is.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen.
With that friend guard now, that Terapagos is going to be so difficult to break. I mean, it has so much special defense, it has all that recovery. I mean, and then you also have the Clefairy Life due on top of it. There's so much damage mitigation coming out of Owen's team side that I'm definitely scared for Judy at this point.
Well, say your prayers. Let's see if you can pull it out here. So we do
That is a Clefairy Terrestrialized!
Yeah.
Let's go!
Get out of here! Oh,
There's no way! That is amazing! But that means that is going to take almost 0 damage from that Urshifu, and it's not going to go to sleep. What a crazy... Woo! That is a turn right there.
Yeah,
those eyes on Clefairy.
The Tempest is set up. We don't tap here. So for the rest of the game, we single target. We use my ray beam of... No, we go
He did another one!
I'm out. I'm
Oh
toast.
my!
You get out of here! No! Alright, so we can't Terra. Oh my gosh, we got to put the fake out pressure in. But if Owen calls this right and basically attacks into this instant, we're in a great position. But if Owen selects wrong and goes in the wrong position, we have fake out pressure and we have a chance for Judy to maybe make something happen out of this. But if I understand correctly, are we +2 defense, +2 special attack, +3 special defense?
I think we're +3 special defense, which means
Yeah.
I mean, that Terapagos is going to be very, very hard to knock out. And look at the
Yeah.
Clefairy eyes. Yo, Terrestrialized Clefairy is one of the creepiest Pokemon.
For sure, 100%. At the eyes opening, I don't know if that was by design or it's eye opening when they tear or what, but they just need to chill out with them hats. Like.
Right.
All right.
Oh, it's helping in.
Where are we going?
What is happening?
Drum roll. Where's my drum roll sound effect? They did it. Follow me. Do they live still?
They're gonna live. The Clefairy's gonna live.
You don't even get killed. Who's getting beat by the ray of sunshine? Here it goes. Power of all stellar.
20,000 damage.
Oh. The star rays of sunshine. Take out the fake out, Mon. Instant still on the field. We still have... Okay, so we have spore pressure. Here's the thing. We might be able to live the ray of sunshine on Mungus, but Calyrex is coming in here. So we follow me. We take the hit of the Urshifu, or we don't, and we just start Glacial and do a swap here. Let's see.
This is...
Okay, yeah, we get rid of the Clefairy. Remember Terapagos' item too? It's got the fighting berry. So when it gets hit right here, it not only resists with the berry, it's going to resist the shield damage too. So, but I think it kind of does the same thing there in that aspect.
Yeah, and that's actually kind of one of the things I was curious about with the whole Chople Berry and its also ability,
It's
like
kinda
this
just
one
save
go
it for
before,
Terra.
like...
Yeah, maybe it'll just
It's
get
kind of crazy.
just like it already, maybe in some instance where it took the shield break, it took a little damage, and then something comes in where we have a fighting move and threat, but now we have a sleeping ensign. There's the sleeping cat, came back. I don't think, how many turns have been asleep? I think 1 or 2. So it's just there to take these surging strikes hits. I can't believe the Clefairy lived here.
That was wild.
I think we have to target down this Ice Horse. Otherwise we just KO the Ursh. What do we do here? We go for another one! We just want to KO everything else on the field. Alright, so it's going to take this Glacial Lance pretty well. If we... No! It Trick Roomed! Okay, hold on. Hold your horses here. So now we're slower than the Ursh. We can take a Glacial Lance here, but it breaks my shield. But now I'm just be able to... excuse me. I'm be able to just hit it. Oh man, here
if
we
he
go.
can Aqua Jet the Clefairy down, I mean, oh, this is Judy's try. He's pulling around. It's making it a game here at the end where if a few things go right, either one could really win this one.
The +3 was wild because we know we can't KO the Ice Horse with a +2. So we go with step up. I don't even know if we can KO the Urshifu at a +2. So we go for the +3. He didn't know. He's like, no, I'm going in. I need another hit, unless he just wants to focus on the Ice Horse. But the Trick Room's good here. We got our Ice Horse, the fastest thing on the field. But going for Protect on Ice Horse, right? We just know that because the Clefairy is slower than the Ice Horse in Trick Room, and I think his Clefairy does have. It doesn't have After You. It's just faster. It's just got basically Helping Hand and Life Dew. But it does take this hit here. But our Ray of Sunshine is going into the Ursh.
For the open slot, and it knocks it out, so he loses the Urshifu, which means he loses, because I think what he was really, really hoping for on that turn with the Protect on the Calyrex Ice was he's hoping that the Terra Starstorm was going to go into the Calyrex Ice so he could keep his Urshifu on the field to Aqua Jet the Terrapagos, because right now the Terrapagos is at full HP.
We need to break that shield. We need to break it.
He's going to have a shield. Oh, man.
The shield is out. I'm +3, +4 special defense, but I have Threat of Spore on the field, but I do have Taunt on my Tornadus. So we gotta take out this Ice Horse right now, right here, right now. All hands down. It's not enough. It's not enough, Michael. It's gonna live on like 1 HP. We need to hit the. We got these two.
Wild.
We got a Lance coming out. We lose our Torn, but we get a Taunt on Amoonguss before we go down. And we just got
protecting the Amoonguss. There is no taunt going to that Moose because he protected. So that won't happen.
Okay, so here we go. Here's the Ray of Sunshine coming into the. We know it's coming. We taunt. We know the Protect is coming. We taunt the Ice Horse. We double it. Oh my gosh, here we go.
Now the big thing is the Calyrex has to live this Starstorm. If it dies, if it gets knocked out, it's over.
It's +3. I saw it take a +2 really well, if I'm not mistaken. +3. It's gonna be a roll, I think. I think he needs the highest roll possible here. Here we go. Drum roll, please. It's not enough. It's not even nearly enough. It's so beefy. We just Spore. Judy comes through. It's the Trick Room comes through. We needed that
Trick
Tornado
Room play
hitter.
counted.
Oh, wait. Do we have one more turn of Trick Room left? Do we have a double Protect play here?
There might be another turn after this. It has been a couple turns of Trick Room, so I don't know. I don't remember exactly where we're at, but I know that we were gone through a little bit of it.
Let's see what Judy cooks. Let's see what Judy checks here. Let's see if he even checks or just already knows. He already knows. Here we go. This must be a
turn of just probably either the last or the second to last turn Trick Room.
I mean, we got to go for Protect. If we went for that one, we got to go for the next one. Yep.
He didn't get it, and that should be GG.
Damn. I don't know about it. I mean, he had to get those Calm Minds up. He had to. And we liked the Terror on the Clefairy, but it wasn't enough. It couldn't hold up. We need that double damage, spread damage. What a game.
Yeah. I think that with how much that Terrapagos was, I think that there was a couple of times where there wasn't enough being asserted out of that Terrapagos where it just didn't do enough. Like, it was there, the potential was there, but it just didn't get it out. And it kind of just hung around the field and didn't get those knockouts that it needed to. I think that was the biggest problem at that last game. But it was close, and the potential was it was there.
Well done.
Wild.
Well done to Judy. So
fantastic on both. That was a crazy match.
Yeah, good matches to both. Owen really pulled off start. Really fought hard in that game. They really made a good fight, but Judy just didn't let the edge come off. I think I'm going back to that Terror on Clefairy. I just wonder if it was worth it or not. It seemed like it came into play because it absorbed the Spore, it absorbed the Clefairy, but I mean, going to sleep there and then I guess next turn it would have done the same thing. Yeah, I mean, in the end, I think it was the play they had to make, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I think, well, on that one turn where they did Terra, I think they did also do another Calm Mind. So I wonder if they would have actually just gone for some damage on that turn if it would have changed some of the outcome on some of those turns where maybe one of those calm mines could have been a Terra Star Storm, and could have been enough to either knock out that Urshifu and some other stuff that was kind of causing Owen some problems on Judy's team.
Yeah, so, let's see here. I think we're just seeing to see if we're going to interview with Judy. If not, we can pass it to the break. Let's see how many matches we have left here. It looks like we're 86 out of 90, so this round looks like it's moving a little faster than it was. So we just have a couple more matches going on. That was a good one. We had a double Trick Room matchup. We had some Trick Room in this game too as well. So.
We did. Yeah, that was. I mean, it was kind of crazy because we didn't actually see the Tailwind come off the Tropico side. Just didn't even really need it because they were so worried about the Trick Room on Judy's side that. Yeah, that was a wild turn of events from that game, because Judy definitely felt like in that first match, really on the back foot, having to try to get through that Terrapagos and all that kind of stuff, and then game 2 really figured it out, came back, and then game 3 was really like, it was such a back and forth that they both really learned each other's teams and they were fighting. That was really good. That was at a best of 3s. That was good.
It just goes to show you how good that instant Among Us lead is.
Yeah, the instant also being faster than almost everything was huge.
Scarf instant Will-O-Wisp. Don't at me. It's the play. Trust me. Play for Worlds. You heard it here first.
If we see a bunch of Scarf instants pop up on that tournament screen, I'm going to lose my mind, dude. Oh, that was crazy.
Where's Will at? Will, get in here! Will!
Will!
Oh no! I've been soaping. Oh brother.
No worries, man. Let's if you want to pass to the screen, or if you want to take it from here, we're cleared up.
I'm trying to see if Judy would like to have a comment about the match. Give me one moment. Undeafen.
Yeah, Darius, while you are doing that, I was actually looking through some of the kind of the St. Jude things and the donations, because obviously you raised well over $3,000, which is insane. That's an absolutely massive amount of money to be raised by this amazing community. And I was actually looking at some of the things that money will actually end up doing, and it's really, really cool. And I was actually going to share it really quick because you had it on here. But for everybody that donated, $20 when you donate to St. Jude can help get kids art supplies. $50 can help provide just new toys, because I mean, obviously, what kid doesn't just want toys at a hospital? It's fantastic. $100 can help provide meals for those kids and their families, from my understanding. $200 can also help provide platelet count testing for 4 patients.
Yes.
And we donated 3,000. I mean, that is wild. You've also got $500 can help with 1 platelet actual transfusion. You've got 1,000 can help provide 2/3 of the cost of 1 day of chemotherapy. 25 can help provide 16 days of oxygen. 5,000 can help cover the cost of the daily room rate in the ICU. We've almost covered as a community the daily rate for somebody to stay in the ICU. That is huge, and just honestly just special to even think about. So congratulations, Will. That's an amazing thing, and to this community.
Honestly, it's just a big thing for the Pokemon community, man. I'm really just happy to been able to bring this to the Pokemon community and just say, hey guys, there's a cause out here, man. And I'm thankful for players like Judy that's putting on great matches, man. Game 3, round 2, unreal. But like being able to do that for the kids is amazing. So I just want to again thank you Nino, thank you WD, and thank you Judy for showcasing your team, man. Unreal, bro.
Yo, thank you for having me.
So
yo, Judy, how fast was that instant, dude?
Yeah, how fast was that? I can neither confirm nor deny. I will say, if you are using Calyrex Ice, there is genuinely a chance that the Incineroar is going to be fast. That's just for everybody who's playing against the Calyrex Ice. Assume the Incine's fast.
You're outspeeding the Rillaboom, and I think you outsped his Terrapagos, if I'm not mistaken.
That one was the surprising one.
It was kind of crazy. We knew it was kind of cheeky, but I mean, I guess the main question was, I mean, game 2 you really positioned well. The main question of what did you think of that roar in game 2? Because we were kind of wondering you got the spore off and then you just got kicked out. It was kind of free. I mean,
Yeah. I was just like, oh, this is fine. I'm not. I was like, thank you. That was very charitable. It is a charitable tournament. We are playing.
oh my gosh, chill.
I think
Bacon's a great player. He played great in game 1.
They played amazing.
You felt the
They played
pressure.
amazing.
You felt the pressure big time.
No.
Yeah.
I think the logic of it was that they were forcing me to click fake out into the Urshifu.
Yep.
And if I had tried to be cute and read anything, I would have got blown up. So they made a read. It didn't pan out. I made a read game 3. It didn't pan out. So like they both turn 1s are scary.
Yeah, oh, big time. They really make or break the game sometimes, especially in this format, I feel like. But no, in game 3 was the extra calm minds, because I knew he just needed 2 to get set up on you, but then he went for the route. He went for the terror on the Clefairy to not only take the spore and the straights, which I'm trying to think of the end game. I think it was the right play, but I mean, not being able to tear his terror pocket anymore really kind of took away the spread damage that helped win in game 1.
I think what ended up being the big. I think the terror on what is the Pokemon Clefairy? I think it was fine. I do think that Tornadus was not the guy for the job. I understand Torn was to get the taunt off, but because it was in the back, it was never like a good time for it to switch in. Not having like a grass type like Rillaboom or even Urshi meant that my own Urshi can like Surging Strikes through their team. So yeah, it was just like awkward in that situation for them.
No, you brought up a great point. I think if the Torn was in 1 turn sooner, you would have felt a little more pressure, but it coming in late and then you'd be able to take it down really easily and then able to clean it up to not get that pressure with the Protect 2 from the Among Us. So that was kind of the play. I think that made the game.
Yeah. But no, thank you honestly for having me. I think this, like, I was telling my chat, I don't like playing in online tournaments. I live in like New York. There's always something to do on the weekend for me.
We get it. But, a little brag, slight brag. Got it. All right.
But I saw the St. Jude's tournament, and I was locked in from like, I think you guys brought it up to me at NAIC, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm locked in. I'm doing it. Well, and I did commit. I'm glad I'm playing. I do need some Worlds practice, so this is
there you go. Right on.
Worlds practice, but it's like for a good cause as well. So I'm here for it.
So, we appreciate you having me, man. It was always watching you play, watching Owen play. Like that was, especially already so early in the tournament, round 2. Like that was special. Like you guys are really, really good, and watching you go back and forth, especially watching you guys change how you played from game 1 to game 2 to game 3. Like they were all so different, and it was really cool watching you all just get through that. And yeah, man, props, dude.
Yeah,
good
match.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a go try to. I guess I can't sneak food because the round's starting soon. But yeah, thanks for having me. I'm gonna yap to my chat a bit now. But take care.
Awesome.
Hey, good luck.
Thank you so much for being a part of this, man. It means a lot. And thank you again, WD. Thank you, Nino. Y'all are awesome. Y'all are OGs, man. Y'all do so much for the community, bro.
Thanks for what you're doing, Will. You're doing a great thing, man. Keep it up, man. Appreciate you.
Yep. Glad to help out, man. It's absolutely fantastic. No, dude, you doing your own thing. That's the best part. It's, love seeing it, dude. And I'm more than happy to help out, dude. It's nice to see the community come together, especially with all the stuff that we've dealt with in the past. To have something like this, it's nice, wholesome like this. It's what we need, dude. So, thanks for doing it, man.
No problem.
All right, man. That's it for us. Take it easy, man. Appreciate it.
All right. So, guys, we are going to go ahead and try to let these last few matches play out, and we're going to go into a quick break. I do have an interview if they are ready, and we're going to try to. This break is going to be an interview with Chuppa Cross if we can get them in the Discord, and I think that will be a cool interaction just to talk to Chuppa and see from a player's point of view, and just see just to talk to a highest level player is always good. So if you guys can bear with us one moment, I'm going to invite him in. Let's see. Awesome. Here is the Discord. Whenever you're ready. All Let me share that Discord with them. All right, so guys, chat, we're 2 games in, 2 rounds in, man. Are y'all enjoying the tourney so far, man? Are y'all enjoying the tourney? The clean shave look kind of fire. Please stop. I miss my beard already. Like I can't stroke. I missed the beard already, man. But it was for a good cause. Believe it or not, like I have not swept up this beard hair, so it's just hair everywhere, man. Fire stream W beard. Oh man, he looks fine. Gotta deny that. But auction off the beard hair if real. What would I even do with the beard hair? What would I even do with it? It will grow back. It will. Time to come in hot. Starting off 0-2 is not what I expected. Oh no, I'm so sorry, brother, but you got it, man. You got it. 0-2 is nothing, bro. 0-2 is nothing. You just come back. You just go crazy. All right. Thank you guys again. Just making this a great time, a great moment. It's really good to see you guys and just seeing us come together as a community, man. Like I said from WD and Nino, with all the stuff going on, man. Not that I even did this because of that, but just because it's a nice change of pace, you know. Like we're doing this as a competition, right? We want to play and get practice, but it means a lot more when there is, you know, something that's bigger than all of us, right? So we're gonna try to get Chuppa in here really quickly just to chat with him. I'm in Caster Lounge. If you'd like to stop by. All right, let me check in. You showing Discord on stream? It's all good. It's fine. It's all fine. It's all good. Stream is poggers. Close to 35? Man, 35 would be insane. Honeybee, hello. How's it going? How's it going? Nail, what's going on? I'm Milk Dud Dude. Milk Dud Dude is insane. Milk Dud Dude is insane, guys. Oh my goodness. Chef, the GOAT, my boy. All right, so we got one more match, basically. One more match. We got Joker and Tabs. Their match is still going. So hopefully it doesn't go to time. Judges be nearby to make sure that their match finishes. And it's game 3, it looks like. So hopefully it doesn't come down to timer or anything like that. And we try to make sure that their matches are still good. I got added. Let me see what's going on. Has no card available right now. Yikes. Okay. All right, guys. Got a treat for you guys. Welcome on in, Chuppa Cross. Chuppa, how you doing, man?
Hey, man. I'm doing good. Just got back from my, daily coffee outing. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I never understood the thing with coffee, man. Maybe one day.
Yeah, I don't know. I love iced tea. I love coffee. Big on caffeine. Not that it's something that you really need to have in your diet either. It's got its downsides.
I figure. But man, again, we just wanted to thank you for stopping by and wanting to chat, and I really appreciate you just taking the time to stop by the tourney, man. It means a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't had a chance to tune into the event yet, but I know tons of people are playing. How many people ended up signing up for the main event?
So we had, I know it was over 200. I don't know if we reached 256, but we had over 200. So it was really cool. Last year we had 70 because I was afraid, I don't know if we can even do that many people. But it was really cool just to see that we went from 70 last year or 80 last year to 200 plus. So it was really cool.
Yeah, that's amazing. I've just been so happy to see the way that people, responded to the event on Twitter, how much effort you particularly are putting into just getting it out there, making sure it's something everybody knows about. Lots of people ended up playing in it, so it just seems like everything came together in a great way.
Yeah, man. Honestly, as I was telling you in the DMs, like this is just 2 passions of mine, Pokemon and VGC. Well, they're the same thing, but St. Jude as well. So quick fun note for everyone: I work at St. Jude. I'm not like an official representative of St. Jude or anything, so I can't really speak for St. Jude. But I see the passion because I work there, so I'm kind of like almost biased. But it's just like, man, I wanted to do something. So when I started in 2020, I learned about the Play Live program. And I was like, yo, I can play Pokemon, stream it, and raise money for St. Jude. It's over. Like, I want to do that so much. I want to do that so much. And then last year I had the idea of doing the charity tournament, the VGC Charity Tournament. And it was so cool to see people wanting to do it. And we went bigger and better this year. And we got some quality players in. Like, we just had Judy versus Bacon or Owen on stream. And it went to game 3. First game 3 of the day. Judy took it 2-1. But man, I mean, Owen came out with Incineroar Roar tech. Like, oh my goodness, man. So I wanted to ask you, what are your thoughts on the current regulation, man? I know you're probably prepping for Worlds yourself. You know, what is this possibly your favorite regulation right now?
Oh, hell no. It's an okay regulation, but I don't know. I think some of my favorites like Reg A, B, C are kind of behind us now. Restricteds have never really been my absolute favorite personally. There's some things to like about them, but oh my god, the power ceiling is just so high this format. There's not a long list of Pokemon that you can use in the format if you really want to succeed.
Heard. I'm a newer player. This was my first full year competing. I went to Pitt, Knox, and NAIC, and I don't know. I guess like as a newer player, I get to play with the cool toys, and I was an Ice Rider at NAIC, and being able to use that Ice Rider was really cool. But I'm kind of looking towards double restricted. I know like people are focusing on Reg D right now, but I'm really curious on what that would look like. But I just wanted to ask you, because we're going to go and get into round 3. What do you think like a tournament like this does for the Pokemon community?
Oh, that's a good question. I think, let's see. Having like a message behind the tournament is really good. Like, I think it's good to have these weekly events like Tom Hayden, Nino, Beanie, all those weekly events that like maybe they're not serving any particular purpose. They're kind of just there for practice. I think it's nice to have things like this that do serve, I guess, just kind of like a moral purpose. Remind people that it's not just a game we're playing, and we have to worry about other things in life. There should be causes that we want to support.
Absolutely. There was, I want to say, the Rio charity tournament that happened this past April as well. So I think honestly the Pokemon community has such a big heart that we can do stuff like this and just get behind causes. So not that I am a trailblazer by any means. I think charity tournaments in VG happened way before I even got here. But I think like this is just going to be more so an idea for people if they want to race for causes, if they want to do what I'm doing and shave their head, shave their beard, you know what I mean, and get those causes out there, but also have it for a good cause by all means, man. But Chubb, I'm not gonna take too much of your time, bro. I'm just super glad that you were able to stop by, man, and check out the tourney. Again, we're gonna have some good battles. We're gonna get started for round 3 in a second, but we're gonna let our trainers get a break. But thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it, man.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. I'm looking forward to watching the rest of the event, and I hope everybody watching continues to tune in.
I hope so too. And again, guys, thank you guys so much for your support. It really helps ensure that families never receive a bill for treatment, travel, housing, or food, because the only thing a family should ever worry about is hoping their child live, and your donations really goes towards that. The donation link is pinned in the chat, but we're gonna go ahead, quick break for our trainers so that way they can get a bite to eat, drink some water, stretch their legs, and get into round 3. We'll see you guys in a second. Thanks, Trooper.
Thanks. Okay. Good luck. Bye.
You too. Alright, let me get into the loading screen and let's take a break. You're typing so loud. Oh no. I don't know how to mute this. All right, Pokemon trainers. We're about to start our round 3 of the St. Jude VGC Charity Tournament. Hope you guys are excited. Let me add the trainers. Round 3 is now up. All right, let's get into it. Our next round 3 pairings are now up, trainers. And welcome back to the round 3 of the St. Jude VGC Charity Tournament. My name is Will, aka I Will, and I will be your host for this beautiful, beautiful tournament. And guys, I'm super happy that we are here as a community together forever and ever. Together forever, no matter how long. If you can get that reference, we can be friends, I promise. But guys, we are having such a day, man. It's been an incredible tournament thus far. Unreal, bro. Unreal battles from great trainers like Judy, great trainers like Jen. We have so many more good players to keep showing, guys. We love a chaotic good. Exactly. So I'm gonna hop into the chat with the casters.
So I don't know anything, but I know enough.
Casters, welcome on in, Slim and Lil Chaos. How y'all doing, man?
There's no way you got us live right now. Will you? Hi.
I just
do you need? Yeah, you were deafened.
Yeah, I undeafened. Yeah, I just undeafened.
We've been trying to communicate with you this entire time.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought y'all knew when I deafened, I'll undeafen to come in, but my apologies, y'all.
That's why I was trying to chat to you like, hey, are we good?
Yes, we are good, man. We are good. I need to really quickly get you guys in here so that way I can get y'all. So my apologies, but hope y'all are excited and hope y'all are having a good day. Hope y'all are liking the tourney thus far.
Oh, it's lit. Yeah, Chaos was sharing with me that she's not a fan of Gen 9, so we were just kind of talking about our hatred for certain things. So it's a good time. You came in at a perfect time, bro.
At a perfect time.
Now, what is it about Gen 9 that you don't like? Is it just like the texturalization? Is it just too much?
I think I was fine. I love that the Terra actually did a really good job at kind of giving a really big variety pool for VGC, and I think. But before that, I always love playing the games. I love having a good time, but it's if the rain shows up and my game dropped to 20 frames per second, I'm not a happy camper. I like to be able to play at my full productivity. And I just felt like there was just more to do. I wasn't a fan of Gen 8, but it was I had a blast in Gen 8. Mm-hmm. I was able to do raids. The raids worked. The connection to get the raids to work were sometimes a little lame, but I don't know. I just felt like the productivity and the replayability aspect of certain things in Gen 8 just kind of worked a little bit better for me. I might be really biased. I might be one of the only ones, but I mean, when you play Pokemon for 20 years,
I was about to say
there are some things
everybody has one of those generations. I skipped Gen 6, so and people just. I'm sorry.
There it is. There it is.
It wasn't even it was bad. There was other stuff going on. I looked at it. I was like,
It's okay. So, it's when people tell me about Gen 7 and I look at them don't disrespect my Gen 7.
Okay,
that's what we're not going to do.
We're on the same page.
Absolutely. Yes. People, I was telling people they were that's just a gen that I skipped, and I was that's when I was in my competitive bag the most. That was such a moment for me. Right? Yeah, same.
Oh, so good. And I was I don't think people were ready for change, and I think that's what it was. I think it happened a little too early for the community and they weren't prepared, but this is what it is. Absolutely agree. But I mean, the one good thing I will say about Gen 9, the Terra mechanic, I've enjoyed quite a bit. I think it brings a lot of balance, especially to competitive, because we've had some mechanics that sometimes skewed things a little too much in certain favors, and I think this is probably one of the most balanced ones we've had. So just going through all the generations, what's been your favorite mechanism, I guess, per se, because I did like Z moves. That was I love me a nuke button, so
same. But honestly, it's gonna be Megas. Megas is gonna win my heart for the rest of my life. I don't know that anything will ever be as good, and but I want to believe in Pokemon that maybe that they will. bring something else, but Megas will always and forever have my heart, and then Z-Moves is a clean second.
Yeah,
I don't have a third,
understand.
but
what's the third?
It's just those. I said I don't have a third. Like, it's just.
Oh, okay. Now that's fair.
Those two are my favorites.
I need more Megas. Honestly.
Yeah,
that's always been
agreed.
the thing I've always hoped for. Like, can we get more Megas? There's so many mons that I think deserve something where it's like Megas would be perfect. Like, hopefully, we have, Zara on the corner. I don't know if they're gonna bring more, but I would hope so. Fingers crossed. Like,
Absolutely.
So we'll see. Milotic, Mega Milotic will be, I'm just putting that out there. Flygon.
Wait, you just get out of my head. I literally was said Mega Milotic. That's so crazy. Can you imagine? She'll have like 3 tails or something. Oh my god, stop. No, this is crazy.
We can spiral on this for quite a while. Like,
oh my gosh, she would be beautiful.
Just, you know what? Okay, let's bring it back. Bring it back. We got to stay here in the present.
You're right.
We can go very, very far into this conversation. So
I'm really back in.
We keep it in the present. So we're looking forward to the game that's happening. So out of all the restricted mons that you is there anyone that's your favorite per se?
Oh my goodness. Oh my god, I feel like I gotta go through my head now.
Yeah.
We're digging into the back of my skull right now.
Yeah. There's a couple there's a few that you just don't even bother. I mean, I'm a fan of Nebby, even though competitively you can't use it, but it's just cute. Get
Nebby's so stinking cute.
So there's a couple, but I think one of my favorites has always been. I have a weird relationship because I love Solg, but Solg just loses to Lunala.
Right?
It's not fair, But I love Moongeist Beam. The animation is absolutely gorgeous, so that is one of my top tier favorites. Just design wise, I really do love that Pokemon.
Okay.
It's a little bit like
okay.
It's a little
I just love that you said the animation. Like, we just we in the bag with it.
Oh, listen, I can go on for quite a bit. I have so much Pokemon knowledge and not enough regular life knowledge. It's terrible. It's the ongoing meme forever. Like, I jammed all this into the brain, and now I'm just like, all right, well, what's a conversational topic besides anime and Pokemon that I can just talk about for days?
Me when I talk about anything other than my life, just like, yeah, I got it. Let me know what you want. What?
I love it. Now, the one good thing about this next one, I'm kind of interested because I saw a sneak peek into one of the. Have you heard of Regisalt?
Regisalt?
No way.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're in for a good one. This is one of the most annoyingly toxic mons we had early format, and you'll see it in action. It's fun. It's fun.
Oh goodness!
Like, hopefully, it doesn't go to time or anything because it's good with that.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be a fun time. I'm looking forward to it because we haven't seen something this There's always some mons we've had in this format. Dozo is one of them. Nobody likes it because it stalls, but
exactly,
this is the OG here that I hate the way it works, but it's good.
Regisalt.
All right, look like they're getting ready to start on in, guys. So we're gonna go ahead and get ready for this match.
Will, can you move my camera to the center? I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're fine.
It's just
yeah, bro. Come on.
It's just a lot of microphone, and not me.
You got to be front and center, bro.
I got you.
Thank you so much. You're the best. Thank you. Sorry, I'm sorry. Congrats on all the money raised.
Oh no,
we're almost at 35. Oh,
exactly. That's insane.
Shout out to Pokemon community, bro.
Unreal. Yeah, truly. You guys are amazing, and we're doing it for a great cause. And it's been a lot of great matches so far. So as we look forward to, and of course Dred's my homie, and this guy, he's one of the epitomes of I'm gonna find a way to make my favorites work, and one of his favorites is Regidrago, and here it is once again,
which is interesting.
You don't expect to see it anymore, but somehow it finds its way to kind of sneak in there. So, there's a Ditto on the.
Okay. Oh man.
Zamazenta, probably one of the most underrated restricteds I think we've had this format so far. It is really good, hard to build around, but it's really good. And Dread going for more very super hard Trick Room here, so I don't know how necessarily this is going to go. I know Pelipper can put in a lot of good work here just because of Wide Guard. And, of course, bringing the rain to just hit Hydro Pumps or Hurricanes. So I'm looking forward to it. So what do you think of the matchup so far?
Oh my gosh, I am actually not ready for this because I'm prepared for this. Okay, I know a Trick Room team, but this, oh my god, this little Zamazenta, what are we gonna do?
Oh, hey, you know what? Okay, non-Pokemon related, I gotta give a shout out to the nicknames. I just saw Elden Ring nicknames. I'm sorry, I had to do it. But Elden Ring has consumed my life, so I just like, oh, I know that name. Yeah, it's pain. I might need therapy like Castanat after it, but
you know
it's
what?
Fun.
Okay, we're dropping the White Guard. Oh, its name is Aegis. That's genius.
Yeah, it really is actually. It's perfect.
That a Persona reference? Let me stop. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, I was gonna say we can spiral into non-Pokemon competitions.
Sorry, I'm here.
Absolutely. It's coaching. So no U-turn. Opting to coach to get the attack boost and get the defense boost here, which of course Body Press does way more damage now. But versus these two who are weak to psychic types and fairy types, I'm not sure how this is going to go. It's kind of, you're almost stuck clicking Wide Guard consistently, but how much is that going to last? Because if you see on the team sheet, it does have a single target move, so I don't know really how you can get out of this Trick Room without losing too many resources.
Right. This looks so sickening. I'm not even going to hold you.
If it was me, I would just kind of like, I mean, I don't think, he does have Rilla in the back, so you could change it to Rain, which will help. But then you're kind of like, oh, what if I get double tapped? Then it's kind of a problem. But we do see a Terra here. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, the interesting. Also, defensive Terra Water just to, get out of your psychic weakness. So now you're pure water. You still do take a lot of damage here. Follow Me comes out from Indeedee. This probably won't be a Wide Guard, potentially just going to go for damage here. And it is no Wide Guard, so Psyshock will go into the Urshifu. It should probably almost KO because it's unfortunately not that great. And then we'll have to wait and see if a little bit of, and surgery. Oh, it lives.
Wow.
I'm impressed. We lost the footage. No.
I was definitely, well, the good thing is that, they set up that Follow Me so that we can keep this Trick Room alive here for as long as we can. I wonder, do they have, oh my gosh.
Oh, this is where things get interesting.
Oh my gosh.
Well, so now this is one of those things where it's like, okay, how do you not lose 2 Mons here potentially? I mean, you're definitely going to lose 1, but which one is worth it? I mean, I think Urshifu's kind of done what it could. You need to keep Zam alive, and Protect might be a little bit too much of a just bait. So yeah, Protect is obvious. Goes for it there. And I don't know. Oh, it does go for Expanding Forest.
Okay.
Rapid Strokes is throwing stream value. Bruise. Oh my gosh. But either way, we do see Urshifu finally goes down here. I'm actually surprised there wasn't any Rilla swap in. I think that would have been a really good bring here, but maybe potentially they didn't bring it, or they were just kind of wasting some time trying to get out of this Trick Room here.
Absolutely. I'm actually so surprised Rilla is still meta. Like, it has been years, and I mean years, and Rilla has not left this meta yet.
So, interestingly enough, Pelipper, which, granted, I did figure would come because now you have another Wide Guard user, so Zamazenta can potentially go for damage here. But it just feels very defensive, and if Dread finds any way to get some good offense in here, it just feels like their opponent's not really going to be able to do much damage. So I'm interested to see how kind of this shakes out. Let me see. Opting for Side Shock, maybe.
Yep.
Like, this is the one thing about teams like this that's kind of weird. You can't click Wide Guard for free, even though, like, you kind of want to, because you don't want to do damage, and then you have to play the mind game of like, oh, do they click it this turn or not? Because of the coaching, I don't think even. Oh, and there goes the Wide Guard right there. So this probably should be a Side Shock, maybe high horsepower right into Zam, but I don't know if that's going to be enough, even with the terrain boosted.
Right.
Oh, that does nothing.
Nothing. Wow. He ate that. Oh.
Oh, this is bad.
Okay.
That is a significant amount of damage.
I am.
I don't know how you get out of this, actually. You're just not doing enough damage, and Trick Room's going to end, I think, after this turn, if I'm not mistaken. So, kind of a rough spot for Dread here. I'm not sure how you really get out of this.
And someone's obviously going to have to sacrifice something to set up another Trick Room. So, it doesn't look like we're going to, I don't know. It's not looking cute right here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
I think the one thing I do know, like going into next game, if you kind of think about it, this game potentially is already over just because of the I can alternate who wide guards here and do damage. Even though I'm surprised it lived that. That's pretty amazing. But Trick Room is over and Psychic Terrain is gone, so this all but kind of spells the end for Dread here potentially for a game 1 loss. But I think there's a valid adjustment next game that could come, which is actually the Reg Assault. Because it's all single target moves, and literally nothing can stay on the field too long because you take damage over time. I'm surprised he actually didn't bring it this game 1.
Oof! Oh yeah, that's the.
Oh yeah, oof,
that's gonna be the GGs here.
So game 1 in the books, not bad. It's an information game, so you learn about okay, my matchup didn't go well, so now I can can shift into another zone. Oh, he did bring the Red Assault.
Okay, so the Assault was in the back.
I'm surprised he didn't bring this earlier. Is
this a
I mean, it's not that it can't win the game here, but
this can't be the only low man on the field. All right, let's see what we got though. Let's
if any Pokemon can do it, this is the Pokemon. Weirdly enough, this is the Pokemon.
I have to ask, how do you announce the name of that Pokemon? How do you pronounce it? I feel like everyone says it so differently.
Yeah,
please.
True. I think the correct exact pronunciation is, what is it? Let me get this right, because I remember like the whole thing was like Ferrothorn was actually like technically correct, and I was just like, I'm never gonna call it that. I'm gonna call it Ferrothorn.
Exactly.
So, yeah, that's my thing. But Body Press goes in. Hold on one sec. I just want to see what goes on here because Amoonguss can't do much. But Salt Cure might be able to win this game because Body Press and Heavy Slam won't do enough damage here.
Right.
Oh, this might go. Oh, is this gonna go to time? Oh no, gosh. Dread, don't do this, please.
Is the Salt Dread, gonna do it?
I mean, honestly, it just
He's
it can.
Eating those. Oh my
it's
goodness.
Not fun though.
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh.
Oh, this is gonna be something.
This is actually crazy.
I just want to say, I take back what I did. I put Manga 1 this round.
Already?
Because I thought I didn't know he had the Salt Bay in the back. I didn't know.
I think Garganacl wins.
Bro. Does it recover on his guard?
I think Garganacl
there's a recover.
Wins. Oh, yes, recover. It's over.
I think Garganacl wins. No way.
No, this is actually insane work.
This is one of the things that everybody like super just. I mean, you can, but like, you know what? That's valid because you can win on timer. So you can just, as long as you continue to like win the HP war, you can win because you already have more Mons.
But how many Mons does Manga have? Does it have on 4, right?
There's Pelipper in the back. He lost Urshifu. There's Pelipper in the back, Zam, and Amoonguss here.
So yeah, I mean,
so you can
as long as they position their Mons and keep them alive,
a lot of damage.
I think they're fine. But it also depends on how Dread plays this. I think Dread has to be 4 steps ahead to even win with Garganacl by itself.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is gonna be okay. See, let's see how much damage. That's actually doing a significant amount of damage.
It is.
I think Dread has to recover here, which is unfortunate. Yep. I think if it wasn't for the coaching boost in turn 1, the Zam probably wouldn't be able to do as much damage as it's doing right now. But the one thing I think we've noticed is like, okay, Garganacl actually can win this game. I think Dread probably needs to play it maybe a little bit more in the front instead of waiting till the end. That does a lot.
Buddy.
Yeah.
The protect, yeah.
This is gonna be interesting because I think it depends mostly on timer and HP. It can get close. Oh wait, a switch.
Okay, so you bought back out the Pelipper. Oof.
Garg might win, especially if you get this Salt Cure off. Okay, protect them.
Okay, yep.
That's valid. Sludge Bomb. Okay, yep. You get leftovers recovery.
Mm-hmm. Oh my sweet baby Jesus.
Yeah, this you're almost back to full. Okay.
Okay.
The thing is, Among Us is gonna have to switch out soon. So you're banking on Pelipper to do a lot of offensive damage here.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't like Salt Cure either. If Dread plays this correctly, actually, there's a way to win this, which is kind of wild, actually. Weather Ball. Let's see how much this does. This is very important. Oh, that does a lot. Okay, that's not what you want to see.
Are we going for another recover? I don't think we have a lot of options here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Well, I think you're forced to like protect just to get leftovers recovery.
That's kind of what I was. Okay. Yeah.
No. So yeah, probably have to protect here, and then
recover next turn.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, because I would not. Ooh. Can he outlast the timer?
This is gonna get kind of close. And the one thing is that's actually huge is whenever Zama comes back, it won't have the boost it had before. So
correct. Yep.
If he lives this and gets a recover off, this is actually like I think.
Oh. He did not.
He
did not.
I was like, if Garganacl lived, actually, I think that solidified a win because then you can just recover, and if the Mungus goes down, then you Salt Cure the rest of the time. You protect stall, and you would have won.
Golly, GG's. That was insane. Okay, but what's the Regisalt?
That is the Regisalt right there.
That's the Regisalt? Okay, I thought you were saying it's like we got to bring in a Regi and the salt.
No, well, I mean you could bring in Reggie because it's Scarf, but like this,
right.
the community started calling it Regisalt because immediately once this Pokemon showed up, it took a while to catch on, but it made so many people salty at tournaments.
Oh,
and people who just love this Pokemon, they thrived in the toxicity of it. So everybody started calling it Regisalt. And as soon as you saw it, you just be like, oh, okay, here we go.
Right.
Yep. So, hey, listen. Dread's one of the early players of this mon. And everybody, like, for me, I just like, hey, man, people just mad because they're not cooking with salt. And you know what? That's just what it is, even right now. If he somehow gets out through this game, everybody's on now notice. Like, oh, Garganacl in the field. You have to pay attention on how to beat it.
Absolutely. So it looks like he's going for the same setup, the exact same setup, and the Regisalt's going to be in the back.
I do understand it because I think, like, if he just played it just like a couple turns differently, actually, I think Garganacl in the end would have won. So I think him understanding just like, okay, I know exactly what happened, probably has a different way of attacking this. Whereas, like, I think for Samantha, they definitely have to. Urshifu was great, but it wasn't needed. I think Rilla probably helps a little bit more just to control terrain. You get fake outs and things like that. You can cycle a little bit better. So I think that's probably maybe the only like difference we may see.
Okay.
So here comes the leads, and it's of course Aegis and Rapid Strokes. Why are we calling Urshifu Rapid Strokes? Why are we doing this? Us as a community sometimes. Why?
It's only the Pokemon community.
We meme so much.
It's only the Pokemon community. You want to be something else so bad.
Oh, I'm telling you. So same leads here.
Yep.
And kind of interesting. It looks like Dre's opting to go for the same thing. Follow me, Trick Room. Now, if this is another coaching, we also how that went. That was a lot of damage and a little bit to worry about there, but hopefully maybe we see something just a little different, opting to hope that maybe indeed he gets KO'd early. You could bring Regisalt in before that, but we'll have to wait and see.
Okay, we're going for this. Okay, same tactic, same setup. Let's get it.
Hey, it worked out before, so why not do it again?
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't. Wow.
Body press. This.
Oh.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Zamazenta is not to be played with. That is +2 body press, KOing an Indeedee. Indeedee known for living everything.
Everything on good.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. All right, we get to start early.
Oh yeah, this is where things starts to cook. You get to start off early, and now you can't just like click moves because Hatterene is threatening a lot of damage no matter what comes in. Amogus can't switch in. Pelipper doesn't want to switch in. You're gonna get Salt Cured, so kind of a really good spot actually. As we see the Terra come out, of course the Terra Ghost. You're immune to fighting moves, fantastic. Immune to Fake Out, fantastic. So really good stuff here. Now the question is, what does Zamazenta do? That's the big thing here.
Right. Oh,
we're is this the Urshifu again? Oh, it's the
Zama. Yeah. Yep.
Interesting. The Terra Grass actually pretty helpful because you take less damage from the Salt Cure, but I mean that means you're gonna have to eat this Expanding Force. Urshifu's not gonna like that at all, and he took almost half.
He did not like it even the slightest.
Oh, that I didn't expect the Expanded to do almost half. I think this kind of changes this dynamic quite a bit. Oh no! Oh no! They didn't Heavy Slam into the Hatterene! Oh no! Oh no!
Oh buddy!
Yeah, I think now we can just go ahead and say this is a 1-1 because now there's nothing that's really stopping anything Garganak on Hatterene are doing.
Y'all are sickening.
Very surprised. Oh yeah,
sickening! I tell you.
I mean, now I guess you just kind of hang out and just chill. There's this.
Right, that's all you can do. Okay, and here's the Side Shock. Yep.
Yeah, this is just Garganackle doing Garganackle things and just kind of hang out.
I think Dread is a lot more. That way. I didn't either. Especially not with the Expanding Force doing over half the damage. But Dread looks like he's in a really comfortable position right now, so he's cooking. He's cooking.
Yeah, cooking with salt. If you will.
Okay, literally. What are you saying?
You got a little seasoning in your food, you know what I'm saying? Some love and care, Take your time in the kitchen. So Weiger comes out. Now, if this is a Side Shock, then unfortunately this is not going to make much. Oh, yes, it is.
This is a 1-1, yeah. Wow.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. The one hit KO. Come on. Let's get it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this has turned quite a bit. And there goes another Salt Cure, and now unfortunately the poor doggo is just kind of stuck here. There's no way around this.
Yep.
And Garganackle's kind of just hanging. See, this is what people had to go through early format. This is why we called it Regisalt, because nobody liked dealing with this. It felt unfair sometimes because there's no way to one-hit KO this thing ever.
Right.
So yeah, now it's just.
Oh yeah, he's chilling. Oh my goodness.
There's still another Mon in the back. I just noticed. So a complete change of the tables kind of flipped really quickly.
Very fast.
Though there were some turns that I wasn't expecting, like the free move of just getting all Salt Cures everywhere and going for Heavy Slam, because Hatterene I think has been low-key the one doing actually the most damage.
Yeah.
So I think not Heavy Slamming into that slot's kind of been the issue.
So we finally did get the Heavy Slam. All right.
Yeah, fine. Okay. At this point, I think it might be a little too late.
Definitely think it should have been earlier.
Woo! I mean, Garganackle just kind of sits here.
Yep.
It's just the Great Pyramid. Yeah, just hanging out.
Imagine.
Down. Oh no. So, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
You don't want to be salty like this. Make sure you donate to St. Jude's, because we're here for a great cause. To watch great matches just like this. We already had somebody shave a beard. We might get somebody else to shave a beard. You never know. Wouldn't you like to see it?
We might get Slim to shave his dreads.
Whoa!
Maybe.
I feel like that's a little different than a beard. That's extreme.
Yeah, it would.
I'm sorry.
Like here's the thing. Maybe in a couple years, maybe. right now they're not even long enough where I'm just like, yeah, I'm in my super dreadhead era yet. Like,
right.
You know, once they get to the nice length, then I'm like, okay, maybe I'll do it. You know what?
You can even do a trim. You know what I mean? You could just do a trim. You know?
Exactly.
Like,
you know what? See,
come on.
yeah. You know what? Let's see how long my dreads grow next St. Jude, and then we'll be like, you know what? A trim. I might put that on the incentives.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, I like that.
GG's on dread. Let's go.
Oh yeah. So now game 3.
Come back. Yeah.
And it's been so kind of like game 1 was very one way, game 2 is very the other. There hasn't been really an in between. It all kind of depends on who wants to do what.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of not sure how this game 3 is going to go. It's been pretty volatile, like low key.
Absolutely. Which is interesting. But if he just would have made that decision to heavy slam the Hatterene, I really think we could have had a different outcome.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know.
You know what's the name was in the back, which is fine. Glacial Lancer, Mr. Ice Rider, but
Mr.
I don't
Ice
know if it
Rider.
had the same effect as Garganackle. So I think maybe switch things up, but we have to wait and see.
Yep.
It's gonna be pretty interesting.
Now he
But
can
I
put
think-
the hood on. See.
Oh yeah, you gotta focus. You know.
You know.
Sometimes you gotta lock in. You just what,
I understand. I used to put my hoodie on when I was battling back in the day. And they'd be like,
That's how you gotta do
uh-oh, is Do-Rag Monty coming out? I'm like, yep, it's a wrap, y'all.
I like that.
I gotta focus up.
Mhm.
You have to lock in. I get it.
This is what it takes right here. You gotta do it for charity. You do it for people. You know, Mr. Pokebros, he's going to World, so he's trying to I don't know. This could be something maybe trying to make everybody upset when he goes to World and just play with Salt, and people just be like, damn, I can't believe we let him in, but
Right.
here he is. Could be 3-0. We have to find out. So
Okay.
Locked-in is insta-locked.
Okay,
no questions
right.
asked, nothing, just...
He's not moving. What are we saying?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm surprised he hasn't tried to potentially go for the Reggie Drago off top, just because it's scarfed. You can do quite a lot. That with Indeedee, you can do a lot of damage. I'm surprised it's not the move of choice here.
This is lit.
And we're doing it for St. Jude. There's
Absolutely.
A nice afternoon of Pokemon for St. Jude for a good cause.
Absolutely.
Great matches, game 3s. What more can you ask for? Slim
Okay.
from the mic. What more could you ask for?
If you guys want to donate, donate for St. Jude. Hey,
That's my
donate
dick right
for St.
there.
Jude. Hey, donate for St. Jude. Come on, guys! ! Donate.
There it is. The Rilla.
Okay, the
finally
rule
made
moves.
an
Okay,
appearance.
you have to make a change.
No, this is peak 2017 2018 gaming right here, where it's
Okay.
like, or whenever Indeedee came in, where you had the battle of the terrains. I believe it was I forgot which format it was, but this was the most annoying thing because you would min speed Indeedee and you min speed the Rilla, and you have to speed time which terrain goes
Yeah.
first. So, this is peak gaming right here, where it's like, okay, you're hoping you get terrain, but now it's like, oh yeah, Indeedee
Actually.
controls terrain, so now it's, I mean, you get the U-turn, but okay, Trick Room goes up, and you have to switch this back in.
They said we don't.
That does so much.
We don't want to see you on our little stage no more.
That's a banger. That's a banger. I did not expect.
Oh gosh!
I remember talking backstage in the pre-show with the rest of the homies, and we were talking about just some restricteds that could do well, but hard to build around. And for me, one of the ones I talked about was Zamazenta. It is hard to build, but with the buffs it got, getting body press, it's kind of a monstrous Pokemon. It
is.
That's scary. Indeedee is known to be one of the bulkiest things. Doesn't go down to anything. For you to take basically 93% from one move, that doesn't seem okay.
It's not okay. And that's where I have an issue.
Yeah, truly. But
the
one thing is,
legendary doggo.
I do think manga did get a bit of an advantage here, just because now you have Rilla in the back, so you can't expanding force and get off all that damage as before. So I think kind of understanding Hatterene was the MVP. How do I shut down Hatterene? And I think that's essentially what was done here.
Yep. Oh boy, oh
Let me
boy.
see. I do think you Sulkier here, but this is
Oh.
gonna get interesting because you could potentially swap into Ice Rider maybe. But yeah, here comes Dorilla. Definitely not surprised there. But this might just be a Protect, which is a little annoying. You don't feel like dealing with that. I don't know. I don't know if it's just me. I'm not a fan of Shiny Rilla.
No, I'm tired of them doing shinies and it's the same color but brighter.
Yeah,
I'm tired.
Now that like I love Rilla's hair, but now it looks like a highlighter, and I can't just unsee
It does. You're not wrong.
Every time I look at it,
okay.
I'm like, oh, you should be better. Side Shot comes out, it should do a decent amount of damage because it hits on the defensive side, not bad. And now we go Salt Cure 1, and this probably should be a Heavy Slam and a Hatterene.
And there we go. Yep.
Yeah. Because you never want to just let it kind of sit on the field too long, so it absolutely makes sense. But Ice Rider kind of gets to click Glacial Lance for free. Well, you have to protect next turn, but that's not too bad because you're getting such a significant amount of damage via Salt Cure.
Okay.
Let me see. 1, 2, 3. I think there should be 2 more turns of Trick Room. So if Dread can maximize the amount of damage in these turns of Trick Room, I think Dread should be fine. And then, of course, we do know Regisalt probably is able to take the rest. Garganacl is known for just living stuff. We do know Pelipper's in the back, which is a problem because it does do quite a bit of damage here, but kind of depends on what these next 2 turns kind of look like.
Yep. Looks like we're not going for the... Okay, yeah, we're doing the Protect. Okay, come on with it.
Yeah. That's such a
Let's
tough play
see it
because you
then.
want to just not click Protect, but I think you have to. Oh, is this... Oh, it's a Terra?
Okay.
Oh. Ah.
Okay.
That's kind of... It's a little scary. Because now you make yourself weak to Ice Rider. And so you're kind of locking yourself into Wide Guard. Which... I don't know if you necessarily want to do this early. I think it was fine since you had Fake Out. You didn't need to necessarily Terra. Because Soul Cure's already there, so it wasn't like Red would go for extra damage into that slot. So I'm wondering why they Terra it so early. Body Press comes out, goes into Protect, and
so we...
gained.
Okay.
Let me see. So, I mean, this is... So, yeah, see, now you're locked. You're definitely locked into Wide Guard here, because if you don't Wide Guard, you're going to go down to Glacial Lands.
Yep.
Now, how does Dread take advantage of that is probably the question that potentially could win the game.
Right. Come on. Make the right decision.
Horsepower. This is such an odd turn.
It is...
If you had any other move here, it would be like perfect. Oh, wait, no, Garganacl doesn't have Trick Room. Because I was gonna say, if there was like even a double Trick Room angle, that would be pretty banger here.
Yeah.
I think you just have to click it, unfortunately. Wide Guard, yeah.
Yeah.
There was really nothing else you could do. You kind of had to click it.
Now that little Grassy Glide.
Interesting. Why Grassy Glide?
Okay. Yeah, it's new follower. Let me stop.
I'm interested they went for Grassy Glide knowing they can't get hit for a super effective attack instead of just potentially just U-turning. Because everything's slower than you. So you could have U-turned into Pelipper this turn, so that way you can threaten damage into the Garganacl. And it probably would have helped you in a better spot, but now you're just kind of taking free damage for no reason.
Exactly.
But I do still think you are in such a good spot that it might not matter. This is going to be interesting.
This
Trick Room, I think, should end after this turn. Yeah, there's one more turn of Trick Room. And they just can clicking Wide Guard, honestly. Which kind of sucks, but yeah, there's no way really around it.
I feel like this started off so good.
No way.
No. Oh, well, that's that. Oh, goodness. And you still ate that. Wow.
Wait, why?
Oh my god, and he has the chilling day. Oh, sweet
If
mother
you
of.
don't, you have. I mean, you have to pick up here. If you don't pick up, then that's
Yeah.
just game. Oh, wait a minute. I think Garganacl can win now, legitimately.
Yeah, because once the Pelipper comes in, that's super effective. So that's
This.
that.
I think Garganacl
Yeah.
can actually 1v3. It's gonna be tough, but because it's at full health.
Wait, I forgot all about the Urshifu.
Yeah, Urshifu
I
is
forgot
here.
Okay, are we sending the Trick Room back up?
If you have a, I mean, you have to click it. I doubt you'll get a chance, but you should click it just because, like, maybe on some way you just are able to get Trick Room up. You always play towards a misplay potentially.
Yes.
Garg's gonna do a lot of heavy lifting, but if anybody can do it, I do think it is Garg. It's just gonna Pelipper is the big thing here. If it's in the bag.
Yep. This gives me so much anxiety, and I'm not even playing.
Competitive VGC.
Oh my gosh.
This is just what it is. So I'll go for the protect here. So let's see what the move choice is. This is probably just surging into that slot. Oh, it's coaching instead.
Yeah, which is.
Wait.
I don't know.
Wait, that's so bad.
The Salt Cure is out. Like once the Salt Cure hits him, this is it.
Wait.
On Nigus, yeah.
Because the thing is, if Zama goes down, Urshifu's locked into coaching, so it can't really do anything else. And then it would just be Pelipper versus Salt Cure, which Salt Cure's gonna win.
I would like.
I don't think this does enough damage.
Urshifu is Mystic Water, apparently.
Oh, it's Mystic. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, because I was about to say, if that was coaching, if it was Scarf, it was over.
Oh yeah. That's the GG's. Come on, Surging Strike. Oh.
So you get Surging Strikes. It shouldn't do too much. Yeah.
Come on,
even
show
at
me one
plus
more.
one,
Yeah.
it's not enough damage. Oh, that's
all right. Here's the body press.
Not bad, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, right into that. So yeah, definitely.
It's gonna be a little teeter-totter between the Salt Cure and this. And oh wait, the terrain is gone, so there's no more HP recovery for the Zamazenta as well.
Yeah.
So that Salt Cure is gonna take him out.
This is gonna be.
How much health does he have? Yeah. Yeah. Goes down to that Salt Cure. Oh, buddy. Now it's just a Pelipper and the Urshifu.
Yeah. This is.
Oh no.
Unfortunately, this is like gonna be really difficult because now you get the Mystic Water boost in rain, and then of course, we know that it did what Pelipper did like over half, I believe, last time. So yeah, this is gonna be a bit of an issue, and plus you can hit through Protect. So yeah, this is definitely what you didn't want to see here because I don't think there's enough. There's not gonna be enough recovery. I mean, you could try to out recover and see. Okay.
It's so different than I anticipated. I'm not even gonna lie.
Oh, I think Pelipper picks that up.
Yeah, I think this is it right
Pelipper picks that
here.
up.
Yeah, because this is a. Yeah. Wow. Oh, GG's.
Oh, Pelipper with the saving in the end game there.
I was actually not prepared.
Yeah. Regisalt almost brought it back, which.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! I think everybody else would have been stressed for the matches going forward, having to deal with it. But really, really well done. Amazing game.
GG's to both players. That was awesome.
Yeah, definitely.
Golly.
My
favorite thing. Oh,
three
go ahead, sorry.
back-to-back. No, just to say, three back-to-back matches have been. I've been kind of just like so locked in, like wow, like this is some high level gameplay. But please, go ahead.
Absolutely. I was saying, my favorite thing about VGC is always like, no matter how you set up a team and you bring the same forward, like there's so many options and so many different scenarios, and it's all up to you to make those adjustments.
Oh yeah.
But it's like, you know, one mistake and it's either the game or, you know, one chance, you know, one lucky scenario and you win. It's so insane. But that's my favorite thing about VGC. It's always, there's always a variety of things to do, and it's up to you to make those decisions.
True. And that's one of the one things I always just kind of like, I try to explain to other people because it's like anybody who doesn't like play VGC, they always kind of get caught up like, oh, it's the same mons, it's the same this. I'm like, it's the same, but there's so much variance in like each Pokemon individually.
Exactly.
Like even though they all are the same quote unquote Pokemon, the moves are different, the ebbs are different, everything. Those little things are what really make the game different. Whereas you just see the same 6. It's not the same 6. You just have to play and understand and find out those little intricacies. That's why the game is so. I think that's why a lot of people are just like love the game so much, because of those little intricacies can change things so much. And of course, we don't like this when it happens, but there's always a crit chance. So but not our favorite thing, but it can happen.
Yeah, every time.
I'm telling you.
So I want to welcome in Magna, and also thank Dread for a great game. Dread, if you can hear us, Magna, congratulations on the win. Magna, what was your thoughts when you saw that Dread had Salt Bay across from you?
I mean, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I didn't quite catch it.
What was your first initial thought when you saw Garganacl, like you had to play against it?
I'll be honest, first thing was I completely forgot how purifying salt worked. I forgot. It's been so long since I've been up against the Garganacl. I had just completely forgotten that it makes it immune to status moves. So that's why I went and spored it, because I was like, oh yeah, why not spore it just to keep it from spreading Scald Cure around? And that entire like last half of game 3, I was every single turn I was thinking I should U-turn my Urshifu out so it doesn't keep taking Salt Cure damage. But also, I think I do have this in the bag if Pelipper comes in, setting up the range so Urshifu should stay in. But I've been trying. Salt Cure is definitely something you need to manage a lot. I mean, that's also why games 2 and 3 I went and Terragrassed my Zamazenta so that it would take less damage from Salt Cure, because it needs to be staying on the field as long as possible.
Right.
Absolutely, because even I was wondering about that, just because like you did take away how much you were taking from Salt Cure, but I was also like, you do kind of make yourself weaker to Glacial Lance. But you know, Zama having the +1 boost, of course, really does help with that. And Salt Cure, unfortunately, if it would have went to that side, even with a double tap, wouldn't pick it up. So really, really great choice there.
And Glacial Lance isn't something that my team's really worried about, because I don't know if y'all have noticed, but both my Pelipper and Zamazenta are both running Wide Guard.
Yes.
So the Terragrass doesn't really matter against Glacial Lance, because my team just kind of hard walls spread moves in a way, I guess.
Yeah.
So what's your hardest matchup? Because I've always thinking, like, as much as I love Zamazenta, it's always felt hard to build, because I always like want to pair with Chen Pao just to help the damage boosting, and then of course you always want to pair your horse matchup. So what is in your building this team? What are your hardest matchups that you tried to build towards?
I'll be honest, the things that I focused most on during my team building was I think Kyogre is a very hard matchup. A very difficult matchup for this team to win against, just because Water Spout does way too much damage. Rillaboom's mainly here just to take care of Kyogre. After that, it's going to be Miraidon, I guess, because my team's too worried about the horses, because I also run Scarf Ditto, and the horses kind of check themselves. So Scarf Ditto helps a lot with that. I mean, both round 1 and 2, those games were hard carried by Scarf Ditto, because I was paired against 2 Shadow Riders. Against Shadow Rider, you just kind of win. I take your horse, I click the move, and it's kind of over. So well done. Well done.
Yes, GG's.
Absolutely. So what are you looking forward to most, facing, trying to test out your team, and are you starting to go to locals next month, or how are you feeling about the season so far into 2025?
I'll be honest, this is my first time really ever competing in anything ever.
Oh wow!
Well, congrats on that. Yes, that's awesome.
So I've just been looking forward to having fun and hopefully making new friends.
That's what it's about.
I have always been a sideline spectator of VGC, so I've at least been in the community for a while, watching games and everything. Looking at 2025, I think if it's a double restricted format, that changes a lot. A lot of restricteds that aren't good now get a lot better once there's a second restricted slot.
For sure. Because I miss Groudon. It's not good without a partner.
I do not want to hear about Groudon.
What do you mean?
No!
You don't like the heat?
I have PTSD, no! No!
So I'm curious. I wanted to ask the homie Dread. Shout out to his game as well. You know, you tried hard, brother, but you brought it to a game 3. Dread, what was your initial thought for bringing Garganacl, man?
So this morning I realized I didn't have a team for the event, and I've been streaming Elden Ring the entire week leading up to this. So I decided last minute that I was just going to build a team that was kind of Elden Ring themed in nickname. So I started off with Calyrex, which is of course Radahn, and then sort of filtered my way through. And then I was kind of lost on a sixth slot, and I was like, oh, you know who could actually be cool? Is Garganacl, named after Iggy, which is like the blacksmith guy. Yep. So that was how I got to Garganacl. There was no
thoughts, just vibes.
Right.
The team was invented about 2 hours before the tournament started, and I've spent more time building it than testing it because I needed to catch some of the mons. I needed to EV some of the mons. So really, I've just been testing it and testing out my calcs and my matchups through the tournament.
Wow.
Well done.
I feel like I'll never know. GG's.
Well done.
I really enjoyed our match.
It was a great match. It
really was.
Oh god.
Y'all both carried. We appreciate y'all. Y'all are some gamers. Yes. So I'm looking. Welcome again to the community. So I'm looking forward to see more of your play. And of course, Dread, we'll see you, and hopefully you do well in Hawaii. Go ahead and bring back the 50K, brother. You know what I'm saying? You break bread with the homies. You know. But
before
it's been great. Appreciate y'all.
I just want to ask one last question. What was your main reasoning for joining this tournament?
I'll let the winner go first.
You said what?
I'll let the winner speak first on this one.
Okay, got you.
Well, I had seen that Jody retweeted about it, and I've been wanting to participate in something for a while, and I saw that it was for a good cause. I was like, you know what? This seems like a great time, as great a time as any to have some fun, make friends in the community, and everything's going towards St. Jude. Great cause. I can never say no when it comes to supporting them.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to join in and have fun.
Absolutely.
Shout out to Dro's retweet. Let's go.
Heck yeah.
And for me, I love Pokemon more than most, probably to a borderline unhealthy level. But I love Pokemon. I love playing VGC. I love competing. And then you combine that with a good cause like St. Jude's Charity, which is actively working on research for supporting children with cancer or other terminal illnesses.
Mm-hmm.
It would seem ridiculous to not participate for someone like me who loves the game and who just loves charity so much. To not participate, it would just seem weird. So I was super hyped once it was organized, and then seeing it grow and grow as well has been amazing. So massive shout out to you, Will, for organizing this.
Truly.
Yes.
Honestly, this doesn't happen without y'all. I would just be a dude, just on stream, hey,
here go,
But honestly, this happens because of the casters. This happens because of the players. This happens because of the judges and the TOs that we have volunteering, and I'm just in awe. I'm super glad that my camera's not showing because I'm kind of tearing up. I'm a very big softie, but honestly,
you gonna cry by the end of this, bro.
Right, you're gonna be so done.
I was holding my tears back around one with Joe and Sierra, y'all. Y'all just have no idea. But honestly, again, guys, $3,000. I will be cosplaying the milk tank at the end of this. So again, yes,
milk tank. Let's go.
I can't wait.
For everybody.
But honestly, guys, again, thank you so much. We're gonna try to go ahead and go take a quick break before round 4. It look like all the matches are done for round 3. Thank you so much, Chaos. Thank you so much, Slim. You guys are goats.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. We're gonna continue our love for this game on to the break. But again, thank you guys so much. See you guys in a few minutes. We're gonna take a 5-minute break again, just so we can give our trainers some room to stretch their legs, relax, and then we're gonna get into it in 5 minutes. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Will. You're awesome.
I'm okay. I'm just a guy. All right. If you can hear me, y'all are the GOATs. Thank you for supporting St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. It's the greatest organization. Maybe doubtably, but I like it. It's a cool organization. Yeah. Supporting the kids, saving lives is what they do. Sorry for the ASMR, but guys, if you haven't already, make sure you support St. Jude. Tell somebody you love them. I love you too, Saki. I love you too. All right, you guys heard me this whole time anyway, so you guys know that I'm here, and you guys know that we are here for the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, St. Jude VGC Charity Tour. Welcome on in, guys. Welcome on in. Hope you got your bites to eat and got some good food in that break. A lot of trainers finished their matches early, so they had an extended break. They was ready. They were done. But we're going to go ahead and pair the next round. The next round is live. I'm going to go ahead in our Discord and just go ahead and announce trainers. Round 3 is live. Round 3 is live. What? 4. Round 4. Ah, wait. Round 4. Round 4. I'm in the past. I'm in the past. All right, guys. Again, thank you guys so much for bearing with us. Again, well, more so me than anything. Everyone else has been great. Everyone else has been fantastic, doing the thing, making this a great tournament. I'm just trying to be production, trying to make it happen. But guys, thank you guys so much for just being here, supporting St. Jude. It means a lot, again. And I was really worried, the stream might not even do well, but we're here. We are here. I'm gonna get the next feature match. I'm going to get the pairings together, just so that way I can be ahead of it before I announce our next feature match. Hi guys. You are the feature match for round 4. Bear with me, and I'll have y'all start. All right. Okay, so we got Tanner Mask, and we got Choi Breton. Not sure how to pronounce that. Hopefully they don't kill me for announcing their name wrong. But again, it's going to be really cool to see these two play. I know Tanner personally. Tanner is a really great player from the Georgia region. Shout out to the Georgia players. You guys are really in for a treat with Tanner, man. Tanner is the guy, bro. Really laid back. He has his official statements on Twitter all the time. So I just can't wait for you guys to see this gameplay, man. So let me go ahead and delete these. And we're going to put Tanner, import team, copy. All right, Tanner is done. And now we're going to get his competitor. We're going to get Choytron. And they're Italian, actually. Oh, they're Mexican. They're from Mexico. Oh, wow. This is cool. Kind of got a Reg G mirror match. They're both Koraidon players. So really excited to see how this one plays out. Honestly and truly. I think the casters are going to have a great time calling this match. I think the casters are going to really know how to make this game go. So let me go ahead, and I will be ready shortly. Thank you all so much for bearing with me again. It's been quite the day, quite the experience, and honestly, bro, this is so cool. I love doing this. I love doing it so much. Let's see, ChuyBreton. All right, cool. And now we just import their team. All right. And now I'm gonna undeafen, and I'm gonna introduce our casters. Casters, how y'all doing today, man?
Hey.
Well, hello. Doing fantastic. Happy to be here.
Happy to see you guys. Happy to just get this game going. Honestly, we got Hemi Turner and Nail, my two goats, man. And Nail was a commentator for last year, and Hemi Turner is a goat in the Pokemon community already. So, guys, how is the tournament going for you guys thus far?
This is an amazing time. I have seen some wonderful things. That Garganackle last round is everything to me.
Yeah, I think just seeing the diversity of the teams, watching how bulky Zamazenta is, it's just ridiculous. I can't believe it. Salt Cure was putting in some work in the last round. We've had some amazing casting, and it's been a super fun day so far.
And just to think, y'all are gonna even add to that, like, bro, like, this is ridiculous.
We're gonna try. Hopefully, we don't take away. You know,
no,
I'm not trying to take away.
No. You're adding to it, if anything, man. And honestly, you guys are just goats, bro. Y'all are making this a whole production. You guys add to this value of this tournament. So just thank you guys so much.
Appreciate you, man. Hey, you're the GOAT for putting this on, man. Round of applause for you, of course.
Honestly, yeah.
It's for a great cause. There's nowhere else I'd rather be, so.
Let me ask if they are ready. I don't know if Tanner can hear me. Is he deafened or not? No, he's deafened. Okay. So I'm going to just DM them and see if they are ready. They're probably
Tanner,
ready.
unfortunately, may not be able to hear you. He said he's having some audio trouble.
Okay, no problem. I can DM him on the site. Pairings, schedule. Okay.
So we can take a look at the team sheet here a little bit. So you mentioned they both have Koraidon, Will.
Yes.
And then Venusaur on Tanner's team. Could be putting some stuff to sleep. Got Porygon 2. With the regular Ursaluna, not the Blood Moon version. So.
Ooh, that's an interesting pick.
Raging Bolt, always a good choice on a Sun team, of course. You kind of need Raging Bolt if you're going to run Sun.
Of course. I'm here to see this Golden Go. Terra Normal Golden Go is actually very interesting to see because of its resistance into Kali Shadow matchups.
Yeah, I think that's a good Terra for Goldango. And you can even hit Shadow Rider for super effective damage if you pair it with like something with like Incin. Force the Terra on the Kali early, bring in Goldango, make it rain.
Also, something to note as well, Cruz pointed this out, Ursaluna has Substitute.
Oh, let me take a look in here. Yes, it does. Actually, okay, so yeah, seeing a substitute Ursaluna, it kind of reminds me of the previous substitute bear we got to see on stream, which was the Urshifu. Once you get that sub up, it's just damage. It's just rolling damage out.
Yeah, that's probably one of the scariest things that you could ever go against is a substitute Ursaluna. If it gets the opportunity to put one up, then yeah. I don't see Fake Out, so it could be a difficult. It's just like a very niche scenario where you're gonna click that, but yeah, that would be crazy to have a Ursaluna burnt behind a sub. So
yeah, that's gonna be hard to resist going forward. Looking further into this, we see the I want to say rare, but getting more and more frequent as time goes on, the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, and that's always nice to see. I really kind of believe Cornerstone's got a lot of potential, and it's good to see more of it, especially here on this Sun team, because it's able to take water type attacks so much better.
Yep, and it has redirection, so you can pull attacks away from your sweepers, etc. And yeah, Ogerpon in general, whether it's the water form, the fire form, the rock form, the grass form, I don't know, I'm not sold on, but those three in particular are very good, very strong.
That's fair. You mean pure grass?
Yeah, the pure grass one I'm not sold on. But
okay.
The other ones, I think.
It's definitely an interesting mon to see. I do want to see more of that too, just because that Defiant ability is always nice to see within Incineroar existing.
Right.
But yeah, it's probably gonna need more time. And then we have the Grimmsnarl here. Always a fun pick to see with duels with looks like dual screen. Yep, dual screens Grimmsnarl with Thunderwave and Foul Play. Always a fan of Grimmsnarl's speed control with Thunderwave, and that Foul Play tech has been so critical in taking out so many Cali Ices. Anything else that just hits like a truck, like doesn't, you know, things that can ignore that those screens, like what am I thinking of here? Urshifu, that's one thing.
Yeah, if you can get Urshifu to tear into the water typing, then yeah, you can hit it for some insane damage.
Sorry, and then I'm trying to see if one of the players are here. I don't think his opponent is here.
Oh, he didn't show up?
Well, like they're 3-0. I don't know.
Oh, here, let me go to the team or to the match. See what's going on.
All right.
Oh, he hasn't checked in, or he did? He hasn't.
He hasn't.
Huh. Did he miss check-in? Oh no.
Oh no.
Because no show, Tanner will win. So we might have to just look at a stream match on Twitch.
We do have the Big Mackie if we want to go that route too.
Are they in a match right now?
We did hit them up earlier to let them know, hey, there's a possibility. So they are probably in a match. We can definitely see about if they're around. Let me see. Go ahead.
That's disappointing.
I wanted to see this Venusaur so bad.
I can't believe that they no-showed at 3-0.
Right.
Right.
I wanted to see this Venusaur do stuff.
I don't know if they
did they say something in the Discord maybe?
I don't know. I just asked. I just asked. They're not in the Discord, or they don't have the name associated. But
all right.
Okay. So we won't be featuring Tanner. So I think we're going to feature just a random stream match. If you guys, we can try to pick one, or if we can figure out to get Big Mackie. Big Mackie was asked about in the Twitch chat.
Yeah, but they're probably already in the game. Let's do Joker Jr.
Okay, that's perfectly fine.
Joker Jr. 888.
All right.
He's got the charity link set up for his thing and all that. So.
All right. Let's see. Stream.
And he has no cam. It's perfect. Looks like he's in the middle of game one. He's running Zamazenta, Stellar Terra, next to a Raging Bolt with Iron Jugs and Kyogre on the other side.
All right, I'm gonna try to share it, and let's try to get it together. So give me one.
Let me get their team sheets up here.
Who's our pairing?
Joker Jr. 888. And then I don't know the other person. Yeah, I gotta look.
Sorax JM. Interesting. Alright, I'm always here for an ogre team, especially one featuring Rapid Strike Urshifu. That's always nice to see. And then the Serena tech is going to be fun to watch. And the Iron Bundle on the opposite side. Rare seeing that nowadays. Although I would like to see more of it, especially considering that we're getting so much electric terrain running around.
Yeah, it's kind of like the counter for if they bring Miraidon, then you can bring Bundle yourself.
Exactly.
I'm assuming, yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the ways. Another way people have been doing it is occasionally you'll see, and this is actually hilarious to me, because I thought about this for quite a while and just decided not to. Iron Treads.
Real.
Yeah, Iron Treads.
Yeah.
It's just a beat stick, but it gets the job done.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when you run something that just isn't meta, right? It just throws people off. Then they play kind of weird or play differently because of it.
It does.
And I'm living proof of that. So.
Hey man, if it fits, chips. And good to see as we're going in here. I don't see the match on the screen just yet. I see it on the stream itself.
Let me share my screen in here, and then
Yeah. Okay. I see. Nice. Okay.
Alrighty. And we're gonna hit the ground here right in the middle, looking at most of this team already cleared out.
Yeah.
Looking at the end game here with Stella Terra Zacian, looking to do a lot of damage to this Terra Water Urshifu on the other side, which is the only thing remaining. So we're gonna get this nice cleanup with a Thunderclap to do some damage, and probably to seal this game up right here.
Yep. You don't want to be staring a Raging Bolt down as a Terra Water Urshifu at the end of the game. That's for sure.
Not at
And the
all.
Bolt just has too much health and has priority, so it's GG's. But they'll go to game 2, and we'll see what kind of adjustments they can make.
All right. So I kind of am curious about what the leads might have been here. We get to see what I think we got a brief flash of one side here.
Yeah, we know that Joker terra'd the Zacian, and it's Stellar Terra, and then obviously they had Jugulus and Kyogre in this game. Sora did. So that makes 3. They brought 3 water types. And then you said you saw the Ogerpon, or no? I didn't see the Ogerpon.
I did not see the Ogerpon. We got a brief flash of the rest of the team. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for me to actually take a good look at what everything was going on here.
Yeah, so he brought 3 water types into game 1. So,
but considering that Joker closed out here with Raging Bolt, I think there's going to be a pretty good adjustment from the opposing side just to try to handle that, because Raging Bolt's hard.
You've got to be able to take care of the Raging Bolt. That's so important. That thing can just stand there and can lower your speed, can do good chip, and it has priority. So
it's such a versatile mon. Like the Electric Dragon typing, just adding so much fuel to that fire.
Yep. It's a great typing for sure.
It really is. So my thought here is that Serena is probably going to come out as potentially a lead here, or just something to bring it in the late game to either thwart those Thunderclaps because of Teeny Majesty, or absolutely power through it with this Terra Ice triple axe that it's sitting on.
Yeah, right. Serena is something that just is a Pokemon that just pairs so well with Kyogre. So being able to block those priority Thunderclaps would really help the case.
Yes, it would. Actually, have you had much time with Serena next to Ogre at all? Either playing against it or playing with it?
Funnily enough, yeah, that was like the team I've ran the most in this regulation, probably, and it's really fun. Serena is an underrated Pokemon for sure.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know if it's better than Farigiraf in the meta right now, but it offers almost like the same, I would say, if not. I mean, it gives you good coverage too. You get grass and ice coverage, and you can put taunt on it as well as helping hand, so it gives you that utility to be able to help Kyogre out even more.
Okay, perfectly fine with that defensive typing being good.
And so it goes so good into Rillaboom because you can't Grassy Glide, and
you get boosted Power Whips in return.
Right, so you can really just take advantage of a disadvantage, really. So
okay. Got a pretty healthy attack stat on it, so that base 120 is definitely going to do some serious damage with those power ups boosted by terrain.
Right.
And triple action, I believe, is escalating power, so that's also good.
So it hits consecutive times. Yeah.
Okay.
And so that gives you increased chance for crit as well when you hit consecutive times like that. So.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Yep. All right. He's picking his team. I respect it. He doesn't want anyone to see. I respect it.
Totally fine. Do what you got to do.
Is what it is.
Think, chat.
Think. I like it. He's got the St. Jude. St. Jude is working to drive the overall survival rate for childhood cancer to 90%. We won't stop until no child dies from cancer. W.
Huge W. Huge W. With the amount we raised here, that's going to go to such a good cause. I'm excited to see what these lock-ins are. Because looking at the end of that, it looks like the Raging Bolt was the biggest pain point for Sora to deal with. I really want to see how that's adjusted against.
100%. You need Serena here, and potentially Flutter is your only counter to Raging Bolt. So.
Okay, so let's say like Serena, either Serena in the lead or in the back, and Flutter definitely in the back here.
I think you need Flutter. It doesn't matter if you lead it or have it in the back. I think just depending on where the Bolt is, you can position. But you need Serena lead, I think, here. 100%.
I like that. Just to shut down any potential for anything crazy like the Incineroar, despite the fact you're probably going to eat and intimidate, having that anti-fake out pressure is so real.
Yeah, and potentially going for Tailwind with the Jugulus and having that speed control, so that way they're forced to click priority moves or they move last.
And now we're going to get the opening with quite a tried and true combo here of Fluttermane and Incineroar on one side from Sora, and Iron Bundle and Amoonguss from Joker. Now, I have not seen Iron Bundle and Amoonguss much as a combination. Could just be me, but I'm here to see it.
So Joker's notorious for, you know, playing things just a little bit differently than people, the status quo will say. And all right, he's covering up his moves. If I'm him, I probably, does he have protect on Amoonguss? I'm assuming he does. I probably just double protect here.
If I'm him, turn.
Take out all the mind games and just don't let the fake out disrupt what your plan is, basically, and just play it safe. That's what I would do.
That is fair. That is entirely fair. Mid double protect is definitely an option here. Even and considering the Terra Ghost on the Iron Bundle, you can also take that route to kind of ignore the fake.
So he's going Protect Spore here. So Flutter's probably going to sleep here.
Okay, that's perfectly. Oh, he Will-O-Wisp himself.
Oh, he whisked
himself. The spore.
That's crazy.
What a play! What a play!
No way.
No spores coming out from the opposing side.
Wow.
No Icy Wind going down to get the speed control out. And the opposing Fluttermane also, I believe, does carry Icy Wind to respond with some good speed tech and Trick Room. That's a hell of a play right there. You lose your stash in the trade, but honestly, I think that's worth it to avoid going.
Yeah, I think it's definitely worth it, especially now. It takes Amoonguss's utility basically out the window.
Almost completely.
You can redirect here, though. You can redirect attacks. Ooh, and missing the Hydro Pump just to make matters worse for Joker.
That's the cost of Hydro Pump. That 80% accurate move is just going to disappoint you sometimes, and here we're going to see it.
Yeah, that is just a tough start to the game, too, for Joker, that's for sure. So the comeback right now for Sora. Capitalizing on that luck.
Hey, let's see if they can turn that into a victory. And here comes Serena, like we thought earlier. Now instead of being in the back, it actually is a lead now. But I'm kind of wondering why bring it out here.
So you would be immune to that spore, but that puts you susceptible to the freeze drive from Iron Bundle.
Right.
So it is an interesting move.
And while you do have the speed control that can come off of the Fluttermane, it's still gonna take a little time to get that up because the Iron Bundle is booster and is much faster.
Yes, quite a bit faster.
It's free to just click Freeze Dry or Icy Wind if it wants to try to gain some advantage here, or just try to take Serena out to prevent the Thunderclaps from getting thwarted.
Yep, and
now we see the Volvo hitting the board.
Volvo XC90 plug-in.
That's a hell of a mon to hit the board, honestly. I've never actually battled a Volvo before. I think I'd probably lose.
That's a nice looking vehicle, I've got to say. SUV.
Indeed.
Extended range.
Good speed stat, too. Good speed stat.
Good speed stat.
No, we got ad clicks. I'm so sad. I came back trying to sweep my beard here. Oh, man.
Oh, no.
Quick, Will, drop the prime. Drop the prime.
Hey, go ahead, yeah.
Hold on. Oh, my goodness.
Sorry for the delay, chat. We've got
that's okay.
48 seconds left.
I agree with Cruz. The Volvo tech is pretty substantial here because you can just run things over with that.
Let me see. I can actually give you guys updates on the game because I have Twitch Turbo. So let me see.
There we go.
Oh, he's picking his moves. Screen's covered. Screen's still covered.
So we're not missing too much right now.
Iron Bundle went for Freeze Dry into the Serena and gets the freeze on top of it.
Oh no, not the freeze.
Behemoth Blade coming out from Zacian, going into Fluttermane, picking up the KO. So Joker just turned this game right around in that turn where we're watching ads, pretty much.
So it sounds like Joker's looking to put the pressure on like they did potentially in game one, just outputting crazy damage with these really fast mons and this high damage output Zacian.
Yep. And the Iron Bundle is still out there, untouched because of the freeze on the Serena. So now Kyogre's coming in, no speed control, and it's looking like
that's pretty rough.
It could be GG.
That's pretty rough. Terra is still available on the opposing side, so you can get out of at least some of the damage that the freeze dry could do. But looking at the Terra from that Kyogre, this is gonna be difficult. Your Terra Grass still, so you will avoid the. You actually really won't avoid freeze dry at all. Honestly, it's gonna still hurt, but maybe a little less so because of the Assault Vest. And the 4 attacks are hopefully enough to take out the Zacian if it survives.
Yeah, Kyogre is safe, I think, this turn from being knocked out. I just don't think that it can output enough damage with Origin Pulse to, well, maybe not now, with the Stellar Terra boost coming out.
Yeah,
falls
out.
Oh, Serena Thaws. They
So we
go
got
for
a
the
helping hand coming out.
That's
So
smart.
that
That's
1.5x boost.
Yep.
Freeze Rock comes out,
Serena's
gonna do
utility is
significant damage.
basically done.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, see, it doesn't do too much. There's no freeze, but Sacred Sword to back it up. Kyogre's
Ooh, and it
defense.
hangs on at about 5% there.
Ooh, and the Origin Pulse. I know this feeling all too well. Missing.
It missed
Missing the
Zacian.
Zacian.
Oh man, that might not be the end of the road there, but I think that's gonna be a nice little kneecap in the plan. With the Flutter Mane down and only 1 Pokemon remaining in the back on the other side, the only thing this arena has is Protect to its name, and the Kyogre probably doesn't want to be here right now considering its circumstances.
Yep, all he has in the back is the Incineroar, and you're safe to just click non-priority moves here. You can't get KO'd in either slot, and that should be the game.
Yeah, with the Raging Bolt with so much health, and the Zacian is free to click whatever it wants at this point into whatever it wants. This looks pretty cleaned up. I can't personally
swap in Incin.
There's definitely going to be Incin here, but it's going to eat a Sacred Sword for its trouble, which is thankfully no longer taking the Terra Sacred Sword, because the Terra has been used already once. It still has 2 more though, so there could be what I believe from here is Behemoth Blade, which will be resisted, but you know, it's significant damage still. Over 50%.
Yeah, that's not insignificant in any way. And Zacian's at neutral attack now, just got set to -1, so that's still a lot of damage. So yeah, you're gonna get faked out in the slot here, but you just protect your sweeper. That guarantees you the win. Raging Bolt isn't really in threat to be knocked out, so you're good to go. Just click a move and okay, the Terra Ice on the 1 HP Serena, interesting.
So we're gonna get that clean
extra triple axle damage.
That triple axle gonna hurt. And here we go.
A potential crit could make things interesting here.
And potential miss could make this so much harder. There's the first one. There's the second one. That's a straight up knockout.
It gets the KO, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, that escalating damage is crazy. I believe it's 20, 40, and then 60.
Wow.
You know what's actually funny about that? Something I want to look into later. Is that boosted by Technician? I believe it is.
Oh, is he running Technician?
No. I'm just wondering if triple axle is subjectable to Technician.
If they had Technician, I was like, wow.
That'd be crazy.
I didn't know. All right. Well, this looks like. It looks like GG's.
Yeah, this is still pretty clean. I mean, even with the bolt gone, it's still kind of got to deal with the Zacian just clicking whatever it wants here.
Did he protect the Zacian, or I think he might have just protected.
Oh, maybe. I mean, regardless of if or if not, the Incin's got at most a Flare Blitz and a knockoff into the Amoonguss slot, which isn't going to do that much ultimately. The rain here reducing the damage of Flare Blitz and Amoonguss' sheer bulk.
Yeah. Sacred Sword going into the Serena, and then the Smarter going into the Kyogre slot potentially. He did not protect. I thought he clicked protect for some reason.
Yeah, this is smart because you reset fake out damage, but unfortunately, it's a Pollen Puff coming out into the Zacian slot. So gonna heal up some damage.
Yep, getting your health back. I don't hate it. Kyogre can only click Origin Pulse basically, and it's slower than you.
Yeah.
So you just protect on this fake out, and then you take care of the Kyogre, and then you should be good.
Yep, double protect, and that should end this, barring any wild occurrences.
Yeah, I mean the Incin can stick around for a little bit, but it can't put down enough damage without, there's just not enough turns left, not enough health.
No.
And it's also in the rain. It doesn't have Flare Blitz also. I think it clicked Will-O-Wisp earlier, if I remember correctly. So
yeah, so this is a pretty clean lockup from Jover's side. Not too much loss on their end. The most I think they really took out was like Raging Bolt, and I think the bundle might have gotten taken out earlier, but that's negligible considering where you've ended up at with Ization, making it look really good here, honestly.
Yeah, and the Stellar Terra as well. Just going for that extra damage, not thinking defensively or just going all out attack, which I like a lot.
I agree with that. Stellar, one day I'll get it right. Ization is an amazing threat personally. It lacks spread damage, but just that those massive single target hits like the Behemoth Blade, the Play Rough, the Sacred Sword, they just hurt.
Yep, and he's focusing the Kyogre here, obviously, because it can put down way more damage than the Ensign.
Yeah.
And then, he actually Pollen Puffed the Ensign just to get a little extra chip.
The
Wisp, yep.
Interesting. Not the worst of things to pick here.
So that's a -1 burnt Zacian now. But
and here's one of the upsides here. You are outside of rain. So let's say in some wild world you survive. A Flare Blitz comes out. Gonna be an interesting trade there, but this game's over. But fun thing to think about.
Yeah, good, well played, both sides. Joker he had the sauce today.
Yeah, indeed. So looking back, let's talk. What do you think would be the proper adjustment from Sora to actually handle this team?
Being able to, so I think speed control could have been important. Being able to get a Tailwind up, and then having Serena and Kyogre in the back, so that way you're protected from priority, but you're also faster than everything. So you can click Water Spout, because that's really what Kyogre's good for, is just clicking Water Spout at full health. Otherwise, he's kind of mid. Like, if he's got to click Origin Pulse, it's not very reliable, and so.
Yeah, I don't disagree. You want to get it next to that wind.
You just got to set up your restricted to put out damage, basically. And with Raging Bolt and all the tools that Joker had, it was tough.
Pretty difficult, yeah. I agree. It's funny because I'm looking at Sora's team with the Iron Jugulus with booster energy, Snarl, and Tailwind. That would have been a pretty hefty asset to have here.
Yeah.
You're not worried about what the Zacian can do because despite your fact, I think it's Dark Flying type, I believe, is Jugulus.
Right.
Yeah, you're not super worried because the most you're going to take is a Sacred Sword, which could be worse, and you can tear away from that with Terra Water.
Right. It won't OHKO you is the main thing. It's not going to one-hit knock you out.
Right. So out of the 6, like I think the 2 mandatory for it might have been like Serena and Jugulus. Definitely Kyogre because you're restricted here.
Yeah.
But the adjustment,
then Flutter Mane there. Flutter just wasn't really in position to do what it needed because of that Amoonguss bundle lead. You talked about it being kind of like an unfamiliar lead, and the Flutter Mane against Amoonguss, like Amoonguss can just basically put you to sleep. So I think that kind of turned the game because he was forced to will wisp his own Flutter, and then and Joker even missed a Hydro Pump as well early on,
and still came out of that with a victory. Yeah,
and so I think also the matchup was not great for Sora, and anytime you're staring a Raging Bolt down with a Kyogre, it's not a great matchup for you. Also, you had Water Ursh, and he just had a weakness to Electric, so
yeah.
It's a tough matchup. Jugulus is also weak to Electric, and so you really have to play around that Raging Bolt well, and so it's tough.
I agree. It's very tough. Someone who's also struggled with Raging Bolt so much.
Yep. Trust me, I've been there so many times. I'm a big Kyogre fan, so.
Hey, same. I agree. Yeah.
I'm used to it. You gotta play around it, but. All right, we got another game coming up, or what, Will?
Oh yeah, we got one more on the screen here. It's Jin. I'm happy for that.
All right.
With a Kali Shadow versus an Ogre lead here. I'm not sure there's a lead what turn we're on actually, but we're gonna jump in the middle of a Glacial Lance coming out into an Ogre and an Ensign that looks like it just swapped in on the board. And the
Ogre gets full paired as well. Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's big. All right, he's also covering his moves. Respect it.
Honestly, yeah.
Integrity's important. Yep. And Jin's notorious for running hard Trick Room teams, and he's probably one of the best Trick Room players in the world, really.
Honestly, I'm always down for hard Trick Room. It's such a fun form. Like I remember the early days of my playing when dealing with Trick Room was a nightmare, and now it's like, well, I learned to play it, so this is actually pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's very good, especially if you're experienced and yeah, you play it a lot. Okay, he's actually resetting the weather too with his Torkoal. So you make you nerf the Kyogre into the ground basically when you do that.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just in a decent position here.
Ooh, and we're getting lucky here. I'm kind of hoping Yantung bought the Wo-Chien because we're Wo-Chien gaming now, guys. There's a Wo-Chien
is this the Wo-Chien Iron Juggler? Okay, yeah.
It's not here. It's not here right now, but it hopefully will be here next time.
I've played around with that team a bit as well. It's a very fun team.
Yeah. All right. I'm
also,
here. Yeah, Wo-Chien is insane.
To add context, this is round 3. This is game 3.
Okay, game 3,
Ooh,
and
all right.
all 4 Mons for Yantung on the other side, and also all 4 Mons left for Jin.
It looks like Yantung has been putting in work with getting statuses on the opposing side because we see the paralyzed Kyogre, and I believe
another Mon would be paired as well. Yeah,
either paired or asleep. Yeah,
and I think, yep, he's gonna reset the weather. Smart. You can also do the same thing to Torkoal, but it's not fun to have to take an eruption here if he clicks eruption.
Oh, you know what I realized? I think Yantung paralyzed themselves because
to not get spored.
To not get spored, yep. To avoid having to use the Terra.
You're right.
And to not get spored.
Well, we've seen that twice today already. Wow.
That's how polarizing Amoonguss is. It says that, hey, I'm gonna put you out for like X amount of turns. So status yourself or you're just going to sleep.
Yeah. And then the Terra Water coming out from the Ice Horse here. Eruption coming out. It's still going to do a ton.
Oh, it's a one-hit knockout over the Urshifu. Even resisted.
Okay, crit. Yep, the crit makes sense. I figured he would live with about 30%, but that's still going to hit very hard.
0% here.
Yeah, crazy damage coming out.
And then G-Lance hits into the clear blue sky.
Yep, Glacial Lance hits into nothing. Trick Room ends. And then he's going to reset the weather here with his Kyogre.
So now we get Kyogre and I believe Grim coming out here.
Grim just got erupted on. Yep, here we go.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Instant gets fake out pressure once again. I'm not sure if Torkoal is specs.
This Torkoal is indeed specs. It is a choice specs Terra Fire Torkoal.
You can fake out the Torkoal here, or you probably need to fake out the Cali, to be honest. The Torkoal probably switches out here because Jin has 2 Mons in the back, and he's probably going to sack something just to reset the weather if need be.
Which makes sense. We see the Banded Urshifu back there, which is still putting in a lot of work even now. I believe that's Water Urshifu too, so the rain is just going to...
Oh, Banded Water.
Make that go nuts. No, it's Banded Dark. Okay.
Okay, I was going to say. I was like, wow.
With Sleep Talk, no less.
You swap in the Amoonguss here. Oh, he didn't swap. Okay.
No, I think Jin's content to let the weather war go down here. Possibly because there's no real crazy benefit. That's a hell of a target. It looks like I intended to catch a read there, but no reads from that side. Just an eruption coming out.
Ooh,
which it did something.
I think he maybe just wants. Obviously, actually, he just wants to sack the turtle here, and bring in something that's more fit to do the job. But now he's seeing like, okay, like they're trying to call the swap basically. I'm not sure.
Right, and
they went for Ice Beam into the Torkoal, which was kind of like they were trying to make a read or something.
It's probably hoping to catch the Amoonguss on switch in, which maybe not the best idea here because the Amoonguss really can't do you that much damage in this situation. It can put something to sleep, honestly, but even then, not really that much, and it can't take a Water Spout, so it's not the worst of things to be concerned about.
Yeah.
And there's a Water Spout, in fact, coming out right into the Torkoal, doing a respectable amount to the Amoonguss, even with the burn. The burn's gonna take it even lower. So,
yeah. Trying to think if you're Jin. Okay, he brings in the Bandit Ursh. I'm not sure the speed on it. It's probably slow since it's a Trick Room team. So we'll see the speed interactions right here. The Kyogre's paralyzed, so I'm assuming the Ursh will be faster than at least the Kyogre, but the Ensign potentially could maybe be faster.
The Ensign could be faster here, and I wouldn't be surprised if it is, because I believe Ensigns are getting faster again, and the Kyogre's only really base 90. If it's not fully invested into its speed, it's probably gonna take a minute to move with that para down on it. I'm kind of looking here to see
goes
how
for sucker
oh
punch.
yeah,
Wow, he doesn't pick up the kill on it. I still think he's okay here. I still think he's alright.
He's in pretty solid position. I don't see how he really loses this going from here.
Oh,
wait a minute.
I thought that he's banned.
Double crit
the
origin
crit.
pulse.
Wow,
Double crit
that's terrible.
origin pulse. That is insane.
The sucker was not enough, even with the choice ban. Amazing.
Which is surprising. But he no longer has Terra available, so I suppose that was the only option there. Well, there might have been other ones.
I'm surprised that he went for sucker there though, because of the para.
And not Wicked though, right?
Yeah, because of the para, or even close combat would have been fine. Because if he's para'd, I'm just assuming even if the Urshifu is 0 speed or Trick Room made, like, it might be faster still. So I don't know.
So now there's one last since we're here now, and it's been almost completely flipped around as Sonic decides to try to drop in for a brief interjection. I'm kind of wondering, like, where does this go from here? Like, what happens now? Are we looking for the Will-O-Wisp one in the slot, which exactly what came out here?
Yeah, Will-O-Wisp came out.
Or did he click Trick Room to kind of protect himself somewhat?
Oh, and the Thunder actually did a lot of damage. He does Glacial Lance here.
Okay, so it picks up the Kyogre at the very minimum.
Yep, and then Ensign is weak, and so I think high horsepower, as long as it connects, should be W for Jin.
Even through the burn?
Oh, that is true. He did get the boost there. We'll see. We'll see.
Even
with the burn, I don't know if he's a 2-hit KO range or not.
Crit would likely do it here. I think a crit would probably carry this out at especially at the +1.
Yeah, and he's only got one. Oh, okay. Well, he's not going to click Glacial Lance here. That's for sure.
No.
Did they Terra yet?
You're definitely right. Opponent does still have Terra. I have not yet seen a Terra come out on the opposing side. Which doesn't come out yet. A knockoff comes out instead, and the burn damage probably will pick up the KO here if the high horsepower doesn't crit.
Oh, he went for Glacial Lance to try to call the Terra coming out.
Oh no! It isn't enough. It isn't enough, and that's. Is it still there? I can't quite tell. It's still there. It's hanging on, but I think that's over now.
Mm-hmm. Incineroar enough to do the job. Get the job done.
Just enough. And what a Pokemon that Incineroar is. It's
insane. Incin is so good. So good.
I'm sure Chad doesn't need them to tell us to tell them that, because they probably already know.
Well played though to Jin and Yentung as well.
Indeed.
Impressive.
We got
Trick Room is very scary to go up against, and then Jin opted to not try to set it back up.
Sometimes
time there.
I think sometimes you just want to you just kind of rely on the bulk that Trick Room teams naturally get from being Trick Room teams. So I think I respect that decision there. In that Jin was probably looking to just kind of weather the storm, so to speak.
Yeah, and it's risky to do, because if they double into you and you click Trick Room, you move last.
Right.
No matter what. So it's, you could just give them a free KO basically if you take that gamble. So he went for the protect and didn't pay off this time.
Hey, sometimes that's how it happens.
Yeah.
But honestly, at the end of it all, still great matches, still great players, and I'm happy to see it.
Yeah, that was super fun. Even though the first match we were gonna watch didn't work out, it was cool that we got to watch Joker, who's a friend of mine, and then Jin, also a friend of mine, and it was a pleasure to cast with you as well. So
hey,
always fun, man.
To be here. Yeah, honestly, you know some pretty cool people, and honestly, cool so I'm happy for it.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
Hey,
I appreciate
man, that's
it.
$1 in the swear jar.
It is.
Hey, I'm proud of myself, Will. I'm pretty proud of myself.
I love you too, Hemi. I'm proud of you too, bro.
They are amazing.
I kept it clean, man.
You really did. You kept it like so chill. You felt like the cousin that I come to and like, hey, what's up, bro? You're like,
tell me about your problems, man.
Honestly, yeah, the vibe's immaculate, Hemi. I love it.
But no, for real, just like y'all said, even though the original round 5 stream match didn't happen, or is it round 4? This is round 4, right? Or round 5? Am I tripping?
This is round 4.
Round 4, right? You know, we're still gonna try to do round 5. You know, so it's all good. But thank y'all so much. The vibes have been great. You guys, 2 vibey dudes. I knew you guys would get along perfectly fine. But we're gonna go ahead, break, give trainers just a break until the round is ended, and then we're gonna try to start round 5 shortly. So thank y'all so much, man.
All right.
Hey, thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us, man.
See you.
All right. So again, guys, appreciate you guys so much for being here, and just been great stream so far. Great vibes. You know, it's unfortunate to see people go down, but it's also unfortunate for children to suffer with cancer. So feel free to click the donate button, share, let your family know what's going on. It's not all about Pokemon sometimes. It's all about supporting those in need. So truly appreciate you guys. We're going to go into a quick break. We only got a few more matches of round 4 left. We got 2 matches left of round 4, and then after those 2 matches are done, we'll take a 5-minute break and get back into it. So see you guys shortly, guys. Thank you guys so much. And if I can get the loading screen, let's go.
Glittering premiere at the Chicago Theater for Warner Brothers, I'll See You in My Dreams. A real dream has come true, for this benefit premiere launches a drive for a new hospital sponsored by the film star Danny Thomas, here arriving with his family. Years ago, Danny vowed he'd build a hospital if he ever became famous. $32,000 are subscribed, the first of $1 million Danny Thomas tells friends he'll raise for the St. Jude's Hospital of his dreams.
They said it couldn't be done. They said that it was a task which would break my heart. They said it was impossible. At this very moment, as I speak to you, in the city of Memphis, Tennessee, there is being constructed a hospital in the form of a star. There it is, in concrete, glass, and steel, to offer help to all the children of the world, regardless of race, creed, or economic status. You and I have vowed that we will do everything in our power, spiritually, physically, mentally, and financially, to bring about the defeat of these catastrophic diseases. We're going to begin with leukemia, and by God's grace, after defeating it, go on to other diseases. That little tiny building has led the world in advancements in pediatric science and clinical care, and now it's going to rise up. You will bring it to the fore through an organization called ALSAC.
I were to die tomorrow, I now know why I was born.
While we're sitting here making this video, there's a family that's walking through the front doors on a Friday afternoon, and they're at St. Jude. When we came to St. Jude, I asked the doctor, "Can you treat my child?" And he said, "No. We're going to cure him."
All right, guys, welcome on in. We are here for round 5 of the StJude VGC Charity Tournament. 3 more rounds left. 3 more rounds, and we get to see who will be our top 16 headed to tomorrow's top cut, guys. You need X2 or better to proceed to top 16. So, super excited to see our trainers who will be advancing to the top cut tomorrow to possibly crown the StJude VGC Charity Champion. Super excited for this next match. This next match is going to be really, really great. We have Talon VGC and Chef Rich being your casters for round number 5, guys. So hope you guys are excited as I am. I'm gonna try to share their cams one moment, if you guys can bear with me. All right, welcome on in, Chef and Talon VGC. How are you guys doing, man?
Doing good. How are you?
Doing great, man. Doing great. Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys, and hope you guys have been enjoying the tournament so far.
It's
been really great. Glad to be joining everyone.
Same here.
All right, I'm gonna share you guys in a moment, and then we're gonna get Big Mackie to share his screen, and we're gonna get into round 5, guys. How you guys feeling, man?
Feeling good. How are you? Well, I've been asking that a lot. It's been really good, honestly, seeing a bunch of matches and honestly seeing like a lot of the creativity around the entirety of the game, and it's honestly been really good.
Sorry, just reorienting myself in the middle of the screen. Yeah, it's been cool. I've actually been really pleasantly shocked to see how much participation there's been in. Like, almost hit the cap, probably just missed it based on people dropping out. But 256 for a local of any kind is like pretty spectacular, and one with paid entry fee, also pretty amazing. And just to see all that money going to a good cause is really heartening to see.
Exactly. Honestly, man, I'm just happy to be here and happy to have this space for players to even showcase their skills for charity, man. It's real, man. It's unreal, honestly. But
Most definitely.
I'm super excited for you guys to cast this, talent with a player of your stature, with 4 regional wins, by the way. What a player, what a guy. You have a lot of experience under your belt, and then Chef being a world's competitor this year, you have experience under your belt as well. So I'm very excited to see your knowledge and expertise into the game, and even calling Big Mackie, who is currently 4-0, and trying to see if we can get that 5-0 to top cut tomorrow.
Yeah, no slouch either. Definitely I think the highest opponent's win percentage right now by like a reasonably high margin. So definitely hasn't been an easy road to get here by any stretch of the imagination.
That is definitely true, especially like when Mac was telling me that he hit almost all his sings and basically trying to get himself like on the top. I've seen this team so many times with Mackie. I've versed it so many times. So I'm honestly excited to see what he actually how he can perform now on a major stage, especially for this largest charity tournament for a good cause. And honestly, to see, not just as a player, but to see how he can actually do against a really interesting opponent.
I'm going to tell Mac to share his screen, and they can start whenever they're ready, man.
All right.
I think he might have said that he's only able to go to his stream or he might not be able to do both.
Okay, that's fine.
So we might have to tune into his stream directly.
Okay, give me one moment. Let me go to Tourney, and then go to streams.
I'm honestly excited for this match. Me and Talon were looking at the team sheets, and we're in for one crazy match right now. We're in for one crazy.
I got him up. All right,
cool.
We have him up and ready to go. I'm gonna try to make this look nice in OBS in the meantime. But yeah, you guys go take it away, man.
Alrighty, well, right now we got Mackie right now going on this right now, and it's going to be a very interesting matchup right now. So we have Mackie's team on screen here. I've seen this team so many times, but he versed me with it so many times. It's Tornadus, Shadow, Calyrex, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Rillaboom, Incineroar, and Clefairy with that Sing. So we're going to see Shadow Cali trying to get a victory here, but also Sing Clefairy. I mean, mostly Clefairy, sometimes run after you for Trick Room, but in a retrospect, when you see Sing, you're going for the play of trying to put something to sleep without using Spore.
Yeah, checking out this team, it shares a lot of similar components, if not identical components, to Stefan Mott's Los Angeles Regionals winning team, notably the spell tag on the Calyrex boosting the Astral Barrages, but the Sing is a very massive deviation from, I believe, Stefan running after you, which is a little more consistent, a little bit better tool under Trick Room, but Sing, obviously, big variance, I think 55% accurate, maybe 60, but the swings you can get off that, like a long-term sleep from a Clefairy, which would otherwise be really passive on the field, is really incredible. So to see 9 for 9 on swings, on Sings in the stream setup from Mackie, definitely helping out the rest of the team to get those nasty plots up and just generally pivot around a little more efficiently without having to take any damage.
Exactly, and especially you have that Cali trying to set up to go for that damage with the nasty plot. But enough about the Cali Shadow Rider. But enough about Cali Shadow Rider. Pardon my words. Let's go on to see Andrew's team. And by the way, when was the last time you saw Basque Legion?
I think there was a couple of them at the World Championship in 2023, but since then it's definitely been flying under the radar. But yeah, as we see on the screen, Basque Legion making a big appearance here at 4-0 at the St. Jude VGC Charity Tournament.
Exactly. We have Kyogre with Torn, Urshifu Rapid Strike with the Choice Band, Fluttermane, Serena, and Basque Legion Now, it's basically, all we know, it's rain. It's a good type of rain. But honestly, that Choice Ben in the rain with Surging Strikes. Now, that is going to be a very interesting matchup, especially in the rain. But in retrospect, it's going to be a very heavy hitters. There'll be a lot of heavy hitters in the rain.
Yeah, I think Kyogre, one of the few Pokemon that can take an Astro Barrage fairly decently in this metagame, even at +2. But this Kyogre is actually even running Assault Vest to make that even more bulky against the Calyrex. Along with the Urshifu just being able to punish any protects. Despite all the power on Maki's team, it is kind of a more defensive team. It likes to protect, it likes to pivot around, but with the Urshifu breaking the protects and the Serena having the Queenly Majesty to stop any fake outs, even when it's not on the field, it's pressuring a switch in to like kind of really make you think twice. This, not even thinking of the Basculegion, there's a lot that Maki is up against here, and I definitely put the matchup in Andrew's favor.
It's going to be very tough for Maki because the thing is that there's both Tornaduses, and they both can set a Tailwind. The other thing that they have the Urshifu as well on each side, and they also have very much of the restricted. But however, it all depends on whether or not this Kyogre can actually take the damage from the from a Rillaboom, or even especially from the Kali Shadow Rider. That is a very, very, very important thing to know. But by looking at this team, it's going to be a very interesting matchup. And honestly, Maki has to put himself in a position where, you have to get yourself that Kali set up and making sure that Kyogre does not stay on the field for a long time. But we're going into the game right now, guys. All right, this is for round 5 of the 2024 StJudeCharity Tournament. And we're going to see the Kyogre Torn, a classic lead, and Kali and Torn. Ooh, this is interesting.
Are you looking at the screen that Will's sharing? You might be a little behind.
Oh my
If
goodness.
you're looking at Maki's team directly.
Oh
We've
my,
gone
yes.
the first turn, and it is just trading Tailwinds and then the Astro Barrage, and then Kyogre has gone for the Origin Pulse.
Exactly,
so just
that's
massive
it.
damage traded.
Yeah, it is, but also that Kali was able to survive that hit from that Origin Pulse. But also look at that Assault Vest on that Kyogre. It looked like it took nothing from that damage from Astro Barrage. But Protect's going to come on from that Calyrex. And what are we going to see Torn do? Torn's going to go for the Bleakwind Storm. That is not enough to get the knockout on the other opposing Tornadoes, but there is a speed drop. Bleakwind Storm again from Anthony's side is going to go in and is going to get the knockout on that Torn. So trading Torn, but the other Torn is still standing. But the speed drop is very, very crucial.
Yeah, so it looks like a kind of minor turn with Maki just sacking his Tornadus, but looking at the little things that happened there, the Tornadus on his side is confirmed to be faster at this point. Also looking at the bulk on the opposing Tornadus, really taking that Bleakwind very well. But the speed drop really primes things for the Rillaboom to come in and pretty much guaranteed outspeed the Kyogre. So where it was a problem before to have to knock out this Kyogre, now you're threatening a Wood Hammer or even a U-turn if you're predicting the Kyogre to go for a Terastallization. And the Calyrex Shadow can easily just swat the Tornadus and grab a boost, or hit the switch in that Andrew is definitely tempted to go for to try and maybe protect his Kyogre from a fake out or something like that. Really gonna be difficult to switch in. So, although, yeah, Andrew the first to take a knockout, definitely offensive momentum in Maki's favor here as we go into this next turn.
Exactly, but also look how much damage that Kyogre is taking from an Astro Barrage. That was taking little to no damage at all. It's hit the yellow still. Normally Kyogres would actually go down from that. But that, oh my goodness, that U-turn that was expected to finish off this Kyogre instead lived. It lived that hit. Maki right now is thinking, oh my goodness, it has to rely now on a miss from an Origin Pulse. But Origin Pulse is going to go in. It's going to miss the Calyrex. I don't know what I did, but I feel like I spoke that into existence.
Definitely a blessed turn for Maki there.
I know,
So,
right?
yeah,
It's so insane, yeah. By looking at that, and Serena comes in now, but the thing is that Kali is the fastest thing on the field. It's at +1, and the Tailwind is still following up. And honestly, also, you have redirection from that Clefairy. That was a crucial turn. Andrew's probably like, I needed that Origin Pulse to hit. And then the Serena would honestly done a lot of damage to that Rillaboom. But right now, looking at this matchup, it looks like Maki kind of took it.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult, especially with the Calyrex now at +1. Kyogre chipped as far as you need it and helping hand on the field. you can't really imagine anything except for, yeah, there's no Incineroar on this team. There's no switch in for this Astral Barrage straight up. Everything goes down. So Mackie taking the safe play, going for the helping hand, and yeah, I have to imagine Serena's not going to be able to take this itself.
I'd be very surprised if it actually did take a +1, but that is the double knockout, and we want to know what that last mon is. It's probably either going to be either that's going to be the Basculesion coming in, or it is going to be an Urshifu. Well, we'll have to see, but my goodness, that miss, that was game defying. That actually is what Mackie needed to get himself in here. And the fish, I'm guessing, yep, it is Basculesion.
With only single target attacks and the Clefairy on the field, that's really not going to be able to do anything. It's a Terra Grass. It's not like it's Terra Normal or anything that could be cute to stop an Astral Barrage, and that is going to be a huge Game 1 win in a matchup that's definitely feels stacked against Mackie. So yeah, really important to be taking that Game 1.
And also by looking at this matchup, there was no Sing that needed to be be had, but also the fact is that Kyogre was able to take little damage from that Astral Barrage. Now, Andrew has to look at the field and be like, I need this Cali out of the field in order for me to actually get the win here, especially. But you saw how the Torn went down first, and then saw basically how the Serena also was there, but only did not actually do a move. So in retrospect, I feel like we're probably going to see either a Flutter Mane's going to have to come in here, or we're probably going to have to see a really different lead here.
Yeah, I could see Icy Wind being pretty important after Tailwind goes up for Andrew, just to be able to slow down the Calyrex, and maybe if his Kyogre is fast enough to be able to hit an Origin Pulse before, or a Water Spout before it takes a hit. That's definitely going to be a tricky position to navigate into, but I do think it was really important. That battle when Mackie went for the U-turn on the Kyogre, it was at around the 4th HP, and he just underestimated the damage output onto that Kyogre by just a little bit. But now that he knows that won't KO, he can actually go for a Wood Hammer, given that if it Terastallizes, it's still gonna... A Wood Hammer would knock out the Kyogre most likely anyways. Once it Terastallizes, it'll still do a little bit more than a 4th, so learning a little bit about the bulk of the Kyogre as the set progresses, and definitely trying to be a little bit more proactive about answering it, leading at the Rillaboom this time.
Different leads, but the same thing. Both Torns are staring each other down. Tailwind for Tailwinds, or Tailwind for Bleakwind Storm, but Rillaboom is just sitting right now, and Mackie has to decide, that Kyogre is right now sitting, and it could go for the Origin Pulse, or better yet, try to, switch out in favor of another Pokemon here. But also the thing is that Calyrex is going to be in the back, and it's going to actually, have a little fire in it, because that one thing is you don't want Calyrex to do is be knocked out super early, because if you get your Cali knocked out super early, then the Mon you rely on the back is going to have to basically withstand everything in there.
Yeah, I like this adjustment from Mackie, just expecting, okay, Kyogre is probably going to come back again. So what he wants to do is pressure the Terastallization early with the Rillaboom on the field, and then also be pinning it with a Bleakwind Storm, which, although it's Assault Vested, it'll be taking decently, will at least be able to, consistently get big Bleakwind damage off throughout the game. But that's definitely not... this isn't as bad of a position as you would think, because of Andrew's own Tornadus being able to threaten its own Bleakwinds for a ton of damage as well.
Terra Grass is going to go onto that Kyogre, but Water Spout is going to go in. Is that enough for the knockout? It is enough for the knockout on the Tornadus, but that Rillaboom, it did a good chunk to that Rillaboom, especially with the Assault Vest. Wood Hammer is going to go into that Kyogre. That does a good chunk as well.
Yeah, definitely looked like Mackie was a little bit surprised there. I don't think he set up his own Tailwind, which means that the Kyogre is going to be pretty free to continue setting up spouts. I might have just missed that, I could be wrong there, but yeah, that's just a huge swing, the Tornadus going down there, because you did pressure out the Terastallization on the grass, but now all you have to punish it is really a U-turn instead of a Bleakwind Storm, so the Kyogre probably going to be able to get off a big Water Spout, and nothing's really, you can't really stop the combination of Water Spout and Bleakwind, just going off for a continual, just with the speed advantage, it's going to be really hard to get back in control of this game with the Torn going down turn 1.
Most definitely. Clefairy does come in here, setting up that Friend Guard, Astral Barrage is going to go into both Kyogre and the Tornadoes. How much is it going to do? That's going to do half, but that was a critical hit with the Assault Vest. Bleak Wind Storm is going to come up. That does a little bit of damage on Cali and Clefairy, but no speed drop. Origin Pulse again is going to miss the Cali. Double miss. Oh my goodness. Andrew is not having it right now. Both Origin Pulse misses. Wow. Wow. Question, Talent. Have you ever played with Kyogre and missed the Origin Pulses? That is very, very crucial.
Yeah, definitely. Especially now, you didn't get a Bleak Wind speed drop, so now this Kyogre just has dominance over the speed, or the Calyrex has dominance over speed on the field, so you're free to go for Help Can Astral Barrage, take any uncertainty out of this KO on the Kyogre, and pick up 2 boosts here in exchange for a Taunt on the Clefairy. If you're Andrew, you're really hoping you have something that can, I think Urshifu would be decent. An interesting pin here would be Urshifu plus Basculegion, where there's no Follow Me, you taunted the Clefairy, you could threaten a pin with either a Wave Crash KO, or if it protects, you knock it out with Surging Strike, but just a very, very interesting position here.
Honestly, it is, because right now both mons, so now it's going to be, it's 3v2 right now by looking at this game. Right now we have the fish, which is the Basculegion, coming on the field, and what is the last mon? It's going to be the Young Cub, which is aka the Urshifu Rapid with that Choice Band. That is going to be very, very threatening, because Swift Swim is still active, and the Tailwind is still active. That Basculegion is going to be the fastest thing on the field as well, with the Swift Swim, with the Tailwind, and Calyrex is probably going to be taking that, either that or Surging Strikes going into it, but it could go either way. But the thing is that Mackie still has that Rillaboom in the back.
Yeah, you could switch into Rillaboom here if you're trying to get the Fake Out in, but the problem becomes you're not taking any hits on any of these Pokemon with an Astral Barrage. Let's just get that out of the way. So you have to win this game with offense, but with Friend Guard on the field, that might just be more valuable in terms of living these attacks. I think you'd probably need Aqua Jet plus Wave Crash to take this KO, given the bulk on the Urshifu. We're seeing Last Respects. Not a KO, yeah. You needed an Aqua Jet there with the Friend Guard on the field.
Astral Barrage is going to go in. That's +2. And that's going to go in and get double knockout. And that is it. Mackie is now 5 wins, 0 losses.
Yeah, definitely an impressive performance against a team that had a lot of really tricky tools that just Mackie was able to navigate around perfectly. Just getting the Astral Barrage in safely the second game, not even worrying about taking those damages early from the Kyogre. Got everything in range of the Astral Barrage, picked up the KOs, and then Friend Guard, even without Follow Me, was enough to do it for him there.
Absolutely, but also I was hoping to see a Sing. I was kind of hoping to see a Sing connect onto something. I was hoping to for Clefairy to sing its way out of a little situation, but honestly, Calyrex was able to go ahead and get those knockouts. Stay alive for a lot longer. But also the one thing that we also have to point out is that Andrew, the Origin Pulses, it's horrible whenever it misses. That's the real thing, is that whenever it misses, you're kind of stuck, because that is a very strong base power move on a Kyogre, and it missed. That was honestly a really crucial thing for Andrew, and that's honestly also what he needed to as well. But it was also good to see the Basculegion as well. But that Last Respect, honestly, Wave Crash would have done a little more damage. But Last Respect, I understand where he was going with that, because maybe Last Respect with the Life Orb was it could have been able to get the knockout on that. But there was Friend Guard on the field, and that it was, in retrospect, it was a roll, I would say.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Wave Crash is actually stronger in the rain than a 2 knockout Last Respects. I think Wave Crash would have been stronger, but looking at just Kyogre play in general, it is important to hit your Origin Pulses when you need to do so, but it's also really important to recognize when you don't have to. The Calyrex ended up living that Last Respects on 19 HP, I believe. If you go for a Thunder, you go for an Ice Beam, you do get the damage, even though it's not as juicy as the Origin Pulse. So just recognizing when you have to hit the Origin Pulse and when you don't have to go for it can definitely separate the thin margins between winning and losing a game with that archetype. And had to go for a few more Origin Pulses than ideal and ended up paying the price. Went very below average on that. I don't want to take that away, but yeah, Kyogre, a very difficult Pokemon to manage the RNG with.
Exactly, and especially it was also good to see Basculegion. We haven't seen that mon in a year. I've seen a lot of people try to take that and maybe try to beat Cali Shadow, but as you can see here, it was very close to beating the Cali Shadow. but need a little more. But honestly, it was a very, very good game. It was Rain versus Cali Shadow, and that was honestly quick, like two hit KOs. That was like really interesting. But also that Kyogre was surviving a lot.
Yeah, I think this does highlight some of the weaknesses of Andrew's team. When you're in the offensive driving seat, Choice Band Rain boosted Urshifu, the Basculegion. I mean, come on, we're doing way too much damage, but when you do get caught out of position, when you don't have the Assault Vest Kyogre at a reasonable amount of HP, something like a Calyrex can just come in and start, hitting one button, just double tapping both your Pokemon, and that's kind of what happened there. Really masterful play by Mackie to get into that position, and yeah, just take a quick 2-0.
Yeah, super excited. Now if we can get Mackie to unmute, and we're gonna just see his thought process through that match. Awesome casting, by the way, guys.
Thank you so much.
You gonna handle the interview? Do you want us to hop out? No, y'all can stay in. Y'all can definitely stay in. Cool. He has not dropped a game today. That's insane.
It's not, and he hit 9 sings, and honestly, like, I've versed that team so many times, and it's always funny when me and him verse. We do like 3 sets of best of 3s. And it's honestly very interesting because he tried to hit Sing a lot of the times.
All right, Mackie, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear y'all.
Yo, heck of a set, man. Heck of a set. What were your thoughts when you saw that Basculegion across from you, man?
When I saw that Basculegion, game 1, I was like, okay, it doesn't matter because I can follow me. But game 2, though, I should have, instead of clicking Helping Hand, I should have went for Follow Me or Protect on Clef. That way I don't have to take a taunt on Clef. That way I can just follow me. That was a misplay on my part, I will say that. But I also think if you went for Wave Crash, it was gonna be a lot more difficult because he will still have Rain and stuff. And but it depends how many turns of Rain are left. But because Urshi can Rillaboom can now kill the Basculegion and all. But then the Urshi, I didn't know what the Urshi locked itself into. If it's CC, then Clef eats the CC. If it's Surging, Clef will most likely die because it's banded. And it's also in Rain. But if it's Surging, then it really depends on how much the Rillaboom takes from the Surging Strikes. And how many turns of Rain are left. Which is, I think it would have been... Okay, once Calyrex... After the Astral Barrage, that would have been last turn of Rain, I believe.
Well, that was honestly a really interesting game, especially how did you feel when you saw that Astral Barrage in game 1 didn't do much damage to that Kyogre? It was basically eating those Astral Barrages.
So when I saw it in game 1, I was like, okay, it's AV Ogre, and I'm like, the one team I really hate facing is the Wo-Chen AV Ogre teams. Because it just eats all the hits, and I'm like, okay, so I need to know basically how much damage it's doing, and I can pretty much guess around its spread right there. I really didn't get an idea for its spread until game 2, because I was like, okay, how much invested are you? Solely because the Kyogre and the Wo-Chen teams aren't meant to outspeed the Wo-Chen, so it's gonna be much slower. So I was like, okay, so is this Kyogre gonna outspeed my Rilla? If it does, then it's not that heavy investment in special attack, because it was eating Astral Barrage pretty well. It would get depending on the roll, it can get 3-shotted depending on the roll, which is insane. Kyogre is a bulky whale, and yeah. But I will say, if I wasn't spell tag, this matchup would have been so difficult, because I was a really big fan of Cobra Cloak, but there was certain games where I was like, I kind of need more damage. I need more damage.
That is generally true. That is true. Alan, you have any question for him?
Yeah. On your adjustment for game 2, I know a lot of players after they've won game 1, they'll tend to stick to what was working, but you ended up doing an adaptation of the Rillaboom over the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Could you walk us through the thought process on that?
So, game 1, I basically had an idea of what he wanted to lead, solely because nothing really made sense besides Torn with either Urshi, but the Urshi wasn't that good. Urshi would have been that good if I just lead Calyrex or my Rillaboom. So I was like, okay, so it has to be Torn Ogre or maybe Flutter Torn. So one of those, and Calyrex looks really good into all three. But then in game 2, I was like, I don't think he's gonna lead Ogre, so I'm gonna lead Rilla, because Rilla is also really good into the lead, which is game 1 I was trying to call that he was gonna tear grass Ogre, and that's why I U-turned, but he didn't. So I was like, okay, and he lived on like 1 HP, which is I would have killed. I wouldn't have the Orchard Boss wouldn't have mattered because he would have died. But in game 1, I was like, is he gonna Terra now? I was like, either way, Woodhammer is still gonna be good chip. So, and if he was to lead Flutter, Flutter is not gonna be doing that much damage to Rilla, and Urshifu is not doing that much damage either because he doesn't want to touch the Torn or he's taking Rocky Helmet chip. So he would literally have to lock himself into CC in order to do anything.
Overall, a really good performance today, Mackie. I have played you so many times, and you have honestly have done really great. Not dropped a single game. You are 5-0. How do you feel? 5-0.
It was amazing. I'm beating the Wash allegations.
Well, that's good. That is good, man. And honestly, that was a great match to watch. And you're a good friend of mine. And honestly, bravo to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here right now.
Thank you so much, man. Absolutely.
Well, before you go, I just wanted to ask you, man, what was your thought process of even doing this tournament when you saw it initially?
My first thought process was like, I really want to play it for the experience, but also like, it's for St. Jude, and I really wanted to participate in it. But also, I was like, at the same time, if it wasn't for Itachi being able to paying for me to play, I won't be able to play right now. So my tournament run is basically because of him. I will say that. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be in this call right now.
Love it.
I'm very grateful for that. I'm very grateful for that.
Awesome. Well, we thank you so much for your run. You're 5-0, man. You're basically like correct me if I'm wrong, Chef and Talon, but that's guaranteed top 2, day 2, right?
That is guaranteed. That's a good guarantee. And also with the record that he has not lost a single game. He's been on the top tables. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. And you know what? I give him props because he works his butt off all the time. Trying to beat me majority of the time, but also trying to be better as a player. And he's honestly proven that.
Awesome. Well, again, we appreciate you. I think we still have a lot of more games to go, so we're just gonna go show a game. You guys don't have to cast if you want to, by all means. But definitely give you guys a break if you want one.
I'm down to cast.
Now let's run it.
Let's do it.
Let's try to find an extreme game. I saw someone was one. They're like both maybe the game 3, but I don't think neither one of them are sharing their game. Trying to find something, man, because I know the players do not like the breaks, so we're gonna try to showcase a match right now.
Well, I see Jody's still online and Joe UX9 still online,
but I think they both finished their matches. I could be wrong though. Oh no, Joe's still playing. Okay, hold on. Let's see Joe.
Let's see Joe. Let's see Joseph Ugarte.
All right. I'm gonna head out. Thank y'all for having me.
No problem. Thanks for coming.
Can't wait to see y'all on day 2.
Great job.
Great job. Wonderful.
All right. Let me share my game.
Can I give a shout out?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely. Who want to shout out?
I want to shout out Chef Rich for being an amazing friend. My boy Gertie, because he's really the one that brought us all together. If it wasn't for him, then we'll all be washed and bad. Shout out Polaroid. Shout out Al Kyle, Hayes Son, Riot, Schwimp, everyone that's part of Gertie Game basically. If they're the reason why I'm decent at the game, I will say.
All right, thank you for that, Mackie.
All right, I'm gonna head out. Have a good rest of y'all stream.
No problem.
See y'all in day 2.
See you in day 2.
Bye bye.
All right, now we're moving on to our next game. It's Joseph Ugarte.
Yeah, just trying to get this corrected. Smile Joe, you're on stream.
Yep, Smile Joe.
Okay, let me pull up the team list really quickly. So he's playing against Kojay at 3-1. Kojay having Incineroar, Calyrex Ice Rider, Pelipper, a Defiant, Ogerpon, Grass Form, Amoonguss, and Iron Valiant with Moonblast, Feint, and Coach. And Joe has a Venusaur and Porygon too. My goodness. Okay.
Oh my goodness, this is insane. Joe has a very interesting team. I love this team. We have Groudon, Raging Ball, Venusaur, Incineroar, Indeedee, and Porygon 2. Now, this is what I call sauce right here. This is a good type of team. We see Venusaur. We have Groudon. I've not seen a Groudon all day actually, and we also have like the Indeedee with like Psychic Helping Hand and Porygon 2. That is interesting.
Yeah, the Venusaur here is Covert Cloak, Grass Knot, Sludge Bomb, and Sleep Powder. And yeah. So Groudon versus Pelipper matchup. Very interesting.
It is very interesting, especially looking at this matchup right now. Like, a Pelipper is burned, right? The Pelipper was definitely burned, and that Terra Water, Covert Cloak, Venusaur just sitting on the field. I don't know if Trick Room is up, but that Porygon looks like it's going to stop Trick Room. And one thing, looking at this Porygon, it is Terra Poison with Foul Play and Ice Beam. So a great way to like keep it on the field for a long time. Venusaur not able to get faked out, but there's Sludge Bomb and Sleep Powder as well. Groudon, of course, it has Bulk Up. So you're setting yourself up to actually, get yourself in a good position to get more stats up, especially with your attack and your defense. Calyrex is going to go for the Protect. Ooh, I wonder what this is going to go for next. As we are going to see Grass Knot going to go into that Cali, did not hit nothing. What does this Porygon do, or what does this Pelipper do? Oh, it is faster than the Pelipper.
That's really interesting. So Trick Room, I believe, was confirmed not up unless Venusaur has some really weird speed augmentations right now.
Yeah,
but yeah, the Porygon somehow outspeeding the Pelipper. Yeah, taking the KO with Ice Beam.
Unless that Porygon is fast, has like some speed investment, I don't know. That's an interesting matchup right now. But by looking at this, like a Grass Knot, like with a Terra Water, I don't know if it should be enough to get the knockout on this Cali Ice. But oh no, we are gonna see that Feint though from it. It looked like it was from I don't know where it was from, but
I think it was most likely the. Oh, Foul Play does take out the Calyrex. I think it was a fake out into the Venusaur, and Joe is just hoping that he would live and be able to move after the Covert Cloak. But yeah, Porygon 2 knocks out the Calyrex, the Incineroar on the field, and now I think with Porygon down, with the Pelipper being knocked out previously, the Groudon is free to dominate the weather with the Drought ability here coming in and threatening the Incineroar with a massive Precipice Blades, of course, if it can actually hit.
Exactly, and look, we have Joseph Garte, and it looks like Mom Ugarte. And honestly, this looks like a really interesting game. But the Incineroar, yeah, you're actually right about the Incineroar. It's gonna go down to a Precipice Blade, but this battle is going to be canceled. I don't know if this is game 1, game 2, or game 3, but right now that was
game 2.
Oh my goodness, game 2. Was there a game 1? Oh wait, I can actually look it up. Hold on. Oh.
So Joe lost game 1, and he won.
Oh, we're going to a game 3 then.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, perfect. Cool.
All right, perfect. All right, we came at the right time.
So Pelipper versus Groudon, definitely a very switch-heavy matchup. I know Joe is a player that definitely is unafraid of that style of play. He has could be Volt Switch. It's Assault Vest on the Raging Bolt. I don't have the team sheet in front of me. Incineroar can Parting Shot, so he has lots of tools to be able to pivot in and out. But his opponent with the Defiant Ogerpon is definitely disincentivizing him from bringing the Incineroar on some level. So it's definitely a very interesting matchup. I can see why Joe might have lost the first game. It's definitely very volatile, where if you get in the position, you could be a-okay, but if you're out of position, the Pelipper and the Calyrex, and even the Ogerpon, Grass Form, I keep forgetting the actual name, but yeah, it can be definitely a menace against his team, especially after the Venusaur has gone for a Terra Water.
Exactly. But also looking at Kojay, let's go over Kojay's team real quick. I guess Incineroar, Cali Ice, Pelipper with Life Orb, Iron Valiant, Ogerpon, and Amoonguss. So, I'm seeing a lot of things here. First of all, like we said in the pre-show about some sauce, there's 2 mons that have some sweet and spicy right here. We got Ogerpon with Covert Cloak, And we got Iron Valiant with coaching. Very interesting.
So I do want to point out, kind of, you might glaze over it the first time you look at the team sheet, but the Pelipper is Life Orb, Terra Grass. So the Terra not so important, but the Life Orb damage might give us an indication for why the Porygon 2 is able to outspeed it. I have to imagine the Pelipper is meant to be sweeping under Trick Room with the Life Orb, Weather Balls, and Hurricanes. That's definitely very threatening damage. There's no Amoonguss to be threatening the Terra Grass, but that would really be one of your main weapons against Pelipper on Joe's side. That would force a Terra Grass. I guess Sleep Powder actually is forcing it pretty reasonably, so very, very interesting set on the Pelipper that just makes it go min speed. I think if it was faster than the Porygon, this matchup turns very different, but...
And especially looking at also like the Ice Rider Cali with the Terra Water, but also Life Orb Pelipper. I want to see how much damage that does, but also the Iron Valiant with Faint, Coaching, and Moonblast. So Coaching able to help either Ogerpon or Cali Ice. You know, like try to get a defense and attack boost. But we do see, we see the prediction is right. We gotta see the Iron Valiant Cali up against the Venusaur and Incineroar. Ooh, this is gonna be very interesting. I wonder like what Joe is thinking of, either putting that Mon to sleep, or better yet, like, you know, trying to get damage off and trying to get the KO. But Incineroar has Parting Shot, it has Knockoff, it has Taunt instead of Will-O-Wisp. But, you know, now by looking at this, it's going to be very, very interesting of what that Iron Valiant is going to do. Sometimes they go for Faint, sometimes they go for the Moonblast. But in retrospect, Joe is thinking he's probably going to go for Coaching. But no, Iron Valiant is going to go for the Protect. So, predicting a Fake Out here, and Cali Protect. So we're scouting right now of different types of moves here. Fake Out going to go into the Calyrex. And, okay, he switched his screen before I even... know what he's thinking of doing. He probably went for Sleep Powder.
He targeted the Valiant. We know that.
Yes, he did. So it's like double that. But I'm trying to think.
So the Incineroar on Joe's team is actually Will-O-Wisp. It's Kojei's that is the taunt one. So threatening double status here if he wants to go for it. Then there's no defensive Terra. It is Terra Water on the Calyrex Ice, so solid defensively, but not good into Sleep Powder or Will-O-Wisp, so Joe kind of gets to pick his poison in that regard and deal with the Iron Valiant. Moonblast isn't going to be doing a lot of damage to any of his Pokemon, but a Coaching could start to offset that burn, if that is what the Incineroar chooses to go for.
Exactly. I was looking at the wrong team sheet. Yes, Joe, do want to confirm Joe does have Will-O-Wisp on his Incineroar, but we are going to see the Coaching on that Calyrex. I wonder what's going to come next. Sludge Bomb into the Iron Valiant. That is going to go down to the Sash.
If he gets a poison here, that's a one-hit knockout.
Incineroar goes for the Will-O-Wisp. That is going to be burned, and that damage is going to be halved. Oh, that is going to be very interesting. I wonder what this Calyrex decided to do here, actually. It's going to go for the Glacial Lance. It's burned, though, but it's at +1 attack. And that is enough for the one-hit knockout.
So for the folks at home keeping track, we're now at +2 on the Calyrex Ice, which means the effect of the burn is now +2 and then minus halved that. So, you know, there could be like some weird interactions where a number gets rounded down, but effectively at neutral now, just taking that chip. If you're Joe, you have to imagine if you're Joe, you might have preferred Sleep Powder hitting there instead of Will-O-Wisp, but ends up going for the Will-O-Wisp, maybe expects himself to be able to live the attack there if there's no Coaching. But yeah, it comes out, and now I guess Foul Play is going to be doing neutral damage, but yeah, it's going to be really difficult to knock out this Calyrex, it feels like.
Exactly, but the thing is also that that Joe has is that Foul Play on that Porygon. Another Coaching is going to go off, so that is going to be at +3 with the burn. So technically speaking, ladies and gentlemen, it's like +1 with burn. If there wasn't the burn, then it'd be a +3. Iron Valiant is going to go down to that Flare Blitz. And I wonder what Kojei is going to be sending in now, because you have a +3 with a +2 defense on that Calyrex. That's going to be a very, very, very tough opponent to defeat. And also, I want to point out, no Trick Room has been set up.
Yeah, at this point, the Foul Play is going to be doing massive damage unless you go for a Terrestrialization to the Water type. Still going to be doing a chunk, but yeah, you're really kind of forced. I actually don't remember if the Foul Play takes into account the burn. I think it does. I'm not certain, but That's something Joe definitely has a good knowledge of, actually using the Foul Play Porygon, but the Pelipper is coming out, going to be threatening that Incineroar with a massive Weather Ball, but though we saw in the first game, the Incineroar might have a chance to outspeed the Pelipper, given it is a low-speed Trick Room variant.
Exactly. Some people opt to run their Incineroars very fast, like max speed with max HP. I've seen that a lot sometimes, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if that will outspeed Pelipper, because that max speed would be 123 speed on an Incineroar, and when you look at that, Pelipper, it could outspeed if it's Timid Max, but it could also be a speed type. But we also got to see what's going to go on here, because that's a burn +3, but how much will Foul Play even do right now? And Joe's got to think, how can I get rid of this Cali? As Pelipper is going to switch, it was just there for 5 minutes.
I think I looked it up real quick, and the oh, this is interesting. If he parting shot at the Ogerpon, this could go bad very quickly.
Ogerpon. Did he go for the parting shot into the Ogerpon? Terra Water from that Cali is going to come on in, and now seeing this, it's going to be very interesting. Flare Blitz into that slot. Not going to do anything to that Cali, but it is also burned, so you're kind of in a really good position. Foul Play is going to go off. Oh my goodness!
All right, well, confirming that Foul Play completely ignores the burn. It doesn't take it into account. If you're a burned Foul Play user, it will have it, but yeah, that crit, you have to imagine after the terrestrialization wouldn't have been a knockout. A higher horsepower might have honestly knocked out the Incineroar. I think it probably would have, at which point you have superpower for the Porygon, and then it's just up to who he has in the back. But given I think it's likely Groudon, you can just freely switch in, turn off the Weather Ball. I mean, you won't actually turn off the Weather Ball, you'll turn it to a Fire-type move, but definitely be less threatening against the Incineroar. Yeah, gonna be, I think it's not quite over. I think the Ogerpon definitely has some room to work here, as long as you hit a superpower into Porygon, maybe that plus a Weather Ball can knock it out, but it's just going to be a tough mountain to climb here with the insane bulk of the Porygon 2.
Absolutely. Even also, that Foul Play ignored the defense. Well, not just because also because of that crit, but also the attacks that was so high. And by looking at this, Groudon could come in, shut down the rain, it could go for Weather Ball, as Ogerpon goes for Spiky Shield, and no switch out. So I'm thinking parting shot, but Flare Blitz. Oh my, Joe's staying in, trying to say, hey, I'm trying to get rid of your Pokemon, even if I have to use these two in the back. Ice Beam, he doubled into the Ogerpon slot. That is going to be fully protected. What does the Pelipper decide to do? He goes for the Weather Ball into the Porygon instead of the Incineroar. Oh, wow. That does a lot because of the Life Orb. My good Talon, have you ever seen a Life Orb Pelipper do so much damage with Weather Ball?
Unfortunately, I have. I've been on the receiving end of it. Definitely a very powerful move. Just base 100 in rain plus stab. Add the Life Orb onto that, and you're doing wild damage even to something as bulky as Porygon. At this point, Superpower, if you don't Terrestrialize, should knock out the Porygon. And then you get a free Weather Ball into that Incineroar for a knockout if the Groudon hasn't switched in. But we are going to see Joe switch out into the Groudon, turning Weather Ball from a Water-type move to a Fire-type move and having the accuracy of Hurricane. Yeah. Going to be interesting. You could call this and Ivy Cudgel that slot, and he does actually Ivy Cudgel the slot.
Ivy Cudgel! That's not enough for the KO, though! Flare Blitz in the sun! It's going to go ahead and get the one-hit knockout on Ogerpon! What a good read from Kojay, but it was not enough for the knockout. But what does his Pelipper decide to do? If it's going to go for another Weather Ball, it's going to go for the Weather Ball, but it's Terra Fire, and it's going to go into the Groudon, and that Groudon is just, it's another crit, and it's out of here! That Groudon is out of here, but the sun is set up. So now Incineroar, with that Flare Blitz, is honestly going to be okay. But honestly as well, that was a very interesting read from Kojay. And very shocking that Groudon only came in to set up the sun, but it was not able to get any other damage off. But also what I noticed is that, Joe still has his Terra available, as if Kojay uses Terra on his Cali, but wow, what an interesting turn. What an interesting turn. That was amazing.
Yeah, I think the issue here becomes, even though you did make the read, you took the knockout, now you're underspeeding the Incineroar's outspeeding the Pelipper. It's able to go for a parting shot. Outside of crits, the Weather Ball's not going to be able to knock out the Porygon. You're free to recover or Trick Room. So you might have, you got that KO on the restricted, but now it's the restricted level bulk Pokemon that you're going for 50% accurate Hurricanes. out of
Oh
range,
my
even
god,
with
it's
a
a crit game all day long. I think I've seen like 5 crits in one game.
Yeah, I think the issue really is the Porygon outspeeding the Pelipper, because you can recover all day long, not really even be threatened by critical hits. So it's kind of just stalling out this, stalling out the Life Orb, getting a bit of chip damage here and there, and just really winning this game with the Porygon.
Most exactly. Recover is going to go in. I wonder what that speed tier is. I've never seen a Porygon outspeed a Pelipper. Normally it's used like in Trick Room, but Hurricane is going to go in and it's going to miss the... I'm going to get... Yeah, that's the Incineroar. Oh, wow. That is very interesting. And also what I noticed that Joe didn't Terra at all this game, and he's going to take this win.
Yeah, I think if his opponent is able to maybe get a clutch confusion on the Porygon and then hit the Hurricane into the Incineroar, maybe you have a chance. But yeah, I think really it was earlier in that battle, critting the foul play through the defense boosts of coaching, which completely offset the attack raises, was really critical. You can imagine if he goes for the +3 high horsepower into the Incineroar, even though burned, I think that probably takes the knockout, or at least gets it in range of like some attack later in the game where you can knock it out pretty easily. And then that's a Porygon endgame versus like the rest of the team. I feel like, yeah, that was just a massive swing in the battle. It's hard to project out what would have happened from that point, but Joe's definitely taking that all day, just taking that clean knockout and not even having to worry about the restricted pretty much after that first knockout on the Venusaur was really critical in making that game easier to clean up for himself.
The best thing was that, like, mostly looking at that game, that Calyrex with that +2 attack, and that was very threatening for Joe's team, because honestly, if not, that Calyrex would have ran away with this game. It would have ran away with that Glacial Lances trying to get the attack up, and that would have been nothing. But there was a lot of crits in this game. Critting the Calyrex with foul play, critting the Weather Ball, and critting like Flare Blitz. There was so much in that game that it was kind of hard to keep track of as well. But also by looking at it, it was so intensity. By that, also that read that Koji made with that Ivy Cudgel into the Groudon slot, I thought it was going to be another crit getting that knockout. But like that Groudon said, no, I'm going to stay on the field for a little bit longer, but I'm setting up the sun because Pelipper's already in the field, and Pelipper already, it already did its job. But that Life Orb though did so much damage, and that was very, very insane in that game. But props to Joe. That was it. That went from like a very tough position to actually being a really great winning position. And looking at all the Mons, Venusaur did a great job, Groudon did a great job, but also the real MVP of Joe's team, but also had to be the Porygon 2 with that foul play, with the recover, able to outspeed. And on Kojei's, it was honestly really interesting as well, seeing that Pelipper with the Life Orb going for that damage and getting a lot out of it.
Yeah, I think as far as matchups go, it's a little tricky for Kojei. You can clearly see the min-speed Pelipper. This is a team that wants to be going into Trick Room, but when you're up against a Porygon 2 that can both foul play in Trick Room and go flip the dimensions and get out of it whenever Joe really wants to, he's got the bulk, he's got the fake outs to be able to really control the pace of the battle no matter what. So it's definitely difficult. I think Kojei did definitely an admirable job making a hard read on the Groudon switch from Joe, but unfortunately Joe is just in such a strong position, was able to recognize, okay, even if the Groudon goes down, Flare Blitz knocking out the Ogerpon should get me and my Porygon into the position where this game should be locked up. Even despite a bunch of crits, I think it would have needed like an absurd amount of confusion, and even hitting Hurricanes in Sun is a 50% chance. So Joe's a player who's been around for a long time. I think definitely recognizes how to swing RNG in his favor and just control it in endgames, and he really did a great job of doing it there.
Props to Joe doing an absolutely outstanding job in that game and navigating. It's basically like Weather War. It reminded me of 2016 a little bit, because of Weather War was so popular back then. It was reminding me of Sun and Rain. But honestly, props to Joe for winning that game. And honestly, right now, like if we look at the little scoreboard right now, Joe is 4-1 at the moment. We just saw Mackie, who's 5-0, and now Joe is 4-1. We got some really intense players. They came here to play for a good cause, but at the same time, they're here to play.
Yeah, about 256 players. We basically hit the cap. I think we were at maybe like 254 or something from drops, but yeah, definitely everyone excited to be competing in this tournament. Just the opportunity. A lot of good players signed up, so people wanting to get good practice as well as just donate to a good cause. So really heartening to see that. I do want to shout out, like, Joe leading Venusaur and Incineroar is definitely a big throwback. He was one of the best Venusaur Groudon players in I guess it was 2022. Like one of the best in the world, so in that near number one at the championship standing, just leading that fair portion of his games. So just seeing him in it's a competitive tournament, but not as much like points on the line, so he's able to use a Pokemon that's a little less consistent in Venusaur Groudon. It's definitely fun to see that, even though, we get to see these really interesting teams, like we see Basculegion, we see Groudon, Venusaur, and people taking it seriously, but also having a bit of fun with it for a good cause. So really shout out to the players for bringing their A game here for us.
And
Absolutely. What were you going to say, Chef?
And especially coming up for the World Championship coming up in about a month, I love the fact that I'm looking at these teams and they have something special about them. There's something for everyone in those teams. And honestly, we saw Groudon, we saw Venusaur, we saw Basculegion, we saw Garganacl, we saw a lot of Mons that we all thought that they were washed or lost, come back and make a comeback. They were like, no, I want to defend my name of myself. Garganacl came in. A lot of Mons came in and decided to work together to try to join this meta. And honestly, I think they have a rightful place in this meta.
Well, all right. Well, you guys definitely, what a cast crew. My boy Cruz is like, we need y'all for more official tournaments. So thank you guys so much for bringing the heat, bringing the energy, and bringing the intelligent conversation for these competitions. So we're going to transition. Thank you guys, Talon, and thank you so much, Chef Rich, for your expertise. And we're actually going to go ahead and get started into round number 6. I'm going to go ahead and bring in our next round of casters. I'm going to slide y'all down to super secret casters. So give me one moment. All right. And then we are going to go ahead and bring in our round 6 casters to start round number 6. No breaks, all gas. The trainer said they're roaring to go. We're just going to go ahead and go, guys. Let's go ahead and get it. Give me one moment. End round. Prepare next round. Let's get it. Round number 6 is now up. All right. Trainers, round 6 is up. Round 6 is up. Okay. Whichever is higher. Okay. All right. All right. So
on my monitor nail. So
I'm gonna go ahead and welcome in our casters. Welcome on in Nail and Talon Master J. How you guys doing, man?
Hey, what's up?
We are doing excellent today, Will. We've gone through 5 rounds of Swiss, 2 more left, ladies and gentlemen, after this round.
Yeah, only 2 more. Only 2 more.
I'm here for all of it, honestly. It's been a great day so far, and man, the goals we've hit, the matches we've gotten to see, it's been a ride.
Go stream with Joe. Just had Joe on stream.
Yeah, right. I asked DeWobblefed, but I pinged him, but I guess he doesn't. I guess he's not seeing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
let me try to message him then. Give me one moment. Let me see.
Take time. So while we're here, let's talk about these 2 teams we got, because we got some interesting bits. We got a Terrapagos team, and we have a Shadow Rider Calyrex team with the After You. So ready for that Trick Room option. which fortunately is not present on Wobbuffet's team, but the rest of it looks pretty good to go. Pretty good on putting pressure on to force the opponent to Terra like Terrapagos wants.
I think you're correctly right there, Nail. When you look at Brett's team, having the Shadow Rider Calyrex there, I mean, having Nasty Plot is one thing to get that extra power boost on top of the Grim Neigh, and then you add in something like a Clefairy with that helping hand, the Follow Me, the After You. After You, a very unique move, because at first glance, it doesn't look like a really good move on a Pokemon as slow as Clefairy, but in a situation such as running up against a Trick Room team, suddenly, if you have a Shadow Rider Calyrex out there, you can use After You on the Clefairy, and that Calyrex is then faster than, say, a Calyrex Ice Rider, and can hit it with an Astral Barrage.
Yes, indeed. That tech has been seen quite a lot throughout the past few, let's say about a month and change of regulation G. G. I'm losing track.
Exactly. And you also look at Brett's team. It's got 3 variations of the pivoting moves. It's got an Incineroar with Parting Shot, the Rapid Strike Urshifu, and the Rillaboom all carrying U-Turn. So, in a sense, Brett has a way of getting his Pokemon out while dealing damage at the same time onto Wobbuffet's team.
And quite a way of doing it, too. You know, I'm actually a little disappointed that the Raging Bull doesn't have the 4th pivoting option being Volt Switch. That'd be amazing. It's the nice little quartet, but it is carrying the Thunderbolt, Clap, and Draco Meteor. So the 3 attacks for Protect standard is here with the boost of energy to give it some initial extra damage into this Terra Shell that's on the other side. And pretty much everything else on the board as well. That Chi-Yu is going to be something to kind of look out for, as once it hits the board, that Raging Bull is going to be doing so much damage, even with the screens.
You are exactly right there with the Shadow. I mean, but then we look at the Wobbuffet's team. I mean, he's got that Choice Specs Terrapagos, Terra Starstorm with the Beads of Ruin. We've seen that do an insane amount of damage to most common combinations that we've seen in Regulation G. But then you also add in a Pokemon like a Fluttermane with that booster energy and Icy Wind. That usually gives the mindset that it's a speed boosting Fluttermane, which allows it to get that Icy Wind off and make Pokemon slower than, say, that Chi-Yu.
Yep, the tried and true classic combo of Fluttermane and Chi-Yu, that absolutely game-winning, game-ending damage output that comes out from Fluttermane's pressure between Shadow Ball and Moonblast. And yeah, that speed control is probably going to be critical in kind of reining in this, pun intended, this Shadow Rider Calyrex on the opposing side, bringing that speed down to manageable. Go right on ahead.
They are in the middle of a match already, so we're just going to go ahead and get into it, guys.
Oh, all right. Well, we're already on the ground.
We are already on the ground. We see the Grimmsnarl and Iron Hands versus the Urshifu, Rapid Strike, and the Rillaboom here. Nail, this is actually a very interesting lead or combination right now, but I think it's looking good as we do see a Urshifu switch out here into the Incineroar to get that Intimidate off on this Iron Hands,
which is going to go to -1 attack here and be a bit more manageable into this Rillaboom going forward, as the Iron Hands looks just to throw a fake out there, you know, check to make sure the opponent doesn't do anything crazy, and just kind of move the needle forward a little bit, and the Grimmsnarl goes for a fizzling Thunderwave into the Incineroar.
Yes, because as we know, the Prankster ability on Grimmsnarl, it doesn't work on a Dark-type Pokemon such as Incineroar, thus making that Thunderwave negated. But now, Brett has a way to go fake out on his own side here with that Incineroar, and also could go into the Grimmsnarl or the Iron Hands here while doing big damage with something like the Rillaboom, with like a U-turn or a Wood Hammer here.
I'm actually very interested to see how he kind of manipulates that pivot pressure that he has onto a side alongside that fake out, because now he can reposition and bring that Shadow Rider in and start doing damage. Hopefully, he's probably not going to do that immediately. It's going to take a while, so he can position himself to get, you know, screens up and such. You know, Wobbuffet has a pretty clean screens play here to go for it. And we see a Terra from the Incineroar looking to block a potential Drain Punch coming out from the other side, which makes sense here. You don't want to take that damage as crazy. You want to preserve the Incineroar for as long as possible.
And a critical hit on the one-hit of that Rillaboom. The Grimmsnarl is one-hit knocked out by this Rillaboom, and a Drain Punch going into the Incineroar. That Terra Ghost makes it immune, and a knockoff coming out here does little damage on the Iron Hands, but more importantly, knocks off that Assault Vest.
So here's that pressure I was talking about earlier. Now that Assault Vest is gone, that means that the horse comes in and just starts clicking Astral Barrage and everything. And the Grimstar only got one of the 2 screens it needs up. So that immediate, just instantaneous deletion from the Woodhammer on the terrain is amazing here.
You are absolutely right. And now we see the Terrapagos come out here and activate that Terra Shift. So now, in this current form, any move that is used on the Rillaboom or the Incineroar, or by the Rillaboom or Incineroar, mind you, would be not very effective. But we do see that the Wobbuffet is actually going to switch in the Chi-Yu here, and he activated the Terra Orb on that Terrapagos here, which would actually remove the grassy terrain via the Terraform 0 ability.
So the Wobbuffet wants the damage, and honestly, I don't blame him at this point, because that damage is going to be critical going forward. You can absolutely hurt this Incineroar sitting here on the board that is currently Terrasolized into would be immune to the base Terra Starstorm typing, will not be immune to the spread damage coming out here. It's going to take a good hit from this, and in the Iron Hands now you can bring it out, set your Fake Out pressure for later, and continue to kind of like lay down just almost immeasurable force from this Terra Starstorm coming here next to Beads of Ruin, like you mentioned earlier.
And here comes the Terra on the Terrapagos here, activating its Stellar Terra form, which is now a Stellar Terra type, that it's still a normal type by defensive mechanics, but with the Stellar Terra, the Terra Starstorm becomes a Stellar type move. The Terrapagos is actually faster than this Rillaboom, going for the Beads of Ruin, Choice Specs, Terra Stellar, Terra Starstorm here, and it knocks out
And there goes the Incineroar. As we
knockout on the Incineroar.
What a hit that was. And yeah, just like mentioned before, that Beads of Ruin made that so much harder to take. And here comes a Woodhammer that's going to be nerfed from the lack of grassy terrain, and it doesn't do that much, thankfully. The shell wasn't super needed.
It wasn't super needed, but more importantly, I wonder if the Reflect wasn't up, would Rillaboom have gone down to the recoil there? Nail, I wonder if that would have happened.
You know, that's a good question, and I think potentially. I believe the recoil for Woodhammer is 1/4 of what you did.
I believe you are correct. It is 1/4 of the damage dealt, but also Brett still has that Rapid Strike Urshifu in the back here, and there's a Chi-Yu and a Terrapagos here, and in comes that Urshifu.
Indeed. So that's going to be an interesting thing going forward. That damage is kind of crazy from Urshifu looking on this side.
And this Chi-Yu is Focus Sash, so whatever move the Urshifu clicks, it will be locked into for the remainder of this battle, but the Terra Starstorm will come out and still do major damage onto this Urshifu, and would even knock out the Rillaboom for that matter.
So yeah, that's interesting to think about going forward, because it looks kind of bad now, because we still haven't seen the opposing sides. We still haven't seen Brett's Restricted come in yet. So with the Restricted not being present, you have to kind of wonder what's in the back. You know, like that Urshifu's got a pretty clean swing here, and it takes it. It's gonna remove that Chi-Yu.
Come out, and the Chi-Yu will go down here,
regardless of the Focus Sash.
Regardless of the Focus Sash, that is a one-hit knockout by this Urshifu. But now it remains to be seen how much will this Choice Specs Terra Starstorm from the Terrapagos end up doing to this Urshifu here. It's going to knock out the Rillaboom. Will it do enough to knock out the Urshifu? It is not enough.
Almost.
It is not enough to knock out the Urshifu. But more importantly here, we have the Iron Hands onto Wobbuffet's side here, with one Pokemon left on Brett's side, and it is that Shadow Rider Calyrex with a Covert Cloak on that Shadow Rider. But this is what's important here, Nail. Iron Hands can go for a Fake Out into that Urshifu and Terra Starstorm, because Calyrex can only damage the Terrapagos with Draining Kiss here.
Yeah, that's the only thing it's really got, and honestly, that's not going to do it at this point. What's referred to commonly as the Suika method is the act of targeting the slot that cannot protect. In this case, yeah, it's pretty obvious. You smack that Urshifu, and then you just proceed to click Terra Starstorm and watch things drop.
Exactly, and we do see the Fake Out come out here on the Urshifu.
It picks up a knockout.
It actually does enough to knock out the Urshifu here. I thought it would be close, and maybe Urshifu lose on a sliver. We see a nasty plot come out on the side of this Calyrex. Brett is trying to go for the home run hit here, but in comes this single target Terra Starstorm from this Terrapagos. Choice Specs boosted. It's not enough to
that's
knock
an
out the
interesting hang on
Calyrex
there.
here.
So Draining Kiss now comes out in the Iron Hands and actually does quite a bit of healing.
And without the Assault Vest too, Nail. Without the Assault Vest, that's what's going to be incredible here. Because without the Assault Vest, I think Iron Hands might go down to this Draining Kiss, but it also remains to be seen. We see the Draining Kiss come out. Iron Hands holds on! Iron Hands holds on 4 HP. Are you kidding me?
Well, you know what that means. There's a wild charge coming out here right after this Terra Star Storm comes out, and I don't think it survives anyway, but, you know, if it does, it's going to take some damage.
And it goes down to the red on the Calyrex here, though the wild charge onto Wobbuffet's side does just enough to knock out this Calyrex. I wonder, would the wild charge recoil would do enough to knock out the Iron Hands in return, but in the end, Terrapagos is Stellar Terra does just enough in this battle to get to Wobbuffet the first win in this set.
That GameStop trade was wonderful. You got away with that right there. And now we're gonna go into game 2. And honestly, let's talk here. What are the adjustments that the Wobbuffet can make to really kind of play around with? What are the adjustments that Brett can make to kind of deal with this, the pressure that Wobbuffet puts on with this Spec Terrapagos?
So the way that I'm looking at it, Brett does have the Raging Bolt. We did not see Raging Bolt come in this battle. To potentially get a Booster Energy Thunderbolt off on something, like maybe the Grimmsnarl could bring the Raging Bolt with a Rapid Strike Urshifu and do that switch again with Incineroar to maybe get the Prankster Thunder Wave immunity. But more importantly, we didn't see Clefairy come into this battle. Friend Guard Clefairy might be the key difference for Brett here, I think.
I can agree with that. I would like to see that Clefairy come in here. That really cuts down on that damage. It makes Beads of Ruin a lot less effective. And honestly, that Clefairy plus the Urshifu, I think, is what really needs to come along here and be protected. The Urshifu being where it was at last game wasn't bad, but it definitely needed to be put in a better spot to deal with that Terrapagos, because it once that Urshifu went down and was smacked out by the Iron Hands, it just kind of was a snowball out from there.
And we also have to keep in mind that Leonard was able to win this match, this game number 1 in this set, Nail, while his Grimmsnarl got one hit knocked out by a critical hit, Grassy Terrain boosted Woodhammer. And that was absolutely incredible that Leonard was basically on the back burner in game 1 and still found a way to make it his game, his mission. But also, that was crazy with the Terra Stellar on the Terrapagos specs, one-shotting the Incineroar.
Oh, that's absolutely amazing. And honestly, it speaks to the power of Terrapagos when it's got the specs on it. Not needing that plus that Calm Mind boost, that, you know, burning that with single turn of clicking that move and then hoping you survive long enough to get the second attack off. You just get the power immediately. And honestly, by that time, thinking back on that, Grimmsnarl served its purpose. It got the screens up, and it can do it again here if it comes out. Once it gets at least one screen, it could be worth it. And here we go, same thing.
So we see Incineroar and Rillaboom come out on the side of Brett, and a sort of the same lead for Wobbuffet here with the Grimmsnarl and the Iron Hands. But there are 3 fake out potential Pokemon on the field right now, Nail. So the question is, which fake out is going to come?
Yeah, we're playing the fake. Well, who's got the first fake out game? So honestly, I'm thinking that Incineroar is probably going to get his fake out off here first. They're getting a little faster now with Calyrex teams, and honestly with other teams also. So we could see that happen. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a single fake out plus pivot here. Fake out plus I would say Parting Shot on this side makes sense, with the Wobbuffet looking to get screens up here just to, you know, mitigate some of that damage that can come out from a U-turn.
You're definitely right there. By getting that Parting Shot off on something like an Iron Hand, suddenly that Iron Hand's at -2 attack instead of -1 right now. As we do see Chi-Yu come out onto the field for Wobbuffet, activating those Beads of Ruin, and we see the Terra Orb once again activated on the side of Brett. Is it into the Incineroar? It is! This Incineroar is being very ghostly in this matchup, Nail, as it is now a Ghost type once again.
It is indeed going Ghost. Is looking to get out of the field as quickly as possible. Because yeah, as we see, the fake out comes out from the Rillaboom on the opposing side. The Drain Punch whiffs into the Ghost typing, and the Incineroar throws a taunt out, actually looking to mitigate the future potential of the Grimmsnarl off the gate. And that's actually pretty handy here. It's rare to see taunt on Incineroar, but when it does come out, it can be devastating. But it looks like it was planned for in this case.
I think you're right, because as we know, with the Grimmsnarl, we saw the Prankster Thunder Wave not work on Incineroar while it was a Fire Dark type, but Taunt works on any Pokemon as long as it's not Prankster boosted into a Dark type.
Exactly. And now we get, and it kind of makes sense that Chi-Yu switch makes a lot more sense now. It's a little scary because Chi-Yu doesn't want to really sit in front of the potential damage that can come out from taking a U-turn, even if it's neutral, or whatever can come out from the Rillaboom, the Insane in this case, because it could just click knockoff. But it makes sense, you eat that.
As we see a switch out here on the Rillaboom, and in comes the Raging Bolt into the side of the Rillaboom, and there is the Raging Bolt, ladies and gentlemen, and it gets the booster energy, special attack heightened on the booster energy, and overheat, and it misses the Raging Bolt!
Oh no! Well, it was resisted anyway, so no.
The Wild Charge just bounces off of the Raging Bolt's entire gigantic neck, and a parting shot comes out into the Iron Hands, and now this Iron Hands is suddenly a -2 attack, Nail.
There's what we were looking for from turn 1, coming out turn 2, and honestly, I respect it. It's got its job done now. It's getting off the board. Yeah, this Iron Hand's doing nothing anymore at this point. It's probably best for this to just kind of switch out when it gets a chance to do so. But no pivot moves means it has a hard switch. So whatever's coming in here is probably going to be able to get an attack off into that slot. And the Bolt is ultimately pretty safe here now.
Well, what's important to note is that the Raging Bolt does have the Thunderclap, and if there's a Calyrex in the back for Brett's side, probably a Thunderclap and a Draining Kiss. Like, you can risk the Dark Pulse, I think, into the Chi-Yu. So, like, Chi-Yu using Dark Pulse into the Calyrex here. Oh, but it's not. Wow! Brett changed it up. He doesn't bring his restricted Pokemon, Nail.
Interesting. That's in its own right. I've seen that quite a bit, and honestly, I'm here for it. The lack of restricted they don't always need to come to the game. Sometimes they are pretty crucial, but sometimes you can just do without. In this case, I think Brett's chosen to do without. Raging Bolt acting as its own restricted in this regard.
Exactly. Raging Bolt does very well against Wobbuffet's entire team here. As we saw, granted the overheat missed, but a -1 attack Iron Hands, it just bounced off the Raging Bolt with that Wild Charge that was a 4x resist. As we do see Chi-Yu switched out here into the Grimmsnarl, and a close combat comes out into the Grimmsnarl, does well over 50%, but the all-important defense and special defense drops come out here as a Draco Meteor comes out. Special attack booster energy doesn't do enough damage. It does well over 50%, but this is a -2 Wild Charge into the Urshifu. It does not.
Oh man,
very close.
Even with a -1 to defense, effectively putting them kind of at +1 and neutral respectively. Yeah, it's just not enough there. Wildcar's going to need more damage going forward to actually chew through this Raging Bolt, and it's still untouched. Even with screening that you'll probably get up here, this is going to be a bit of a struggle going forward.
It's definitely going to be a bit of a struggle because now this Raging Bolt, it is -2 special attack, which is important to note. It's -2, so now this booster energy hasn't really done anything for this Raging Bolt potentially. Now these moves, while they're going to hit with good force, they're not going to be hitting as powerful as they would with just the booster energy, Nail.
That's fair. It's going to be kind of rough to switch that out because, you don't want to give that photosynthesis boost, but what are you really getting done here at being at -2? And we see the Urshifu come out here to swap in for another mon, which I assume is the Incineroar here. No, it's a Rillaboom to try to eat a Wild Charge.
And the Rillaboom comes out here as we do see Iron Hands finally make a switch out here. And in comes the Chi-Yu once again onto the battlefield as it activates the Beads of Ruin here, but the Grimmsnarl ends up going, oh no, Raging Bolt opting for a Protect here, potentially trying to call a Drain Punch, as a Reflect comes out on the Grimmsnarl here, and makes all physical moves do 50% less damage outside of a Choice Scarf Surging Strikes or a critical hit.
I'm actually okay with this protecting the Raging Bolt. And you know why? Now that Chi-Yu's on the board, the Bolt can do more damage. Even at -2, with the Photosynthesis boost plus beads, you are hitting okay. Granted, screens are up, but it's not as hard to sit there now and just kind of spam moves at this point. You're still not going to do much damage, but you can get something done at least instead of having to lose the Photosynthesis boost without any benefit. You could have been trying to protect the call for, a Drain Punch or anything else in that slot, but I think it's pretty solid here.
I think you're making a valid point there, as we do see Brett opts to withdraw the Rillaboom here, and bring out that Incineroar here. So this Incineroar, the Terra Ghost Incineroar is coming out, activates the Intimidate once again, dropping the Grimmsnarl's attack. As we see a Thunderclap come out into the Chi-Yu, and it does virtually nothing but this overheat on the Chi-Yu into the Incineroar, and it doesn't do enough to knock it out!
But that's significant damage either way. Even no longer resisted. Yep, and there's the foul play out to the Raging Bolt. That could have been also one of the calls from last turn with that Protect. But that overheat did significant damage. Even now, Incineroar no longer resisting is actually pretty significant. Now that Chi-Yu can come out freely, bring out more fake out pressure later, which is irrelevant to the Incineroar, but pretty meaningful into the Bolt.
I agree, because now the Chi-Yu is at -2 special attack, but it remains to be seen what Brett opts to go for here. But that was crazy, Nailed. That Incineroar, that's a Beads of Ruin not resisted on the overheat, and it still didn't knock out this Incineroar.
That's that bulk, man. Incineroar's bulk is crazy, especially with proper HP investment. And the Urshifu comes out now into a Protect from the Chi-Yu, and let's see what that Grimmsnarl's going for, because it looks like the Instinct is going to fake out in this side, so we're not going to get to see anything from that end.
We do see the fake out come out here, but we do see the Thunder Wave potentially being clicked onto the Urshifu slot here, and if the Thunder Wave goes off, Nail, that Urshifu, suddenly the Choice Scarf doesn't matter, and it'll be slower than the Chi-Yu.
Yes, it would actually. And the Chi-Yu, even at -2, a Dark Pulse is going to hurt because it Beads of Ruin into either slot, really. And this kind of speaks to the fact that we're getting in the late game now. We're getting into the point where someone's going to want to bring out their win condition soon. And for the Wobbuffet, it's that Terrapagos we saw in the backflash earlier. It wants to get in here, click that Terra, and just start spamming. And it's getting easier to do that as time goes on. Wobbuffet is wearing him down.
And we see the -2 overheat into the Raging Bolt slot. It does a good amount of damage, but another taunt coming from this Incineroar, and suddenly this Grimmsnarl can't go for the double screens, but even more important here, the Raging Bolt reset its special attack drop, Snail. So now Thunderclap will be doing pretty good damage into something like a Grimmsnarl here, especially with those Beads of Ruin.
It definitely will now, and especially considering Grimmsnarl can only take attacks. Yeah, Thunderclap here with Beads of Ruin would actually hurt quite a bit. But instead, Wobbuffet sees that, swaps out to Iron Hands to bring back in the fake out pressure for later, to eat that Thunderbolt with the Assault Vest and be relatively okay this turn. Unless...
Play coming out on the Grimmsnarl, knocking out Incineroar here. Incineroar is down. One of Brett's Pokemon with the pivoting ability is now down for the remainder of this battle.
And there goes some of that attrition that Brett had available to them, being able to swap fake outs or cycle that defensive immunity to Drain Punch to keep that, Iron Hands in check. That's gone now, and it's only Rillaboom and Raging Bolt here with a heavily damaged Urshifu in the back. It's looking a little bleak from my side. Same for you?
It's looking kind of bleak, but anything is possible in Pokemon right now, because as we know, the Grimmsnarl still can only click Foul Play here. So in theory, you could get a fake out into something like the Iron Hands here with the Rillaboom, and maybe go for a Thunderbolt or a Thunderclap into the Grimmsnarl here, risk the damage from Foul Play on the Grimmsnarl, and still be able to take out the Iron Hands afterwards.
That's fair. That's fair. You definitely can. There are indeed so options. That Rillaboom's damage output is not to be messed around with. Even with screens up, it's gonna hurt. And it does.
Grassy Glide come out, but it doesn't do enough to knock out this Iron Hands. And
and the Grimmsnarl holds on to with the Para. Oh my god!
The Para!
Is he gonna get the? But is he gonna break through the Para?
The Drain Punch comes out here, and it recovers good damage on the Iron Hands. You're back up to 54.
That plus the terrain. The Foul Play comes out. Ooh, just under half. That's still pretty significant damage on this side.
That is good damage onto that Rillaboom.
Those screens are paying dividends right now. This speaks to Grimmsnarl and its utility in the format. Those screens are putting in work. Being able to survive at 1 HP and nearly going down with the Iron Hands and still be able to heal back up this much, amazing.
And it also remains to be seen. That's right. We forgot about Reflect still up on the side of Iron Hands. That would allow it to live the Grassy Glide.
Yes, indeed, and it's shown itself right there. That Grassy Glide doing negligible damage in the Iron Hands. You got to wonder without screens would that have worked differently? And I want to say yes, the Grimmsnarl probably would have gone down. and then Wobbuffet's left with just Chi-Yu and Terapagos in the back, which isn't bad here, but is a little bit more difficult to work with, considering that it suddenly goes from a 4-3 to a 2-3.
As you do see Woodhammer coming out now, and Iron Hands is down for the count.
One clean knockout there, and one more to go. The Bolt is faster than the Grimmsnarl, which means we get this turn now, where it's 2v3.
And Grimmsnarl goes down, but now it's that Chi-Yu, and I believe Terapagos is also in the back for Dewobblefed here.
Yes, full health Terapagos with Terra Shell intact.
And what's also important to know is that this Terapagos is choice specs. So, essentially, the Raging Bolt here could go for something like a Thunderclap into that Terapagos here, which wouldn't be very effective. However, Terapagos could go for its Stellar Terra here and remove the grassy terrain.
That's true. Kind of forcing a lockout position where the Rillaboom can't get its priority off.
Exactly, and with Urshifu still in the back, that's what also bodes something to note here, Nail, because we do see the potential of the Terra Starstorm, but... Ooh!
Oh, okay. Interesting. All right, so you're going to go ahead and...
Getting the Grassy Glide off to break the Terra Shell, and a Thunderclap into the Terapagos, doing well over 50%. The Heat Wave comes out on the side of the Chi-Yu. It hits both targets. It's not very effective on one. It's super effective on the other. And Rillaboom is just a little cooked by that Heat Wave.
Just a smidge, a little toasty there. But now this Terra Stars is going to come down and rain meteors on this Raging Bolt and end it right here, leaving Brett with only the Urshifu in the back that is forced to pick a single target now.
Exactly right. And then it comes down to what Dewobblefed wants to do here, because if he goes to Terra Stellar, he might live the he won't live the close combat with Terapagos here. But if Chi-Yu goes for something like a Heat Wave and misses, then suddenly the Urshifu is faster than the Chi-Yu.
That's fair. The Chi-Yu is inaccurate, so that is a pretty big win potential here. If the Chi-Yu misses even a singular move as the Urshifu goes for close combat, it could turn around entirely and we can get a game 3 out of this. But we got to see here, we're waiting for it. Does the Chi-Yu hit its move into the Urshifu to pick up this last bit of HP?
As we do see the close combat come out and knock out this Terapagos, the Chi-Yu, what did it clip? It went for Dark Pulse. It hits the Dark Pulse, and it does enough to knock out the Urshifu here. And
we got clean 2-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dewobblefed moves to 5-1 with a 2-0 victory over Brett VGC. What a game! What a game!
What a game! That was amazing. Honestly, that was a good time all around.
That was an absolutely incredible matchup by Dewobblefed and Brett VGC just now.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, like, that was just a masterclass by both sides, being able to identify your Pokemon and what could potentially be the most effective in this strategy to ensure that you clench victory from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, definitely. That was good use of Terapagos. A great showcase for Grim. Chi-Yu definitely was a shocker there. I was a little scared for that at the end there. That inaccuracy always makes me worry about Chi-Yu. It's like, I can hit a move, but I could also not.
It all comes down to what move does he click. If he clicks the right move, he wins. If he clicks the wrong move, it's a chance to miss. Even though the Urshifu was -1 with that close combat into the Terapagos, I mean, Heat Wave or Overheat still would have done the damage, but you run that risk of that 10%, and if, God forbid, one of those 10% happen, we're going to a game 3.
Yep, yes we are, because that Urshifu is still faster. And yeah, that's the power of Urshifu. It's that kind of polarizing where it's terrifying even when you're just like, I'm pretty sure I got it. No, you might not.
Exactly. And also, shoutouts to Brett, recognizing that Raging Bolt was a really good Pokemon in game number 2, and it was putting in damage. Also getting that paralysis on the Grimmsnarl. But that's just the power of Dewobblefed's EV spreads, ladies and gentlemen. He was able to, I mean, it was probably a damage roll more so than anything else, but Grimmsnarl taking 87 from a Thunderbolt.
Yeah, that was that clutch 1 HP survival, the invisible sash that we love to see here and there.
The invisible focus sash, and then the reflect that Dwobelfed had, allowing his Iron Hands to live a grassy glide from that Rillaboom too.
Yes. Again, those screens putting in mileage, more of another showcase for Grim, just going, hey, I'm still here, guys, and I do something cool. It's that was amazing. I would have loved to see Shadow Rider towards the end there, but I guess Brett kind of figured, it's not going to get much done if I can't get nasty plots off or get a snowball rolling against Terrapagos, so maybe it's better to just drop it.
Exactly, because Terrapagos in its regular and stellar form, it's still a normal type by default. So Astro Barrage, well, I mean, Terrapagos looks at it and is like, Astro Barrage? Come on. Come on.
We eat those.
Bring on the Astros. Bring or actually, just don't tell me. We're about to take a huge Astro Barrage. Yep.
Knockout to the bottom?
Most likely.
Bring it on.
Exactly. Exactly. That's Terrapagos is Cusco when they're going over the waterfall.
There you go. or Captain. How about this Astro Barrage? No, I don't think I will.
No, I don't think I will. Yeah, and in all fairness, Terrapagos is technically an old Pokemon too, because it was underneath in the Area Zero Underdepths for so many years.
That's fair. Fair.
So in theory, we brought it back to the present time, and it is an older Pokemon. So
that's fair.
And the Terra Shell, it transitions the Stellar Terra onto every Pokemon. So, who's the first Stellar Terra Pokemon?
All right. Yeah, it's been here. Don't call it a comeback. It was already here. But that was no comeback necessary for that match. That was just a straight up clean 2-0 with Terrapagos. I had a great time there.
It was an absolutely great battle by Leonard and Brett for that matter, showcasing the power of Terrapagos and Shadow Rider Calyrex. I do wish we could have seen the Clefairy, truthfully. It would have been nice to see how Friend Guard Clefairy would have been in this battle. But also the Terra Ghost on the Incineroar. It was nice to be able to ensure that you can't get faked out, but then it turned the Grimmsnarl's only attacking move from not very effective into super effective.
Yeah, that was a bit of a downside there. I think that it was a little. There could have been better planning with the Terra placement there. Not a bad placement by any means, honestly. Terra Ghost Incineroar is quite real and it is quite effective. However, maybe planting that Terra in a different position, like planting it for the Raging Bolt here, could have been kind of helpful. It's hard to say because you're facing Terrapagos, so your Terra is really, you got to time that.
You got to time it perfectly, because as we know, the Stellar Terra in offensive capabilities, if you're terrestrialized, you're taking super effective damage, and that Raging Bolt in front of the Chi-Yu and the Terrapagos, it does not have an assault vest. That was on the Rillaboom threat. So suddenly, that Raging Bolt is going to be taking a super effective Choice Specs, Beads of Ruin, Terra Starstorm.
Which
Even
no one wants to take. As we saw, it deleted the Incineroar.
Yes, it took the Incineroar and said, I will delete you!
Oh man, that's a phrase I haven't heard in a while. But yeah, it did it. It followed through. It just cleaned it right up immediately. I honestly, I think Clefairy would have been a good bring here. I'm not sure what I would personally drop if I'm Brett for Clefairy in this position, because you want Rapid Strike to handle both the Chi-Yu and the Terrapagos. You want to keep that in the back at some point. Maybe like Clefairy and Rapid Strike, probably on the Rapid Strike in back, of course. Clefairy maybe as a lead, and let's say Rillaboom or Raging Bolt.
I think maybe Rillaboom would have been a better Pokemon to take a seat in this game, because the Chi-Yu, its only attacking moves are Fire and Dark type moves, which Clefairy either resists or is neutral, but Friend Guard and the Eviolite, it still takes those moves pretty handily, which would allow it to survive more attacks and everything.
That's fair. The only thing I think I'd be concerned about in this case if I'm Brett is the Heat Wave. While it's inaccurate, it hurts even with the Assault Vest. So yeah, that's something to think about. And at that point, you're kind of forced to Terra Fire, which means you're vulnerable to Terrapagos in the back, and it becomes its own kind of heap of, its own kind of stuff.
Ooh.
Exactly.
This competition, man, I don't even know. This is unreal.
This has been an absolutely great day with some incredible battlers all throughout. Will.
Yeah, honestly, it is unreal. We got 3 6-0s at the moment. A lot of X1s and of plenty few X2s. But unfortunately, it will go to top 16. And honestly, I don't even know who's going to make what. I don't even know what's going to happen.
I'm here to see it. Is there by chance a way we can get standings on screen for a minute just to take a quick peek?
I don't think the standings are reflective at the moment, but they will be reflective after the new round. So let me try to get the new screen paired over. Give me one moment.
Okay, wonderful. We still got a healthy spread of 5 undefeateds here, and I'm hoping we get to see more.
All right. So these are the current standings for the tournaments. We have, I believe, 3B just lost to Masterclasser. Masterclasser is currently 6-0. If we look at the pairings, Scrawl is 6-0 and Azulite is 6-0 as well. Big Mackie, who I thought was probably my favorite to win it all, just went 5-1, but that's okay. They still can win their next 2 games and finish 7-1, or even if they lose another round, but they can, like, you know, they can lose one, but they got to win another one, right?
Right.
It's a lot on the line going right here.
Exactly. I mean, and with only 2 rounds left, I mean, anything is possible here. Because right now, if we look at the standings, with like before this round began, we had at least 33 players at X1, and then if we add all the way down to where X3s would start, about
X2s,
82.
Yeah.
82. So this is going to be a very tight end game in these last 2 rounds, gentlemen.
And our defending champion, Big Mike OG, is currently X2, actually. And it's really tough to see if he will even squeeze in. I think it's going to be based on your resistance on how to get in, because it's top 16 or whatever is higher to get into top cut.
I think Big Mike can clutch it out. It doesn't look great from this spot, but I think Big Mike can clutch it out and come back like last time.
I think it's definitely possible. And right now, other players. I mean, we have Joe UX9. He is 5-1 right now.
And honestly, he could have been 6-0. I think there was a lot of issues going on this morning, but he had to take a round 1 loss. So technically, he hasn't lost a game. He has not dropped a set.
Technically, he has not lost a game. That is true. And then other players. I mean, we have Mammoth VGC. He's 5-1 right now. We have, like I said, Big Mike at 4-2. We have we have Bacon. I think Bacon was our round 1 stream match, if I remember correctly.
I believe so.
I think so. Yeah.
He's 4-2. We got Joker at 4-2. And unfortunately, I come with some bad news, ladies and gentlemen. Garganackle will not be making top cut.
No, what happened to Garg?
Garganackle is X3 right now.
Oh.
Garganackle is X and 3 right now.
Unfortunately.
I was so excited for the secret Reggie.
I was all set for it too, to have Reggie Phantom as a.
I call it Reggie Salt.
Oh, Reggie Salt, that would have been
Reggie Salt, yeah.
Oh, that is such a good name now.
I'm gonna miss it, but we'll see it again someday. It'll return to us one day. Should open up my Switch and build pages.
Let's go and see. We got 2 more matches remaining. See if we can probably showcase them, and then we'll go immediately into round number 6. Trainer said, "Hey, get this over with. We got stuff to do. This is a charity tournament."
You mean round 7?
Oh, this is round 6 and going into round 7. But we got 2 more matches still remaining. It looks like we got a game 2 going on that's still happening.
Oh, let's have it.
Is Big Boy Wally streaming by chance? If he is,
I'm here for that.
Let's see.
No,
oh, he is. He is.
Oh, Wally is.
Big Wally, yes, they are live. I'm gonna share my screen.
Oh yes.
Oh yes.
They are currently 4-1, actually. Let's try to get this.
All right.
Alrighty, let's see what we got here, ladies and gentlemen.
And we come in the middle of a Zacian match. Ooh, I love to see this dog swing its
Behemoth Blade, and that did nothing to that Amoonguss. It makes me wonder, was this... oh yeah, it is burned, so you see how much little power, how little damage that Behemoth Blade did.
Well, we're gonna see how little it's gonna do later, because it looks like the Incineroar just left the board to come back later on to drop one more Intimidate before it goes down. The low health Calyrex taking its place. Hopefully it doesn't take anything unfortunate, but there's an Incineroar on the other side. It looks like it's got quite a few moves. Oh, it's asleep. Never mind.
I also believe this is a game 2. So
but the Amoonguss went for the Pollen Puff into the Ice Rider Calyrex here, and suddenly this Calyrex is well over 50% health.
And to note, outside of Trick Room, no less, this is an interesting position to be in, because you got a burnt Zacian and a sleeping Incineroar, no Trick Room available, and an Amoonguss that is we just over half, and we've gone to time.
He lost his own time.
Oh,
we lost his time.
They're going to game reveal.
Oh no!
Oh, he ran out of his time.
Oh no! Oh, well.
It makes it good for us. We get content.
Indeed.
Get content.
Yes, we do. We get a game 3 here, ladies and gentlemen.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, the true meta in any situation is the timer. That you can't beat the timer. Timer wins everything. All right. So we get and now we get to, wow, what a name for a team.
Yeah. Screw the meta.
Screw the meta.
I can't disagree. I can't disagree. But you know, double Genie Zacian. I'm actually I kind of love this. Not a fan of Double Genie personally, but the dog makes it all right for me. Now I want to see what this lock-in is. I'm kind of sad we missed the first 2 games. We don't get to see the previous adjustments, but looks like the Urshifu Incineroar here is going to be a lead.
Yeah, I would definitely be curious about what's going to happen with this game as well, because as we do see, there's a potential that there's not going to be a Double Genie here in this matchup, Nail, which honestly I'm curious about, not having Double Genies, but there is the threat of that Pelipper with Wide Guard in the back.
That's fair. That's fair. And that might be the reasoning why there's no Double Genie coming out here, because if we look at the team sheets on Wally's side, we see that both of those genies are carrying, well, at least one of them is carrying a pretty significant spread move in Bleakwind Storm, and that could be enough to counter deter that one. I'm not quite sure why you would drop the second one. It looks like they bought it anyway. So yeah, that's definitely a thought to kind of consider here.
But important to note that this Raging Bolt is Terra Electric with the Assault Vest, so there is no Protect on this Raging Bolt.
All right, which means that's definitely a Raging Bolt with some extra legs on it, with some Volt Switch, Snarl, and Draco Meteor too. So quite a bit of utility coming out here from the opposing side with the Ice Rider. I want to see how they get their win condition up here.
We see Incineroar as the lead alongside Raging Bolt here. Meanwhile, it's Rapid Strike Urshifu and the Incineroar on the side of Wally here. But what's important to note is that with this Raging Bolt on the field, there is still the potential of a Thunderclap potentially here.
Huge potential of a Thunderclap coming out here that could absolutely hurt this Rapid Strike Urshifu, which is Terra Water and Choice Scar. So it probably wants to hard switch out here into something that can take a hit. Examples being Incineroar or potentially Zacian in the back to get a +1 immediately. The only downside is you can just eat up a Flare Blitz or a Will-O-Wisp for your troubles from the opposing side.
Exactly, and this Urshifu, again, it is Choice Scar, so Thunderclap suddenly is going to be the most effective move that this Raging Bolt goes for here, as we do see a switch out on the Urshifu Rapid Strike, and in comes the Zacian.
Looking to come in here and get that nice +1 attack boost from the Intrepid Sword and lay down some damage. Hopefully it doesn't catch that instant Will-O-Wisp, but nope, just a fake out.
Just a fake out here, and the Raging Bolt going for the Volt Switch into the Incineroar, a double up into Wally's Incineroar here, and suddenly this Raging Bolt is off the field for free.
Respectable. The Incineroar can now go for whatever it wants next turn, assuming it can survive the potential from an Urshifu, which I don't see happening, but there's always something different here.
But in comes the Urshifu Rapid Strike on Lime's side here. It is also the Choice Scarf variant, but this one is very unique. It does have coaching as a move. So if there's someone like an Ice Rider in the back on Lime's side, you can get the Choice Scarf coaching potentially. And we did see that Lime's Incineroar is faster than Wally's Incineroar.
Interesting thing to note there, because that can definitely play a factor going forward in terms of whose fake out comes out first and whose parting shot goes out last. One thing I'm kind of super curious about now here is how the approach to this turn is taken, especially from that Urshifu with the coaching. We're seeing that more and more recently as coaching has become quite a useful utility move for body press strats or for just straight up attacking strats, like you've seen with Calyrex. And in comes the Urshifu from the opposing side here, coming back on the field to say hi. Put a little bit of fear in that Incin.
And a Terra has been activated on the side of Wally. His Zacian is becoming a Dragon type instead of its normal Steel and Fairy type. Very interesting decision here by Wally. As
Definitely.
you see a Scarf U-turn comes out on the side of Lime's Urshifu here, and it remains to be seen what did the Zacian go for, because Incineroar does have that threat of Will-O-Wisp. As we do see, it is the Calyrex Ice Rider here. So what did the Zacian end up going for? The Unnerve is activated. It's the Behemoth Blade! The Behemoth Blade!
What a hit directly!
Super effective hit! It's a one-hit knockout!
Oh man, what a read! What an amazing read! What a play right there, setting somebody so far ahead. The Will-O-Wisp is worth it. The trade has been made.
The trade is so worth it in that situation.
Oh man, that's gotta feel awful from Lime's side, switching in that Urshifu directly into a Behemoth Blade, clean into restricted. That's one way to set yourself back pretty significantly. Even with the burn at +1, that play was going to do a hell of damage.
Even with the burn here, like, you can theoretically bring the Urshifu. It might take this Thunderclap here from this range. It might be really close.
It very well might.
It very well might be. It might even be like a damage roll potential here. 153, that's about 92% of its health, give or take. So you could risk the Thunderclap here because this Raging Bolt does not have the booster energy. So if it had booster energy, it would be a guaranteed knockout into this Urshifu. But there's also the threat of a Draco Meteor into the Zacian.
There is a threat of the Draco Meteor into the Zacian, and honestly, I'm kind of wondering if that comes out here. You could assume, okay, if the Zacian's burnt, it's not that big of a deal, I can ignore it. However, I would kind of rethink that thought, because that Zacian, even burned, is still doing a lot of damage as you clearly saw prior to. The Incineroar comes back in here to kind of nerf the opposing Incineroar's damage just a bit, and the Protect comes out to keep yourself safe. The defensive Terra on Zacian being a Dragon type is quite interesting here. I'm not actually super certain as to why that was made prior. It could be to avoid starting strikes.
And it was a Thunderclap into the Urshifu slot, which fails, and a Parting Shot into the Zacian, which also fails due to the Protect. So now the Zacian is still +1, even with that burn.
Which opens up for an interesting fake-out Swords Dance play here that can put you above the burn.
That is a very important play here. Potentially clicking Swords Dance could be the difference maker here, as we do know that a fake out could come into the Raging Bolt here. This Incineroar is Terra Ghost, so you can't necessarily risk an Incineroar fake out here. But it looks like a play rough might be the call on Wally's side. He's just risking this +1. And we do see a Terra activated on the side of Lime. It is going into the Raging Bolt. This Raging Bolt is now a pure electric type Giraffe.
All right, which means it's no longer taking super effective damage from the fake from the opposing side's play rough. It will take a fake out for its troubles and potentially some more damage from the play rough, but it's going to take that much better than it did a turn ago.
And there's the Parting Shot into the Zacian here, removing the +1 from Intrepid Sword, but even more importantly, switching out this Incineroar and into that Urshifu, which is Choice Scarfed in the back.
And that can still do some significant damage. You're offering close combat in either slot here, and considering the Incineroar is on the field, you're not super threatened by a Intimidate coming in and nerfing your damage. So this is definitely a good play here from Lime's side to kind of keep themselves in this and keep that damage pressure that they do have on, as a Terra Electric Raging Bolt is something that you don't want to scoff at.
No, you do not. Because even at neutral with this burn, it'll be super. The play rough is super effective into Urshifu, but there could very easily be a switch on the side of the Urshifu back into the Incineroar to make the Zacian now at -1 physical attack with that burn.
That's fair. That's fair. And putting it at -1 with a burn means doing almost no damage. We didn't quite see what was locked in here from the other side, but it's going to be a swap out and another swap out.
U-turn come out on the side of Lime's Urshifu, once again switching out and bringing back that Incineroar, and even more importantly, returning the fake out pressure on this next turn.
Indeed, it is. Keeping fake out, both players are making good use of the fake out pressure, at least keeping it in the back and threatening it at any given time. And now we have the situation where the Zacian is -3. Well, effectively -1. Effective -3 because of the burn, but
and we see the
-1.
Volt Switch come out into the Zacian. Interesting. A Zacian Volt Switch from this Terra Electric Raging Bolt. But again, more importantly, the Raging Bolt switches out and brings back this Urshifu onto the field with the fake out pressure.
Now, this is a little different from the last turn, that now that the Urshifu is back on the board and the Incineroar is retreated, its close combat is now a little less effective per se because of the threat of Intimidate. However, it still has super effective damage, and I almost forgot that that Landorus is sitting back there just waiting quietly, you know, not doing. He's chilling. He's got a plan. He's cooking something up.
Essentially, right now, the Landorus is hoping that this Urshifu goes down here, because Urshifu is really good against Landorus in any situation, especially with the fact that the Terrestrialization was used on Zacian and not something like a Landorus to remove the weakness to something like a Surging Strikes.
Indeed, you know that could be the plan. Get rid of the Urshifu on this side, clean up the area where Landorus can come in the end game and just proceed to sweep with its powerful Earth and poison type attacks. We're going to see a fake out here come out to prevent the Urshifu from getting any extra damage down, and a Surging Strikes looking to potentially, well, maybe not knock out, but do quite a significant amount of damage to the Urshifu on the other side.
Exactly, we do see the Surging Strikes brings it down to 53 HP, which is just under or just over 30%, give or take. But there's the Swords Dance from the Zacian!
Ooh, alrighty.
There's the Swords Dance, and now Zacian is +1 again with the burn.
Ooh, that's going to be interesting to see. So the Zacian being back up to +1 neutral, I believe it might be +1. Yeah, it's going to do quite a. It's going to be back to doing its usual business of showing up. Yep, +1, showing up and swinging that sword.
Exactly, and he's opting for the play rough here on the Zacian, but now it makes Lime have to decide whether or not they want a Surging Strikes into something like a Zacian, which is resisted, or the Urshifu on Wally's side. Both Pokemon are low health and would be either resistant or weak to a Surging Strikes.
That's fair. And honestly, even with the resistance from the Dragon Terra typing, the Zacian's in a bad spot here. It can take a Surging Strikes and go down, or the Urshifu can take it instead. But I feel like one of the good plays here could have been a double up into the Zacian slot and move it restricted. But instead it goes into Urshifu here. It's like, alright, the Zacian's not that bad. I can keep that kind of under control. But this Urshifu, that's got to go.
Exactly, and we do see the Zacian opts for the... What did it opt for here? It opted for the play for +1 through the burn, and it's not enough to knock out Urshifu!
It hangs on by a sliver of HP. Well, not necessarily a sliver, a good chunk, but not a lot. And a partner shot comes out here to mitigate that damage even further, putting it back to neutral with the burn, effectively kind of curbing his damage. Still, I love how Lime is managing this Zacian. Like, they're doing a very good job of it. This Zacian hasn't really gotten too much done. It's done some damage, but it's been pretty well kept in check, despite the fact that it got that one-hit KO onto the Ice Rider earlier in the match.
Exactly, and even through this burn, but now the question remains, what will the Urshifu go for? It is locked into that Choice Scarf Surging Strikes, which is super effective into this Incineroar, and now Wally is in a bit of a predicament here. He could opt for a fake out into that spot, but it would risk the Raging Bolt going for a move pretty freely into that slot here.
Definitely something to think about. I'm kind of wondering which exact slot that Raging Bolt looks towards going to. I would honestly personally Thunderclap the Zacian and Surging Strikes into it. At this point, considering you've done such a good job of managing it, you want to try to move it now. It's starting to hurt. Instead, there's a swap out here. Probably looking to bring in that Incineroar to reduce more damage.
Exactly, and in comes the Incineroar, and the Intimidate drop once again comes out. But this Incineroar, what did it go for on Wally's side? Oh, we see a switch out on the Zacian, actually. And in comes that Landorus. Landorus has finally made an appearance on the field, Nail.
All right, let's see it. The Volt Switch comes out into the Incineroar, which will take a little bit of a chunk from that. Terra Electric. Ooh, that's more than a chunk. Wow.
That is more than a chunk. We do see the Volt Switch come out here, but it remains to be seen. What did that Incineroar go for here into this Urshifu? It's a parting shot. Urshifu is low 8 health now, and it's now -1 on its attack and special attack. But the Surging Strikes is a critical hit. It's a guaranteed critical hit.
That's an interesting choice there. I suppose there wasn't really much value seen in going for a knockoff or anything else in that slot, so a parting shot makes sense there. But now it looks kind of bad for this Landorus here, as it's staring down a Choice Scarf Urshifu, and that's never a good time for Landorus.
No, it's not. And again, with the Incineroar coming back out, it has the fake out pressure once again, and that allows it to get that fake out off into something like a Zacian while ensuring that Landorus goes down to a Surging Strikes.
Indeed it does. And honestly, this entire time I've been watching quite a wonderful game of these players playing around the massive damage output that comes from the side of Wally, because Wally's got quite a bit of heavy hitters here, and it's been fun watching this so far. But now we get to see where this Landorus wants to put that massive damage that it sports into.
We do see the fake out come out into the Zacian, and the Surging Strikes comes out into the Landorus here.
Yep.
1 critical hit, 2 critical hits.
Critical hits, and that's it.
And that's it. Landorus goes down.
Ooh,
and
boy.
That is unfortunate, because now it's just Zacian and this Incineroar left in the back. But Zacian flinched, which is important here, as it goes down just under 25% in the red. But it looks like the writing might be on the wall for Wally in this battle, Nail.
Potentially, though it's not over yet. Even Burn, Zacian can still do quite a bit of damage. It's on a timer now, but it can still put in some work. A well-placed fake out here into something, plus whatever that Zacian can do, is looking to do quite a bit. And the Urshifu swaps out here as expected into the Raging Bolt to take that hit. Hopefully, looking at this, we need a crit here.
We do see the fake out come out. And
Is
a
there gonna
play
be a
rough
crit?
comes out. It is
No,
not
there
going
is
to be a
not.
critical hit. And a parting shot into the Incineroar, once again lowering Zacian's physical attack some more, but even more importantly, resetting this Urshifu.
And preserving fake out pressure in the back again, just to come out later and kind of seal this off. Looking to corner the opponent here with that damage output from the Urshifu. The Surging Strikes in either slot at this point pretty much seals the game, plus Thunderclap. You're past the fake out turn. There's not really any way to prevent the Raging Bolt from clicking Thunderclap. Zacian can Swords Dance to kind of play around it, sure, but ultimately it's just Sucker Punch of mind games, and not even that, because it's just
And we just see a close combat come out from this Urshifu here, and Zacian finally goes down.
And
that is unfortunate. Zacian, that was a valiant effort, and a Volt Switch coming out from this Raging Bolt.
Gonna take out that Incineroar right there, and that is the game.
And that is the game, and Lime wins 2-1 over Big Wally.
That was a hell of a match right there. But we missed the first two. That closeout was definitely one for the books there.
That was an incredible said just now, to get to Game 3, honestly, I was impressed by both Wally and Lime in that battle, but it comes down to those pivoting moves like we saw in our match, Nail. Those pivoting moves if they do just enough damage, and you called it on the Raging Bolt from Brett when he played to Wobblefett. If Volt Switch was there, maybe we have a different story.
Yeah, those pivots can be very, very powerful, and the kind of balanced pivot cores that are floating around right now, including but not limited to Incineroar or Rillaboom, they're effective at what they do, which is basically jockeying for position, and once you get it, you're in the money. And that's kind of where that's kind of what Lime looked to do here. Kind of, use that positioning power to kind of angle yourself. Throw those Volt Switches out to get yourself in a better spot. Throw out the parting shot to kind of mitigate damage off of the major restricted. And then just kind of, even if you lost a pretty significant source of damage early, you can just kind of, move the piece around until you get that right puzzle fit.
You are absolutely right. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for round number 6 here of the St. Jude VGC Charity Tournament. It was an absolute blast for round 6. Round 7 is going to start right like that, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go anywhere. We have incredible trainers coming your way for round number 7.
Yes, we do. Y'all have a wonderful afternoon, and thanks for coming.
All right. Thank you so much, Nail and Talon Master J, for casting round number 6 of the St. Jude VGC Charity Tournament. And now we're going to get our next casters for round 7, which should be WD and Big Slim World. Again, guys, we're going to try to keep these matches going because we only got 2 more rounds left in the St. Jude VGC Charity Tournament. Grand Pack Day of action. It's been unreal, guys. This has been honestly non-stop action, what it feels like. But yeah, we're gonna wait for Slim and WD to get into the calls and say their name and they shall appear.
Hey man, you rang.
Hello?
The Wizard Morpico is here. That's our casting duo name.
Wait a minute, are y'all wearing hats? I gotta share this. Hold on, wait.
Like I said, we are the Wizard Morpico. Like,
right. What is this?
And make sure, you know what I'm saying, y'all can see my make sure my face.
What?
I'm the physical. He's got the magic, We got it going.
How we do, man. For the kids.
Unreal. Unreal.
Trust me.
Amazing.
If we get a good game, I'm going to turn this inside out. We're going to be happy, So, it's a vibe. That's what we do.
All right. So, we're just going to, I think it's just best probably, we're just going to find a stream match and just call that match. How's that sound to y'all?
Cool.
I'm down, dude. Let's do it.
For sure. Right. Either way, all the matches, even the ones we just hopped into, they've been great matches all throughout the entire stream. So it's been really just great, and the casters have done amazing, just adapting to whatever's going on. We've seen a lot more Zacian than I thought I would. I'm not gonna lie. I've seen like 2 Zacians, 3 Zacians. I was like, okay. So that's been interesting. So what's been your fun kind of take or surprise of the tournament so far?
All these Pokemon living on 1 or 2 HP has been absolutely wild. That's been crazy, and I feel like there's just been a lot of screens and recovery, man, is so good right now because it's almost like, and I was thinking about this, it's almost like giving your Pokemon like a focus sash because normal things that would have knocked you out don't, and it's crazy the way that it changes a lot of the games once you start adding that kind of stuff. So that's been my craziest, the Grimmsnarl picking up a lot.
Oh, and look at that. Actually, talk about matches, and it looks like we got one. So it's a Lunala versus Calyrex Ice Rider, and that is something that I wasn't expecting to see, but actually very happy to see it. So I think Lunala is one of those kind of slept-on restricted that doesn't get enough love, but kind of does have a good niche, especially if it's that calm mindset.
Yeah, it's got survivability, and it's got a lot of damage into stuff that we see a lot in the meta. It's got, access to fairy moves, it's got access to ghost moves. It's got a move pool that works with the meta we're in too. So yeah, it's cooked a couple of tournaments here recently.
Absolutely. We do see Pelipper switching, and immediately we're going to see a Terra on this next turn. Now, wondering, and it's going to be the Lunala, so opting to go for interesting, going to Terra into the Grass Terra, so hoping not to get spored here, but does make yourself weak to Glacial Lance. Even though Wide Guard is a thing, also makes yourself weaker to Amoonguss because of that Pollen Puff or Sludge Bomb. So I'm just kind of interested, but we do see the Meteor Beam, so immediately going to go to +1 Now the question is, of course, does it hit, and what is the target?
Yeah, I think the reasoning behind that Grass Terror was, like you said, no Spore, but also because they swapped the Pelipper out, they know they've got the Wide Guard activated, and they're not going to have to worry about getting slammed by that Glacial Lance. But right as I said that Pelipper goes to sleep, which means that safety net is no longer there.
Yeah, absolutely. And a really great call. That's just reading the team sheet and understanding the situational awareness of like, okay, what are you most afraid of from me? And it's Spore. So I know this slot is potentially something you need to switch out here because you're worried about your restricted, which is like the chess piece of your board, of your team. You're worried about it going to sleep, and then I could potentially, do a lot more and have more flexibility. As we do see the Terra Fire come out, Amoonguss opts for Protect, knowing that Meteor Beam is already clocked off. There is no super effective Moongeist Beam here. Is going to take a pretty significant amount of damage, I'll see, just because it is +1. Let's see how much damage it does. Does just about exactly half.
That went into the Calyrex, though. Ooh,
yeah,
that was
exactly
crazy. Nice.
A really
swap.
good
You
call,
didn't go
though,
for
to
Moongeist.
Terra, because it would have been worse otherwise. So, honestly, now you're in a pretty good spot where you can potentially Pollen Puff, and, you got some moving and shaking you can do here.
Yeah, them Pollen Puffs, those are one of those things that popped off really good. It's their survivability. If you can make it live, well, I mean, Calyrex getting a Pollen Puff at half HP brings it up to like 3/4, maybe even a little bit more, and that's something you don't want to be fighting against because you're trying to get that thing off the field and it just doesn't go away at that point.
Absolutely, and the Pollen Puff does go into the Calyrex, so almost back to full, but Glacial Lance does go off. Of course, Pelipper does not, wake up this turn, let's hope, because if you do, you could have potentially taken a super effective Weather Ball right into that slot, and I don't know if you're going to live that, but now you're in an interesting spot once again where it's like, okay, you're not maximizing your Trick Room turns, you haven't broken the Shadow Seal just yet, so, and then Wide Guard's always a thing, so there's a little bit of games here. What do you think is probably the best move of choice here? Oh, as we do see, the Pelipper woke up. Oh, it's the White Guard, actually. Sorry to interrupt. Just didn't expect to wake up into the White Guard. This should be a Glacial Lance, but Pollen Puff does break the Shadow Shield, which is fantastic, but unfortunately, you're not going to get much out of this because you're just going to have to eat another Moongeist Beam here.
Yeah, I don't think you want to keep eating those Moongeist Beams, and now you got to deal with like, okay, so now we got to try and either Spore the Pelipper, like, you're that one move that you're looking to get that Lunala off the field, they have a counter for it, and it's like it's there, but you can't get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and as you were talking, we just saw a super effective +1 Expanding Force just opting, I don't feel like dealing with this Amoonguss anymore, so got it right out of there, and now you do have Rilla that comes in, which is a fantastic Pokemon here for recovery, but, I mean, Amoonguss was putting on so much pressure with Spore, and now you're just lost a chess piece already, so very interesting spot versus all this Wide Guard shenanigans, so Fake Out is active, so maybe you can get something here, but we don't know if it's really worth it, because you do need to start getting as much Glacial Lances off as possible.
Yeah, and the only way you're going to do that is by getting that Pelipper off the field. And if you can't get off the field, it's going to keep just blocking and blocking. And so I think that's why they're really trying to target it out. It is low, it is below 50, so potentially that Grassy Glide could pick it up. But if it doesn't, then you're in a position where you got to like worry about Hurricane. So I'm sure they are more than happy that Pelipper is gone, because now Glacial Lance opens up and a whole bunch of other gameplay starts happening up in these next couple turns.
Absolutely, and Calyrex, because of the terrain, is back to full. Lunala, unfortunately, not back to full, so Shadow Seal is broken still, so now can take full advantage of the amount of damage you can potentially do here, but and it's Urshifu that comes in, and is it the Rapid Strike variant? It is, so right now you are in a fantastic spot. Rilla can do super effective damage, especially with the terrain. It could be a one-hit KO, and Glacial Lance is going to do a lot of damage because it is super effective into the Lunala with Shadow Shield broken, so a very, very tough spot. And what do you think is the best move of choice here, because you're kind of stuck, no?
And you're in Trick Room, like you're in Trick Room. This is where Calyrex shines, and like you've got to try to find a way to stall, because at this moment you know that your Pokemon are going to get absolutely just crushed. That Rillaboom's going to hit that Urshifu, that Glacial Lance is going to hit, so they've got to try to stall at those last couple of turns of Trick Room to kind of like get into some sort of positive position. And losing your Flutter Mane, it's rough unless it's got a focus, but it doesn't because it's got booster. This could hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see Glacial Lance come out here. It's going to do massive amounts of damage because we know the attack side of this. Fluttermane taking over half, around 80%. And, of course, Woodhammer would absolutely clean up this Urshifu here, doing super effective damage. And now you lost your +1 on Lunala, so you're not going to be able to do that much damage with Moongeist Beam. So, slowly but surely, you're starting to really wither out your options. I mean, honestly, even not counting Calyrex, I think Fluttermane is actually like in danger. Rilla can't do anything to it. Lunala can't do anything. Rilla's become a valuable threat besides the Calyrex.
Yeah, and I think that if the Fluttermane was full HP right now, it wouldn't be as much of an issue. But you got grassy terrain. Rillaboom doesn't hit like a wet noodle, and that Pokemon with the Grassy Glide absolutely could knock out that Fluttermane. And I think that's why the match was canceled, because they kind of just figured like we're at a point where we ain't coming back from this one.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really a tough go. Honestly, I want to highlight just a great use of Trick Room there, because even though there was wide guard users, kind of played it effectively. Amoonguss was huge getting in that Spore, going into the right slot, calling the Lunala to like, hey, I know you don't want to take the Spore. I'm going to get the sleep off. And luckily, it worked out perfectly, and Calyrex was able to do just enough. And even when you thought, oh, okay, now I'm in a little bit of a tough position, unfortunately, it was Urshifu, and it was Fluttermane, things that don't really like Rilla. And Rilla was like, hey, I can be your Batman to your Robin. It's all good. There's no way to break between the two of us, and really well played. So if you're on the opposing side for the Lunala, what do you think is your best option here? I do see a Sinistcha on the team, which could be kind of interesting because, you know, Machagacha can burn. So that might be, I think, a valuable option here. You could potentially tear it so it's not taking super effective damage. What are your thoughts?
I think that the biggest thing was that letting the Amoonguss scare you into an early Terra cost them. I think that was kind of the biggest thing. So you got to find a way to not have to burn that Terra so early, and so you can kind of get a little bit of headway and kind of figure out the match. I think Sinistcha is a fantastic option. It's got Trick Room swappability. It's got burns. It works really well against a lot of the opposing team. So see how they, if we end up seeing it, which would be cool.
True. And more of an offensive way to go about this, but a very good one. So we do have Pelipper and Urshifu. Of course, setting up the rain is going to be doing a lot of damage with the Unseen Fist ability with Surging Strikes. And Pelipper, of course, always really great option to, of course, threaten the Amoonguss and also threaten the Calyrex, because we do know it is a Terra Fire. So honestly, this is a really good position. I think this is probably one of those times where you may potentially have to lose Amoonguss very early, but you could at least get up Trick Room that could reset, and maybe you can get some more information on what's in the back, as we do see the Rage Powder come off, and this should potentially be a Surging Strikes U-turn or just a combination. But yes, it is the U-turn, doing a little bit of chip damage, but does take the Rocky Helmet, so may come in handy. That veteran chip, always needed for later. Now the question is, if this is just a Hurricane or potentially a Weather Ball here, can Amoonguss survive, as potentially Trick Room is what it's going to be set up here?
Hurricane's a rough move to try to take on an Amoonguss, and it's not going to do it. So yeah, Amoonguss goes down. You do get that sack, but, you know, like you said, I mean, sometimes with Trick Room, I've played Trick Room a lot. Sometimes losing that initial Pokemon isn't the worst option. And he went right for Glacial right off the bat. Holy...
This got interesting. I really wasn't expecting that. I don't think you were either. I think we all kind of figured like, hey, Trick Room is your best option here. But honestly, the Glacial Lance, not a bad option there at all. And honestly, surprised Rilla was the one that came in here, just because we did have a sneak peek in what's in the back. It was the Urshifu. And knowing that Surging Strikes in the rain with Shadow Shield already broken, I'm surprised that is not the option I was gone for here. But Meteor Beam does come out. Probably is going to go into that Calyrex. I don't know if it's going to live that. That's a lot of damage you have to take. We do know the bulk this Pokemon does have, but Lunala's pretty strong. So we have to wait and see, of course, if this hits Power Urban. And it goes into the Rillaboom. What an amazing read, opting not to protect. Huge as the Woodhammer goes up. This is potentially a Trick Room, and this will be bad if that's the case.
I think he went for Glacial. No, he just went right for damage. That Lunala's gone. That is the restricted down.
Yeah,
this is just opting to just decide, you know what, I'm not going to sit here and do anything passive. I am going to just go straight through, no breaks, and just, it's working at this point, because they obviously weren't expecting that level of just sheer power right off the bat, and man, it's paying off. I'll tell you that much. That is paying off.
Absolutely. And you know what, this goes to show, like, sometimes how differently you can play a restricted, something that's known to be, hey, I want to get myself in a comfort zone of just like under Trick Room where I control the speed, I know what I want to do, where we've seen amazing players like we see right now, or even on streams where we see Justin Burns be very aggressive with Calyrex Ice, so it changes the dynamic of how this restricted works as we see the Terra Water come out. And Urshi's gonna try to save the day. We do see the Grassy Glide able to pick up the Pelipper, but I mean, right now, Rilla right now is Batman, and even though the Calyrex is, what, +2 now, honestly, Rilla's the threat. As we do see a Surging Strike go right into the Calyrex, and I think it's going to be able to eat this no problem. Eats it for breakfast. Absolute Cheerios for a healthy start.
Terra and Rain, Mystic Water, Surging Strikes, and that horse just said, no, thank you. That is wild amount of damage to soak from a Calyrex. And it paid off because he got another, over 50 into the Urshifu. It's now at the point where Rillaboom's like, I mean, I'll clean up. It's cool. I'll clean up. And it's, I mean, that Fluttermane.
Cleanup is actually like a whole different animal here, because we do know, just from our perspective, we have seen there's a Scarf Urshi in the back. This Urshi can't protect. This is a Grassy Glide, and once again, Flutter, it's going to be Flutter versus the world. Aquajet comes out trying to potentially see if he can pick up a KO, but I doubt that. And no, not even close.
12 HP.
Able to pick up
that
there with
one
Grassy
will, though.
Glide. Now, this is going to be interesting. Do you lock yourself into Dazzling Gleam, or do you potentially just go for a Shadow Ball here? Either way, you have a very, 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 very tough climb up ahead. And it is the Moonblast, so we know what that means. Glacial Lance, baby, for the win.
That's 120 into one single slot. That Fluttermane will not live that in any... Wow.
Overcooked,
and that's, they did not click Trick Room not single time during that match. They said
Glacial,
nope.
Glacial, high horsepower, Glacial.
That was all it took. That is
Every
absolutely... Time. Sometimes you just gotta, just bypass the Trick Room and just go right for the KOs, man. And that's it worked. Sometimes you just catch people off guard. And I think that's one of those things where, like, play style, people play against Trick Room so often, and they kind of get into a routine of how Trick Room was played, so they get into a routine of how to beat Trick Room. But then the moment that Trick Room player swaps it around, changes how they want to play, it throws off your game plan, and then you start getting into this, wait, how do I... And it seems like that's just kind of what happened. It messed up the game plan, things started getting weird, and they just fell behind too far. So that is
absolutely
lovely Trick Room play.
Because most of the time you just don't expect it. Because like you just like, especially with this format, it's all about Mr. President. This is your restricted. You have to protect it at all costs. It does the most damage. It has access to moves that's unimaginable amount of power. So with a team where you have Lunala and Urshifu, Fluttermane, all these things that can do a lot of damage, especially with Terra Fire, so even Pelipper becomes a threat. You don't expect someone to get that aggressive, but sometimes that's just what it takes. Like if you win a game, a lot of people tend to like, okay, I got the information, let me play it safe. But what if you just step on the gas? Like your opponent is the one who's under pressure to make up that loss. So step on the gas. I know what you're going to bring. I've seen what I need. And honestly, it paid dividends. So it goes to show you there's more than one way to take out a Lunala, take out a Fluttermane. I mean, honestly, like every time Rilla next to Calyrex, it was honestly GG. There was no way around it. It was just a powerful combination, and it paid dividends.
So
because the Pokemon were so weak. Because so I'm sorry, go ahead, Will.
No, I was just gonna say I got another match for y'all because it was such a quick 2-0. So we're gonna try to get another shot. I think this is game 3, but you finish your thought, WD.
I was gonna say the thing that why it was so strong is Rilla is a beefy, heavy-hitting Pokemon, and when you have Fluttermane and Urshifu, I mean, both of those Pokemon don't necessarily have a lot of bulk, and a single Grassy Glide changes 50% HP or more on both those. So like it's hard to get around, man.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do hop into this match, once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you do have anything you can donate, please donate to St. Jude's Charity. We're doing this for an amazing cause, and the community has already showed out amazingly. We have raised $3,614.20, all thanks to you guys and everybody being so generous to help for children and research. And it's just a great cause, and this community really shown how amazing it is. So if you have anything, by all means, as we see a Calyrex with nothing but love in the air throughout, so let's continue to shine bright. And interesting spot here, because this is the first time in a while when we into the match. I haven't seen a Chen Pao in quite a while, and then we did see one retreat just a minute ago.
Chien-Pao was one of those Pokemon, like, it's strong. It's one of those things, like, we keep seeing some of these Pokemon cycle through the meta, and Chien-Pao has had its cycles. It kind of comes back, it goes away, comes back, goes away, but again, in a restricted format with Ice typing being so strong and all these dragons, it's hard not to want them on your team from time to time.
Absolutely. We do see a Surging Strikes to Rilla, a great switch in for that Chien-Pao, and Rilla able to take that marvelously. Now the 2 fairy types with love all around. Now it is an Astral Barrage, so opting to Terra just because you don't want to take that super effective damage, but this is a pretty strong move, and Rilla barely hangs on. And we do see the Shadow Ball, so Ghost move for Ghost move, but unfortunately not able to do much here. And pretty interesting position because Rilla barely holds on, so now you're kind of in a scary spot because, I mean, you know, Fluttermane, not necessarily one known for bulk. It's a little dicey here. So what are you thinking?
Honestly, the Rillaboom, even though it is not, you know, that water type move isn't super effective, man, that Aqua Jet's probably going to clock you. So you either keep him in, you try to Grassy Glide. I mean, you've got options, but that Urshifu on the other side is scary for both Flutter and Rillaboom. And then not on top of it, like, you have Calyrex, who is really fast. So, like, there is a lot of firepower on their side of the field. You just gotta figure out how you're gonna try to navigate this.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to let anything start snowballing. As we do see the Urshifu opt to retreat here to save for another. Oh, and here comes Clefairy. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a fairy party. The fairy tales are known far and wide between these Pokemon. They are the best friends, and it's the Covert Cloak. So honestly, Fake Out not able to get through and get the flinch. Completely forgot. Oh no!
Oh, and so you can see it on the face.
Boost number 1, and Moonblast comes out, but it's probably going to be into the
Clefairy.
Yeah, and it's going to be. Honestly, that's a lot more damage than I thought. But yeah, really tough turn there into the Covert Cloak, where you could have potentially even Grassy Glided and got some extra damage. And we do see Zam and Chien-Pao in the back, and the one thing they do not want to see is Clefairy and Shadow Rider. This is going to be a really tough uphill battle. You do have access to Wide Guard, but you know, Draining Cliffs, now you're at what, +1? You can really get around that fairly easily, and that means you're not attacking as much as you would want to because Fluttermane is getting outsped here.
Yeah, the Fluttermane's at a point now where it's just it's in danger, and you know, it's gonna be real tricky to try and get something off. I mean, you definitely have the potential to get rid of the Clefairy with the Zamazenta, but like, you got to get rid of it first, and so that means that the Shadow Rider is probably going to do something that you don't want it to do, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's nothing you can do to really stop Follow Me. Like, the recovery from the grassy terrain is working against you now, so gonna be a tough one. If Chien-Pao were somehow here, maybe, but I mean, your best case scenario here, if you somehow wait a minute, hold on, there might be an adjustment here. There's no longer any Friend Guard here. Now, if Calyrex goes for Protect, then, you know, it's kind of a neutral, and that's exactly what happens. Very neutral turn here. If you can somehow punish this by maybe double tapping to that slot, but Fluttermane opts to Protect, and that's a little unfortunate, so you're not doing damage this turn. This is a Behemoth Bash, so I'm not opting for Heavy Slam, which is pretty interesting. We have not seen that in quite a long time. It used to do double damage to anything that was Dynamax, but Heavy Slam has been the better thing of choice just because of the weight differential between Zamazenta and most of the other typings it faces. So, very interesting move of choice.
Yeah, we haven't really seen, like I said, I don't think we've even seen Behemoth Bash on almost any of them. They've almost always dropped that move because it got nerfed from Sword and Shield. So it is interesting. I'm kind of curious why. What was the decision-making part? Like, why would you go with that one instead? You know, there obviously had to have been a reason. I'm curious what it is now, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fake Out is, of course, active on the board. Both of them, Ghost type, used to be, but now it is Fairy, so you can just protect it. There's not really much you can do here. Wide Guard does come out from the Zamazenta, hoping to stop a potential Astral Barrage here, as we do potentially see a Fake Out, and that it is right into the Fluttermane, and is able to KO, unfortunately. So, but the one good thing is you potentially don't give up any more boosts this turn. Granted, I don't know what that can do helping you in the long run. And this is a Draining Kiss, opting to just, you know what, it's not worth it. I can do plenty of damage here. Not a lot, but just enough to keep recovering. And Behemoth Bash, really, I don't know if it's going to be able to get it done between this Rilla. We do know Shifu's still in the back, so it's going to be a tough uphill battle as we do see Chien-Pao come in. Does have the Sash, which makes a world of a difference. Maybe, somehow, with a couple icicle crashes, you could even up the odds here. And of course, body press and Behemoth Dash will do more damage just because of the Sword of Ruin.
And it's one of those situations where you've got that Calyrex who you've gotten low a few times, but it's not low anymore. Like that recovery, especially on a restricted Pokemon, can really spell doom really quick because you're not getting anywhere. You're not making any headway, and then it's just you're constantly losing Pokemon, and it feels like that's what kind of where we're at now. And so those HP recoveries on that Calyrex have been just massive. And how much damage it did to the Zamazenta, how much it ate, it actually got back was crazy.
Yeah, amazing body press there, doing quite a bit of damage there. And this is going to get Kidder interesting because I do like the Protect of the Chien-Pao, because we do have to remember terrain should end rather quickly soon. So if you can protect your Satch as much as possible, even though the one issue is Urshifu is still in the back and it does have that scarf. But, I mean, potentially with a double up of Sucker Punch, you can make some things happen with Zamazenta. But Calyrex is the main problem here, and you need some kind of form of damage here. I don't know if Behemoth Bash will be enough, but we'll have to wait and see as Urshifu does hit the field for that U-turning Rillaboom. Oh, and there goes the terrain, just as we thought.
Yep, and then this is one of those times where, we can just... Unfortunately, the other side of the field still has all four, so swaps are still available. They have all this room to maneuver, and unfortunately, Rock is in a position where they can't maneuver anymore. And you're really just tied to, this is what I've got. And these are one of those situations where you kind of got to get lucky on some reads, to be honest, when you're this far behind.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna need some, which unfortunate because sometimes the game is very simple. You don't want to overread things, but a close combat goes. Oh, and that just picks up a KO. I mean, understandably, maybe it's because of the Sword of Ruin, but Zama is known for his defensive ability and being a +1, but absolutely clearing here, and here comes the Draining Kiss, and this is going to, of course, take it down to his Sash, but at this point, it is the, unfortunately, little kitty versus the world, and I don't think that kitty has enough lives to survive this. You will get potentially a Icicle Crash off, and maybe pick up a KO here, but nope, not even close to being enough, and wasn't even into the main threat, as we're going to see a close combat in the day here.
Yeah, so that one, obviously we had the misplay there by, going into the Covert Cloak, but, from seeing that one and seeing just how much that Calyrex Shadow did, if you are Rock right now, how are you going to adjust to not let that happen again?
Yeah, it's a tough one because you just, you need so much, pressure to stop Calyrex from really snowballing. And you need to put as much bulk in front of it that can, threaten it. Zamazenta is normally that one, but Behemoth Bash, I don't know necessarily how much damage you really do compared to Heavy Slam. So that one's a little bit unsure of. I know Chien-Pao will probably factor into that. But the one thing you just need to do is, it seems to me from when we got in from the position of the game that Urshifu was too much of an issue. So if you can potentially check that early, then it makes a world of a difference. Leading something like Zama and Rilla potentially made the difference, but Calyrex just being the threat that it is, just being that's the one thing about Calyrex, both forms, whether it's the Ice Rider or the Shadow Rider, depending on the supports you build around them, it makes them so difficult to deal with because you're so focused on them. Meanwhile, it's the rest of the team that's actually kind of breaking you down slowly, and by the time you realize it, they're just playing cleanup. So the horses have really shown that they are elite level restricted in this type of format. So going forward into Worlds and any other things, especially if we go into double restricted, this is something everyone has to pay attention to and know how to deal with them going forward.
Yeah, and that's the whole it's recovery. So if you're getting headway on a Pokemon like Calyrex Shadow is a Pokemon that you really need to kind of methodically remove off the field. They are usually, they've got follow me's, they've got things on their field to protect them because that is their most valuable part of the team.
Oh my.
Unfortunately, if you do make some chips into those teams and then they end up getting recovery back, you've fallen behind. And that's one of those big things is it's how to stop them from getting themselves back up to full. How do you stop the recovery? How do you stop the support? Because if you can stop that, you can generally get to the Calyrex Shadow, remove it, and then it's just a bunch of support Pokemon. So it's navigating those restricteds that can be really difficult in this meta, man. It makes it really, really tough.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
my
We're lucky it
friends-
wasn't even the Life Duke Clefairy. I've seen that, and oh my god.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, that was brutal.
My friends, that was actually game 2 for Rock, and he went down 2-0. But we have Big Mike OG, who is our defending champion.
Defending champ.
And it is
Let's
a
go.
game 3 right now.
Okay,
Let's
ladies
go.
and
We get
gentlemen,
3 matches. This is fantastic.
this is the best. This is the big one though. This is the defending St. Jude's champion at right now in the game 3, fighting to try to defend the crown. As we see Oblique just, oh, is that a hurricane? So, and ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, on the opposing side is Velocity, one of the hugest trainers in the world. Stay tuned, multiple tournaments, going to be at Worlds. So it's a great time to see this type of matchup here between Big Mike and Velocity. As we see, the Hurricane does confuse, unfortunately, the Rilla, but opting to not deal with the wide guards and teching on the Hurricane for single target damage is actually something that I am very, very keen on. I do like something like that. It's the little things that'll take you far. And Terrapagos, of course, setting up right here, trying to make sure it gets enough Calm Mind action and Spadef boosting to try to potentially fight this. So what do you think of this matchup so far? Because there is a Screamtail, and oh man, I'm scared of that thing. I'm not gonna lie.
That was exactly what I was gonna say. I was like, there is a Screamtail on that team, and Screamtail, we've seen, Wolfie won a regional with it. It's not a Pokemon that, if you put it on the right team with the right moves, it can be super difficult to knock out. It is a Paradox Pokemon, so it gets boost. It's not weak. Like, it's got things that it can do. And on a team with Terrapagos like this one, where you're looking for support and help and stuff like that to keep the Terrapagos alive, man, Screamtail can do it. And I'm excited to see exactly what this one does.
Yeah, absolutely. And Screamtail, I do think a lot of people don't understand. This is one of those things where it's like, this is not a regular Pokemon. This is a tournament Pokemon. It shines brightest on stages like this in heavy-duty tournaments because it really is a knowledge check, a skills check, because every single turn, every single move you click matters in what it can do. It's made to be a disruptor, a complete anything you need. It can encore, it can disable. That is what it's meant to do. As you do see the Terra go off, and Water Spout does come out, but there is no rain. Tailwind setup does still significant damage here as we see the Terra Starstorm come out. This should do a decent amount. It is only +1 and it is spread, but this still should do a decent amount here. And yeah, not bad, not bad. Tornadoes, of course, taking a little bit more than Kyogre. And we do have the leftovers recovery, so this gets interesting now. We do have the speed boost. I don't know even with Tailwind if it's going to be able to outspeed Kyogre, but if so, this makes a world of a difference here.
Yeah, the only problem...
The rain dance. Oh, it's still faster.
That's what I was talking about. Woo!
It lived.
This is spicy.
Oh, okay. There's a lot that just happened just now. There's quite a bit that just happened. And that's
what I love.
Of just having Hydro Pump, no origin. I'm not wanting to miss. Water Spout, Hydro, I'm going to call it a day. If I miss, at least it'll be single target. I get maximum amount of damage. Screamtail being faster to make sure you get that extra tip. Then the fact that with the +1, Terrapagos survived, and then you get a double KO. There was a lot that just happened that turn.
I love that. And that's one of those things that Screamtail, I think, it confuses people because you don't expect it to be that fast. And that little bugger is fast as can be, man. That thing will surprise you. It will drop off encores. It will drop off disables. Like, it is disruptive, and you gotta watch out for it. It also does stuff like that where it slaps your Kyogre and gets to the point where the turtle gets a double KO. And that is just absolutely wild. But now, we've got a cool fish that's got a speed boost with Tailwind and the Rain because it's got that ability. I don't know why I can't think of it off the top of my head right now, but it's got double speed and Tailwind, so that thing is just going to be coming out full bore, man. He's coming.
Absolutely. Ready to go, looking mean, and just absolutely ready to get in between. And you see the poison jab go off. Is this physical? So able to pick up the KO. But the main thing about this that I really like is now you get more recovery on your Terrapagos. You're trying to stay in it. Even though you do boost the Power Whip from the Serena, it's not really something that's like, you know what, that's fine. I can play around that because we do know there's a key Pokemon we did see in the back. It is that long neck, that giraffe. We do know what Raging Bolt, aka Chaos's favorite thing to call it, Raging Thunder, can do. So I'm interested to
This
see
one's-
how we really take this on.
This one's called Cake Dog, and I absolutely love the nickname for this Raging Bolt. That absolutely made my day. Yeah, I mean, Raging Bolt, I mean, what are you really worried about? Like, Serena potentially has an ice type move. That obviously is an issue you gotta worry about, but like that Quillfish, I mean, what is it? Or
Yeah,
Overquill, what is it gonna do? It's not really threatening that Raging Bolt too much, so.
Yeah. The one thing we do know is like Kyogre didn't Terra, Torn didn't Terra, so there is Terra still available for potentially the Overquill here. I think that's what you want to Terra, just so you can maximize your amount of damage. Now, granted, most of the Overquills we know are Terra Poison, just to maximize that damage output on Gunk Shot, but this is running Poison Jab. As you do see the Terra come out, is it going to be the Overquill?
It's
yes, it is. And if it's Terra Poison, it is the maximum amount of damage possible.
So good.
It's mean, it's toxic, don't touch it. In some countries, you have to have a specialized certificate to even eat it. So here we go. Poison Jab goes off. Is going to be able to pick up a KO on poor
Absolutely.
Strawberry. Unfortunately, going down, even though you have a very, very nice haircut. But Raging Bolt, honestly, sitting here not really threatened. Wait a minute. Triple Axel comes
that's
out.
what I said. There's an ice move on Serena we gotta watch out for because Triple
hits
Axel.
That's a lot of damage as it does hit 3 times. Now you're running Electro Web, but this is where everything starts to shine. You're just trying to waste out as much Tailwind as possible. If Terapagos comes back in, you can do a good amount of damage, and of course, as long as you can just keep the speed lowered, I think Cake Dog and Terapagos may be able to finish this out.
So they don't have Tailwind, but the thing that you gotta worry about, Terapagos is not necessarily this super defensive, bulky Pokemon, and that Overquill still has a speed advantage. Even though it did get Electro, it's got that double speed from the rain, so like
more turns of rain.
It's gonna be doing damage before your other stuff, and unfortunately, they're both below 50. So this you gotta really navigate this one right, or else it's gonna be a dicey little last turn here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is gonna Big Mike fighting for his tournament life. They've been this defending champion. Can he find a way to get this through? And it's gonna be tough. I mean, you're gonna need for Cake Dog here to kind of do as much as possible, but you got to be worried about the speed because Overquill potentially could pick up a KO here. As we do see Terapagos go for the Protect here. Is it enough? Where is the Poison Jab going into? It is going into
the Bolt.
Will it be able to pick up? I probably will. Oh, it is on fire. Wait a minute. If it's faster, Draco. Oh, it misses Draco.
It didn't miss. It didn't. It didn't.
Can he pick up the KO?
Ah!
What is happening? Oh, amazing game right now.
Would the Terapagos have lived a Power Whip?
I mean, in terrain, we don't know. That's where it gets really dicey. Also, there's another thing here. Because of the terrain recovery, this is going to be very, very close. If Thunderclap can get any significant damage needed for Terapagos to potentially finish this off. It is not very effective.
There's Serena. You can't Thunderclap. There's no Thunderclap.
Oh, yeah, it's Queenly Majesty.
That's
Oh,
why
my
you haven't
God.
seen him click it. It's that Overcool. But is the rain down? No, you still got one more turn of
there's
rain.
still one more turn of rain.
Oh, man.
Do you go for double protect, or do you just try and see if you live?
He doesn't have Protect on the Cake Dog. He can't even
Oh my
protect it. He's
God.
a Salt Vest.
Oh my God! There's so much happening right now. This is the turn. This is the turn.
Icy
win? No.
What?
No. Well, we're gonna find out. Oh, turn. Wait a minute. A crit may have mattered depending on not if this KOs or not. We don't know. Serena, the Majesty herself.
Misses the
Terra Star should pick up. It should pick up. There's no way.
Holy!
What? It missed. And
But rain's done.
But wait,
Rain's
rain
done.
is down.
But
There's recovery though, so you can at least recover more HP. What a game! What a game 3 for the defending champion trying to survive, giving off elimination here.
I think that you have to protect with the turtle because honestly, like that Overquill's still gonna do a lot of damage. You really need to make sure you have as much health as possible to hopefully live it and get out your last move.
What is this game? What is this game?
Woo!
The 5%
Another
miss
protect
chance.
comes out.
Oh my lord!
This should
That
be
Power Whip was wild.
another turn of recovery and the leftovers. It's just a matter
Dude,
of
we
like,
just call
listen,
that power miss at this point. That was insane.
I'm a believer in the turtles. Master Splinter taught me well. If I'm gonna believe, now is the time. Do it for Donnie. Do it for Michelangelo. Do it for the Turtles of New York. Now is the time. Can Big Mike stave off elimination and continue trying to defend this crown? This is the question at hand. Poison Jab comes
How
out.
much damage does
Terra
it do?
boosted, ladies and gentlemen, and it lives.
lived by a
Hopefully,
tiny
no
one.
problem. Gets the poison, but doesn't matter because ladies, Terra Starstorm in action. Let it rain from above, ladies and gentlemen. Big Mike continues and moves on an amazing match versus Velocity.
What an absolutely fantastic match. And that's one of those things that you hear a lot of veteran players play to your outs. You never know how a match is going to turn out. You never know. There's a chance to miss. It is going to happen at some point, and that was exactly what happened. A miss happened, and 100% changed the course of that game. That power hitting would have been game. At that point, it would have probably been game. It would have probably been over. And, I mean, a 5% chance to stay in it, and you nailed it. That is insane, but that is the game we play, and it is just
stressed. I'm
exciting.
so stressed. I'm so stressed. That was so much happening in just 3 turns. The momentum going back, forth, so many different factors that came in here. Leftovers recovery, rain, icy wind, electro webs, Dracos. There was so much happening. What a fantastic way for that round to end on that game if it does, because that was peak. It was peak. There's nothing more you want.
My heart.
No, in a best of 3 match, you're always looking like, I mean, whenever we get games and they go to a 2-game set, and it's like, okay, the person won, they had, maybe it was a team advantage, whatever. But when you get games like this where they go to game 3, you see players adjust throughout the game, you see things happen in the game that, in game 3, at the beginning of the match, you possibly have this person, you're like, okay, I think they're up ahead, I think they're gonna win. Something flops, and you're like, wait, now they're ahead, and then it just keeps flopping back and forth, and you're just like, it comes down to literally that very last turn. Like there's just one turn where something happened, and that was how the game was played out, and it's that peak VGC, man. I absolutely love seeing games like that.
I mean, speaking of peak VGC, actually, Will found another game for us randomly, which is kind of interesting because this is the Big Mackey. They're 5-1. I think the funniest thing about this, we are keeping a counter of Sing's hit.
Oh
Sing's
my! And they're 10 of 13.
10 out of 13. Hey, listen, in basketball terms, you getting buckets. You're doing pretty well.
Yeah.
Like,
oh my,
10 and 13
that
from
is...
downtown, I'm going to take that every day, all day. So, Big Mac is looking a little stressed here, but it is Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and of course the Clefairy. They have become the dynamic duo as we withdraw Picasso. Now, Parting Shot did go into the Raging Bolt the turn prior, and here comes one of my favorite Pokemon in this endgame. Volcarona has been so amazing, but Mackie looking like the pop-off, so may have called this Follow Me. Is this a potential setup here? Because if it is, this will be really tough going. Oh, and it is.
Pokemon I've been talking about for a long time. Volcarona, man. Volcarona is so good. It is super underrated. I feel like it's got a massive stat pool. It's got a great ability. Like, the Pokemon is really good, and I've loved seeing it being used in a lot of the Japanese championships recently. They were on a lot of teams, and it's a great Pokemon, and I love it in this meta, and I'm excited to see how it works against this Shadow Rider.
Yeah,
see if he can actually make some headway.
Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing is it switched in on a nasty plot, so this is going to be a little difficult as we do see the Follow Me come out. Now, normally you can struggle bug certain things until they are back in neutral, but this is a +2 Astral Barrage if we're counting it neutral, and that, added to the counter, even though it's not a Sing, you're putting things to sleep, back to the Pokeball, so I think we should just count it like that. Having to switch in on a nasty plot and then get Astral Barrage, there's almost nothing you can do about it. And Calyrex just farms here. This is the situation it loves and it thrives in.
Yeah, you have a +2 Calyrex, well now +3 because of the knockouts, and you've got a Friend Guard and Follow Me, so you're not going to get hit, and you're doing 1,000 damage. I mean, you're at a point where you get to do whatever you want to. And that's one of the scariest parts about Calyrex. Yes, there are definitely ways to counter. You could have a normal Pokemon, whatever it is. But there's times like this where one turn and your whole team's swept because you're just in a bad position, and that is the pain of Calyrex, man.
Yeah, and this is one of those things where just like beginning of the format when it first came, everyone's like, "Oh, Shadow Rider, this and that." A Pokemon like this that can snowball this hard could never be bad. It's just no one knew how to build it just yet, and now it's just showing its true colors throughout the format as we've been going every tournament to a tournament. Like the cream of the crop will always rise to the top, and Calyrex will always be there. There's a reason for it. As we do see, this Draining Kick's probably going to come out and instantly just one hit KO. This is more. All it takes is maybe a +1, but this is like +3, +4 now. Like the stats are out the window.
Oh, that Urshifu got blown up. There's nothing left. That was insane. Oh my!
Like it could have went 5-6 times over that. That Urshifu would have went down. And now it's poor Smeargle. As much as I love the painter, I love Picasso, there's just not enough here. And I mean, there's just not enough attack power. You can Spore, Crafty Shield, do all these other things you want, but if you can't attack, you can't do damage. You can't win the game.
Absolutely, man. It's just... Calyrex is just one of those Pokemon. I think if you would have done the damage calc on that Calyrex, that Urshifu would have been probably like a 600% chance to one-hit KO.
Yeah,
it's just insane levels of damage for that Pokemon.
Yeah, you got to think of Terra and all. It's just there's no way, unfortunately. But Grassy Glide is probably going to be move of choice here. But the battle's canceled, opting just say, you know what, poor Picasso, it's time for you to take a rest. You've done enough. And Big Mackie able to pick up a big win, and right now 6-1. So absolutely gaming right now with Shadow Rider and Clefairy.
It's Clefairy, man. Clefairy is one of those Pokemon where you look at it and you're just like, really, that's one of the top competitive Pokemon, and that Pokemon holds more weight than any support Pokemon I've seen. And it's not even just in this game; it's in multiple games. We saw it in the Sword and Shield. Yeah. That Pokemon, it's got a move pool that works for support Pokemon. Icy Wind, Follow Me, Helping Hand. Like it's got everything that you kind of need for certain sets. Friend Guard, I'll be honest, is one of the most busted abilities.
Oh, yeah.
Especially on an Eviolite Pokemon, like it's just wild, and it does so well with Calyrex because most stuff you're trying to hit on that Shadow Calyrex or even the Ice Rider isn't super effective into that Clefairy, and so it ends up being just a monster, little pink monster.
I mean, every time you just like take the time and you really build it out when you need to something to support, because like. It just can do too much. Hey, look, Big Mackie's running Sing. Other people run after you. There's so much flexibility for that extra move slot there because there's a lot of dead turns where it's like, oh, I can just tech this on just to help me patch up this and this and this. And like you said, Eviolite, Friend Guard, there's certain abilities that are just that good. That's one of them. The other one is like Shadow Tag. Like, no matter what mono's on, there's always a way to use it. Those are just... quintessential things in team building where no matter what a team sheet says, if I see that, I'm just like, okay, I have to address this. I have to game plan for it. That's one of those things. That's why it's become such a huge competitive Pokemon, and it's done this before. I mean, unfortunately, we haven't seen anything like Raichu or anything come back, but niche Pokemon like this shine during times like this, and honestly, makes sense. And looking forward to see like whenever the new generation comes, like when can we get a new Pokemon that kind of feels in the same role where it can do something a little special? It's not super high rated, but it's special to unique to its own thing. So always looking forward to finding whatever that new Pokemon is.
Yeah, what's that new support Pokemon? You know, because everyone's always concerned, like, oh, you know, we've got Zacian, Zamazenta, got Calyrex, but you know, all those Pokemon aren't good unless you give them good support Pokemon, and like. Yep. That's where you see, like, Clefairy. Like, Clefairy is not a great Pokemon by itself, but when you pair it with a really strong powerhouse, they really cover a lot of their bases. It's super cool. So, yeah, I definitely am really excited in this next game to see what kind of support Pokemon we come with and how they shake up the meta, because I feel like a good chunk of the meta that we've had in this game in particular is a lot of reminiscent of Sword and Shield. We're seeing a lot of those same kind of techs come out. You know, Clefairy was here. Rain Urshifu, like we've seen some of those things, and I would like to see more of the newer Pokemon. Like Sinistcha got worked for a little while, but it's kind of died off.
It tried. You know, it got a little play. You know, it tried.
Yeah, so I mean, I want to see one of those Pokemon from the new gen really stick instead of just kind of come in, fizzle around, and then just go away. That's what I'm hoping for. That'll be good in the next game.
Absolutely. And ladies and gentlemen, even though we're having such a great time talking about Pokemon and all these different variances that come to the game, we are here for a specific reason. It is for St. Jude. So if you have anything you can donate, anything helps. It goes for a great cause, and that's the reason why we all came together as a community. We've all shown how great we are to raise this amount of money just over this span of time, and then we still have Top Cut tomorrow. You guys have been amazing. So from us, the crew and production and Will, we want to say thank you once again. And for anybody that's donated or is going to donate or whatever you can, just you being here, even just supporting this stream is more than enough. And even to the players just signing up and playing. So blessings to everybody, and really, really huge thank you on behalf of all of us.
Yeah, it's been really awesome, man. We've seen on Twitter, things go bad. We've had a couple bad weeks just overall, and it's really... It's so refreshing to see everybody come together. I mean, we have so many people working on this. You've got Will doing an amazing job who set up the whole thing. You've got all the casters who had to come together, getting ready to do this so we could, present some of these matches for you. You've got all the players who are out there playing their matches, getting ready for this. So, this was just a huge community gathering, and it's super cool to see everybody push towards something positive, and we just need more of it, man. This is great, and I'm excited to see more people pop off and do this. We've had, a bunch of TOs these last couple years come up, and it's exciting to see new tournament organizers like Will come up and really shine, man. This is a really, really good job, Will, and you should be proud, dude. This is good work.
Truly, truly. I know Will's working hard right now in the background, getting ready for the next round. So for me and Wide, that's about it. Hey, you know what? Hold on. Let me go ahead and let me help out a little bit. We had a good cash run. So
there we go.
I think it's time for a little bit of a switch.
That's what I like to see. I love that switches, man. That's amazing.
Yeah, we're not hangry. We got filled with a good quality meal of VGC. So, Wide, it's always a pleasure, and you do a fantastic job with the Wide League. So it was an honor to cast with you again, man. It's been a long time. So definitely, everybody, stick around. We got round 8 coming up. Will is probably looking for some streams right now. We got our casters hanging out in the lounge. So, you got any closing remarks you want to say?
No, man, this has actually been, really a special day for the community with the charity, but for me, this is my first time casting. I've been behind the scenes producing tournaments and stuff like that, and it's been really, really cool to be able to come out and actually just do these kind of things with you guys, because I've been watching you guys do it for so long. Slim's been on, 15 Wide League tournaments, and so I've been itching to do this and finally get out and talk, and it's been an absolute pleasure. So, Slim, absolutely. I was super excited that we were going to be able to do this because we worked so much in the past. So, thank you, man. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely, you've been, man. Why you know how I feel about you? So we locked in, bro. We locked in, bro.
Absolutely, dude.
So never worry about that. So
Always,
everybody, just continue to just be great, be supportive to everybody doing great things in the community. And let's all try to be a little bit better. That's all we got to do. Just not even as a community, just as people. Try to be a little better, 1% at a time every day. We're all not perfect, but we try to just be a little better, be kind, and just, bring good vibes and good energy, you know what I'm saying, as we look for our next round. So, I'm going to go ahead and step out of here. And Will, you can go ahead and take over. I know he's looking for it. We're going to let the other casters come in, let them get their shine, because they deserve it as much as anybody else, all right? So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, I see our other casters will take over. I love you. Wide, we love you in the Wide League. So
much love, fam.
See y'all later.
All right. Thank you, WD, and thank you, Big Slim, for casting round 7 as we've transitioned to our last and final round of the St. Jude VGC Charity Tournament. We are in round 8, and guys, honestly, it's going to be insane. It's going to be very, very hectic, and I am super excited to see the gameplay that we're going to get into. So I'm going to go ahead and get our round 8 casters in here. We're going to get Gerd, and we're going to get Talon Master J in the chat as we speak. And guys, how are you guys doing, man? Uh-oh, he got me on, he got the stream up. I think that's Gerd. Gerd, how you doing, man?
Sorry, I'm just still setting a little bit of stuff up, but I'm doing all right.
No, you're good, you're good, you're good, you're good. Talon Master, how you doing, bud? Alright, I guess he is still muted, which is perfectly fine.
Muted.
We're gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna put a match on stream. I think Joe is X1 right now, trying to keep it that way so he can try to make a chance to get to day 2. So I'm going to go ahead and I think I have that game up for you guys. I'm going to share that, and you guys feel free to cast away, man.
That's going to be really exciting, Joe Ugarte obviously being a very strong trainer, going to multiple regional championships, winning a few regional championships in Portland. So I guess now we have a live feed already up. We see the Groudon with the Terra Fire, but it actually is going to be in the rain. So the damage output might be a little bit less if it was trying to use something like a Heat Crash. But we're going to be seeing a Taunt from the Incineroar, a very rare tech you see on Incineroars. Typically you go for a more standard set, but sometimes you like to use it against a Moongus. No Sleep Powder for the Venusaur. Precipice Blade's not going to be affecting the Pelipper whatsoever. And we're going to be seeing the Precipice Blades going into the Incineroar, and it's going to be getting the one-hit KO. That's not even going to crit as we go into a quick ad on Twitch.
We just love the ads, don't we?
I can't even see like how long it's going to be for mine.
I can't even tell you. Oh, wait.
Oh, a minute. Okay, so we got a little bit of downtime. So
we got a little time.
So obviously, quick shout out to Will for hosting this tournament for a good cause. I think over $3,000 raised so far, and we still have a whole other day to go. So
we do.
A lot of things.
That's Championship Sunday.
Absolutely, and I'm pretty sure we've beaten all of our goals, right? The main goal was $3,000, so all the goal achievements have been acquired.
It actually has been, and what an insane day today. It's been outstanding. Will has done an amazing job hosting this awesome tournament for a good cause. And guys, please do me a favor. We're a good community. Donate. We're here for a good cause. We're here to donate for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, and we're doing a wonderful thing and helping out. And honestly, for us here, the casters, and for everyone around, we appreciate your hard work, and this has been awesome, amazing.
100%. As we're going to be getting back into the action in just a few moments, we did see previously that Incineroar was going to be going down to the Precipice Blades on Joe Ugarte's end of view. So let's see what the updated screen is going to be looking like. We see the Venusaur switching back in, but now we have a completely different field once Joe gets back. I believe I saw the Calyrex and Pelipper on the opposing side, and we do see a Porygon 2 and a Venusaur on Joe's side.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, the Urshifu is going to come in. Me and Talon, where we were commentating this lead, and we just saw that Porygon is a monster. It's a heavy hitter. It goes in, as well as Calyrex is going to go for the Terra. It's going to be Terra Fire. So not going to be resisting those Will-O-Wisps that Joe has, but also it's going to be a little bit interesting as Sleep Powder goes and connects onto the Calyrex. It's going to go 99 and going to go to bed.
Venusaur might not be the fastest Pokemon, but it is going to be faster than the Calyrex no matter what. We do see the Porygon get that nice recover off, almost getting back to full HP, and the Calyrex taking its mandatory turn of sleep. But a little bit different now. We do see the Pelipper switching into the back, and the Urshifu Rapid Strike going to be coming in on the other side. So quick shout out, we have Joe Ugarte on our point of view, and he's going to be playing against Arcane VGC.
Exactly. This is honestly a really interesting matchup because it's right now, tomorrow is the top 16. So these players are trying to get their win in, no room for error. But you know what? It's all in good fun and it's all in good sport. As right now, by looking at this board position, Venusaur looks very threatening. As Close Combat is going to go into the slot, it's going to get the knockout onto it's a critical hit. You see what I mean? There has been so many critical hits all day today. I lost track. I think I've seen 10 critical hits all day long.
And we had just started this match. We already seeing a critical hit. It might have mattered into the Porygon 2, especially when it's almost at full HP. We do see a very unusual move on Venusaur. It is going to be the Grass Knot targeting into the Rapid Strike Urshifu, getting that one-hit knockout. And we do see the Calyrex taking its second turn of sleep. So it can either wake up next turn or take its third turn of sleep, as we see the Pelipper on Arcane VGC side take the field once again, and the Groudon switching in, and now we're going to be seeing the Drought activate, and no Pelipper can get that rain back up. So Sun's here to stay.
Sun is going to be up. Covert Cloak is going to be up, but also those Hurricanes. Joe got to be careful because of those accuracy moves. Like, it's also going to be very interesting to see how that damage going to put out. But Sludge Bomb going to poison that Pelipper and do a lot of damage. What does this this Groudon do? But Weather Ball is going to go off, and it's going to go not enough for the knockout. What?
And here comes the interesting part. We do see the Heat Crash onto the Pelipper. It is a resist, but it's still a significant amount of damage when you're already going to be in Terra Fire and in the Sun. And the Calyrex going to be taking its third required turn of sleep. So now, next turn guaranteed, it will be waking up. Unfortunately, the Calyrex is the last Pokemon on the field for Arcane VGC, staring down a low health Venusaur and a Groudon.
This is really, really interesting because by looking at this, it's like you have yourselves like an interesting matchup right here, as we're going to see the bulk up trying to resist like a high horsepower or a Glacial Lance, but that defense is going to be rising up. Calyrex does decide to wake up and is going to go for the Trick Room. So Calyrex is not giving up. It's not giving up. It said, I'm waking up and I'm not giving up. I'm going to try my best to get some knockouts. But at rating, it looks very interesting. It looks like it's in Joe's favor a little bit.
You could definitely say that the Protect on the Venusaur, trying to get the double Protect so it can try to live a Glacial Lance. Glacial Lance going to be firing off, picking up the KO onto the low health Venusaur and dealing a decent amount of chip damage on a critical hit to the Terrifier Groudon, and the Calyrex will now be getting that +1 boost thanks to the Chilling Neigh. But let's see what this Groudon is going to be able to do. It's going to be hitting the +1 bulk up Precipice Blades and picking up the one-hit KO single target onto that Terrifier Calyrex. So that is going to be a win for Joe Ugarte.
That is very interesting. See what I mean? Gerd? So many critical hits have been going on in this game. It's been really insane, but shout-outs and props to Joe for winning that game. You got to look at this and be like, wow, like that crit on that Porygon was so crucial, but he was able to come back from this because he was like, I need the Sun mostly instead of like my Porygon living. Yes, Foul Play will do a lot, but mostly that Groudon will be able to do so much more damage because of the Terrifier and because of the Sun.
And it definitely mattered that Arcane wasn't able to use the Calyrex as efficiently because of the 3 turns of sleep. Obviously, you have to deal with the 75% accuracy of Sleep Powder, but then you also have to deal with those sleep turns. If you were able to get a Glacial Lance off maybe on turn 2 or turn 3 of sleep, you might have been able to swing the momentum in your favor, but unfortunately, you had to hold it until the very end. At that point, you were already so far behind, and the Groudon was able to get the bulk up at the point where it was going to be pretty hard to come back from. You would need multiple crits and multiple Precipice Blade misses.
Absolutely, and especially when you have like all that momentum in that game, you had to really think to yourself like, like Calyrex is a big threat. That Pelipper with the weather. So basically, it's like another weather war with rain and sun, but except with Venusaur putting things to sleep. The one thing about Sleep Powder is that a very inaccurate move. So you got to be careful about those misses because once you miss, let's say a Calyrex could go for a Glacial Lance and get the KO. So Joe's got to really think how to prioritize that Venusaur a little bit. But Calyrex Incineroar is going to be a lead for Arcane, and we see a classic chlorophyll duo of Groudon and Venusaur. This brings back memories of 2016, 2017, when Primal Groudon would be on the field, setting up the Desolate Land Sun, and Venusaur would go for the Mega Evolution.
Okay, so we got a little bit of information. The Groudon on Joe's side is the Clear Amulet. So it does have bulk up. Instead of something like a Sword Stance where you could potentially go +2 in your attack, but instead going +1 attack and defense, very similar to coaching. We do see the Incineroar. I assume it's going to have Fake Out, so it is providing Fake Out pressure to both the Venusaur and to the Groudon. The Venusaur are going to be switching into the back as we see another Pokemon coming in. It is going to be the Raging Bolt, getting that Photosynthesis boost activated due to the sun.
That's very interesting right now. Incineroar switches out as well. And it's going to be the Pelipper, so we're switching weathers right now. It's going to be going into the rain. But what did Joe decide to do here? But also, what did that Calyrex decide to do? They're both staring each other down, but the photosynthesis does wear off. Terra is going to go on which mon? It's going to go on the Groudon. It's going to go into a Fire-type Terra. But the thing is, Joe got to be careful because of that Pelipper switching in, and now the rain is going to be set up. But I wonder what this Calyrex decided to do. Calyrex goes for the Protect.
So this is a very defensive pivot, deciding to just switch out your Incineroar, use that later. You already had the Fake Out Pressure, so you were already trying to lock down something. You bring the Pelipper, trying to get rid of the Sun, and Calyrex not wanting to take any damage potentially from any of Joe's Pokemon, just deciding to bring the Pelipper in, just play it safe, potentially going to do some more damage the next turn.
Absolutely, and especially by looking at this matchup right now, like Raging Bolt does, actually I can confirm, Raging Bolt does have Volt Switch. So in any retrospect, you could Volt Switch out that Pelipper and try to get the weather back, or try to like make sure you do not get knocked out. But Amoonguss is going to come in here, so we just confirm all four of Arcane's Pokemon. Groudon does switch out, and we are going to see the Incineroar come in this time. It's going to be the Incineroar, probably going to see a Glacial Lance or something go on, but Calyrex is just sitting there, just minding its own business. You know, no Trick Room has been set up. A Volt Switch is going to go off. I think he's trying to get the Sun back in order, but Joe's got to remember, there is a Pelipper in the back. So he's going to really learn how to take care of that Pelipper for a little bit.
I would have to imagine, you're obviously staring down a Glacial Lance into the Raging Bolt, but like you mentioned earlier, Chef, you had the Raging Bolt on the field, you don't want to see the Glacial Lance, so you can pivot out with the Volt Switch going into the Groudon. Unfortunately, now you're in a very precarious situation if you're Joe. The Trick Room has been set up by the Calyrex, and now the Amoonguss is on the field, being the slowest Pokemon in the entire, field status. You have to be worried if this Groudon is going to be taking a potential turn sleep from Spores.
Much exactly, but also Arcane. I'm looking at Arcane's team, right? And also, if you guys don't know what Arcane's team is, I'll go over it with you guys. Ice Rider, Calyrex, Pelipper, Incineroar, Amoonguss, Rillaboom, and Urshifu Rapid Strike with Coaching Choice Scarf. So we've seen that trend actually go on for a little bit, but right now we see Pelipper and Amoonguss back in here. As we are going to see the Groudon take a nap for a little bit. It's been tired all day. It's been battling all day, so it needs to take a little nap. And I wonder what the Incineroar did, but I feel like Incineroar switched out or is still in the field.
The Incineroar is still going to be on the field. We did see the Groudon take its first mandatory turn of sleep so far, which is not the worst situation here. Obviously, for Joe, having the rain up because of the Pelipper switch in on the previous turn is not ideal. As we do see the Amoonguss decide to just switch back, maybe get some health back from the previous Volt Switch that it had to take. The Calyrex is going to be coming back into the field. Groudon going to be taking its second turn of sleep. The Incineroar going for the parting shot into the Pelipper, trying to reduce its special attack, as we will probably see the Pelipper moving next.
Pelipper is going to come back in. So basically right now it looks like a juggling of weather. Rain and sun. But the one thing that Joe has to prioritize is getting rid of that Pelipper. Calyrex is just sitting there, just minding its own business. It's not gotten a knockout yet. But the thing is that, you have to prioritize getting rid of the rain. Otherwise, Groudon is just going to do negligible damage. I just have to pronounce that for a little bit. But Weather Ball in the rain doesn't get the knockout on the Groudon. In the rain.
Very surprising, especially considering it's not an Assault Vest set. And, Pelipper having that Weather Ball, if you use Weather Ball in the rain, you get double the damage on Weather Ball, on top of its stab, on top of the rain boost. So the fact that it was able to survive is very, special for the Groudon. You could have very defensive-oriented bulk in its HP or special defense stats and how it was trained. So that's going to be something to keep in mind for a later game if we were to go to a game 3. Right now, the state of the field, you have the Pelipper and the Calyrex on the other side. Joe still having that Groudon. Pelipper deciding to say, hey, I'm just going to switch out again. Why not? Let's bring in something else. We're going to bring back in the Amoonguss, potentially going for Spores later on, or potentially some redirection.
High Horsepower goes off into the Raging Bolt. That does half damage to hit KO. Volt Switch is going to go into the Calyrex. That's going to do nothing of damage, but it's going to go back to Joe. I feel like there's going to be an Incineroar coming in here, or the Venusaur. But the thing is, you don't want to bring Venusaur in here. It's going to get knocked out by a Glacial Lance. But Incineroar is going to come in, which I honestly agree with. The thing is that Joe has he has Will-O-Wisp, and he also has Flare Blitz as well. But the thing is, Incineroar does not like doing Flare Blitz in the rain. It just doesn't. I've tried it. It's very bad. But Pressful Blades is going to go off into the Calyrex. That's going to do a good amount of chunk of damage. But, wow, rain is still up.
I guess now you have to consider, if you're Joe, do you think the Amoonguss is going to do side Pollen Puff into the Calyrex? You know, it's about at half HP. It could just get the Calyrex back to full HP. Could you see a Spore going into the Groudon? It just woke up from its sleep turns. It could go back to sleep in a second. Or do we see the Amoonguss just switch out? It's obviously taken a bit of damage from that Precipice Blades from the Groudon. It might want to recover a little bit more damage. You could potentially bring the Pelipper back in so you don't take another Precipice Blades hit onto one side. You can keep the rain up if possible.
Looking at this matchup right now, like, it's pretty much a stalemate. It's just switching into the rain and the weather. But however, we are going to see a fake out going into the Amoonguss slot. That's going to do absolutely nothing. High horsepower is going to go into the Groudon, and it's going to pick up the KO. So guess what? No more Sun, but also no more Groudon, no more restricted. That means he has Raging Bolt and Venusaur left against all 4 of Arcane's Pokemon. So Joe, I would say, needs to really prioritize trying to get rid of that Calyrex, because Amoonguss could just sit there for a long time. But yeah, that Calyrex on his side probably has to go.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there's at least one more turn of Trick Room. Obviously, you have the Venusaur, which can bypass Rage Powders from the Amoonguss, but if Trick Room is still up, then anything you try to do with the Venusaur isn't going to matter, because it's just going to try to eat a Glacial Lance. Obviously, you could say, hey, let me just protect on the Venusaur to survive one more turn of Trick Room. But then you can just switch out the Amoonguss, bring in the Incineroar, and now you're providing Fake Out pressure on the following turn.
Incineroar is going to come back in, getting an Intimidate, but Calyrex is just going to be staying there. Calyrex is going to go for the Protect. It's going to go for the Protect, not going to want to get Sleep Powdered or anything, but Grass Knot is going to go into the Calyrex. You know, I don't know that Calc. I don't know if it'll actually get the KO, but I have a question. Is Calyrex heavy? That's a good question.
Calyrex, I believe, is, I don't want to say significantly heavy, but I would say it's heavier than most Pokemon in the game. Just off of like pure just general knowledge.
Yeah,
Calyrex Shadow Rider is actually relatively light. It's only about, I think, 100 pounds. Calyrex Ice Rider, I believe, is fairly heavy. So Grass Knot would be doing a significant amount of damage. I can check that in just a moment after this round.
Of course, absolutely. I mean, it's a general question, because I'm like, Grass Knot, I rarely see Grass Knot as a move, honestly, but it's mostly for the heaviest of Pokemon. Terra is going to go in, and it's going to be Terra Fire. That's going to resist those Will-O-Wisps and also resist those Flare Blitz. But also the thing is that this Calyrex is at very low health, as the taunt on Incineroar into the Venusaur. Oh my goodness. And that Mon is faster than the Venusaur. Did you notice that?
Ooh, and we see the poison onto the Calyrex, so now the Calyrex is being put on a timer, and the Incineroar on Joe's end is going to be going for the Flare Blitz into the Calyrex, just dealing a small amount of chip damage. The Glacial Lance is coming out in full force. The Venusaur cannot withstand that hit, even from full HP. It does not have the Focus Sash, it has the Covert Cloak, so it is going to be taking that one-hit KO. But now, more importantly, does this Calyrex with the low HP has take the poison damage? And it does not, so now the Calyrex is going to be knocked out due to the poison. That is a significant loss for Joe, but still, you're 3-2 in favor of Arcane, and we have the Raging Bolt in the back for Joe, and it's at half HP.
Yeah, the thing is that especially when we're looking at this right now, Pelipper could come back in. There's no sun, but it's going to be rain again. And Raging Bolt is in the back as well, but Raging Bolt can only handle so much. But Pelipper is going to come in, and, you know, it already lost its Focus Sash. It has access to Weather Ball and Hurricane, but against a Raging Bolt, it's going to be a very tough match for Arcane. You know, you gotta think your Restricted is gone, Joe's Restricted is gone, but there's still a big Raging Bolt on the field that looks very threatening for this team.
So something to note on Joe's team right now in his position, the Incineroar and the Raging Bolt both don't have Protect, so you're pretty much playing on full power offense. The Pelipper decided to go for the Protect, doesn't want to get hit by something like the Thunderclap. You have the Parting Shot on the Incineroar is actually faster than the Raging Bolt. It's going to be lowering the special attack onto this Raging Bolt. It is the Assault Fist Raging Bolt. It's not a booster energy, so no potential for special attack increases here. We are going to be seeing the Amoonguss switch in for the Incineroar slot. It is going to be recovering a little bit of HP due to its Regenerator ability from before. Electric Web trying to catch both Pokemon off guard, get him a little bit slower, trying to deal some chip damage. And let's see what the Incineroar on Joe's side is going to be doing.
Going for that Will-O-Wisp into the Pelipper. So basically right now that Pelipper is a big damage breaker right now. But honestly, in this game, looking at it, you have a way to get yourselves in a good knockout. But Rage Powder does not redirect Electro Web, but it's going to probably redirect those Volt Switches and that Thunderclap as well. Thunderclap is not going to be affected by anything, as Weather Ball from the Pelipper is going to go ahead and bop into the Incineroar and get the knockout. That means Raging Bull. It was a critical hit. Oh my god. I should keep count of these critical hits during the time of the stream, because I think I lost track at like 10.
We need Will to add like a little critical hit ding like they do at regionals.
Yeah, I know,
one
right?
hit
Like
KOs
those,
with the amount of critical hits we've seen.
Yeah. Or those one-hit KOs like the bell. Ding ding.
Oh, he's working on it. Thank you, Will, for the swift production. We love it. We love to see it. We are going to be seeing a Game 3, I presume, for Joe and Arcane VGC. It's been a tight set already, and it's going to be getting even closer. Let's see how Joe's going to be able to adapt. The entire game was like a weather war between both, trying to set up the rain, trying to set up the sun, trying to get the Groudon going, but the Calyrex and the pivoting from Arcane's side of the field was just so immaculate. Arcane was just able to get into positions that they really wanted to and was able to clean up the game.
Absolutely, but also we were going back to that point I was making about Grass Knot onto the Calyrex.
Yeah.
It was only like Terra Fire, but also the thing is that a lot of the heavy mons, if we look at Joe's side, he was trying so hard to get the sun up, but also kept his Groudon in for too long, letting it take a lot of damage. So the one thing that Joe has to prioritize is protecting that Groudon, so that way when Pelipper is out, the sun can come in and there's no way for it to be gone. And especially when it comes to setting up for the late game of Groudon. But right now, we're going to go into a Game 3. This is going to be very exciting because both of these players are at 6 wins and 1 loss. That means someone will go be at 7 wins and 1 loss, and the other one will be at 6 wins, 2 losses, and we're going to see if they can guarantee their spot in Top Cut.
Yep,
but
still fabulous shit. Yep, go ahead, finish off.
Allie and Incineroar up against same leads.
Interesting. Same as Game 2, we do see the Incineroar with the fake out pressure once again. Obviously has the taunt as well. Calyrex just trying to throw all the pressure, because reminder, if you're a grass or a ground type, you do not want to be eating a Glacial Lance at all. Doesn't matter if it's in sun, doesn't matter if it's in the rain. One of you has to Terra and one of you can't. So one of these Pokemon might just be eating the Glacial Lance. Let's see if Joe's going to be doing anything different compared to Game 1. We did see the Terra Fire on Groudon immediately just deciding to go for it. And I believe it's going to be a similar situation. The Terra Fire on Groudon is the option for Joe in Game 3.
You have to be careful, though, because I also wrote down that Incineroar is max speed. It was faster over the rain into that Venusaur. Fake Out is going to go into the Groudon slot. Sleep Powder misses! Oh, wait, no, it went into the Incineroar!
That's a very interesting idea to go for Sleep Powder. I don't know if that was a misclick on Joe's end or potentially just trying to read a Pelipper switch in on the Incineroar slot. So a missed opportunity.
Yeah,
it's a missed opportunity.
Oh man, now that is going to be very tough. Now Joe is down 1 Pokemon. That Groudon is taking a lot of damage. But now it's like you have to bring in either. Now we got to see Porygon 2 come in. Porygon 2 has that foul play enough like for Calyrex, because Calyrex has a high attack stat. And guess what foul play does? It loves going after attack stats. But Incineroar is faster than that Groudon because of that, of that speed that it has. Base one, like max speed is 123. So I wonder what this Groudon is going to do, and the rain could potentially come back in here.
Yeah, I'd imagine Arcane wants to bring in the Pelipper potentially to just have that wide guard in play. You also have to deal with the foul play, like you mentioned. We could just see a Terra Fire on the Calyrex to not take super effective damage from the foul play, but you're also potentially dealing with the Precipice Blades on the Groudon. Joe opting to switch out on this turn and go into the Incineroar here, trying to at least, maybe get some Intimidate at least onto this Incineroar if it were to stay on the field. Obviously cannot get the Intimidate off onto the Calyrex due to the Clear Amulet, but it wouldn't matter anyway. We're seeing the Calyrex actually switch out, the Incineroar staying on the field for just a moment, and the Pelipper is going to be hitting the field for the first time in Game 3.
interesting enough because it's like one weather goes, another one comes in, and also one Mon goes, and I don't know what's going to come in, but I feel like it's going to be coming back into that Calyrex. The thing is now, like, Joe used up his Terra, and he has to think, like, how can I get rid of this Pelipper, like, in the sun or anything? But instead, it's going to be Amoonguss. So we confirmed all 4 of Arcane's Mons. Foul Play is going to go into the Pelipper. It's going to just, like, tickle it for a little chunk of damage. But really much, like, you have to prioritize getting rid of that Pelipper so the sun can come back in safely. And also that Amoonguss is very, very, like, it could just sit there and put things to sleep.
Yeah, remember that the Venusaur has been knocked out already in Game 3, so it can't bypass Rage Powders, and obviously Venusaur being a grass type, it is immune to those spores as well, so you're playing a little bit of catch-up here as you're trying to bring in the Groudon to deal as much damage as you possibly can. The Drought is going to be back up, fake out into the Amoonguss, trying to stop the Amoonguss from doing anything like Side Pollen Puff, Spore potentially, or even just trying to catch it, trying to do an attack. We do see the Weather Ball going into the Incineroar, but it is the Fire type due to the Drought activate on the field. So now we have a little bit of a different situation where the Groudon with Terra Fire is now threatening a lot of offensive pressure onto the Amoonguss.
Right now, like, it's so important that Weather Ball going into that Incineroar, not doing any amount of damage, but also, like, the Amoonguss is flinched, but also the sun is now set. The sun is set. So that means whoever switches in is going to take a Flare Blitz or a Precipice Blaze. Whatever comes in. Right now, like, I think Arcane's a little bit of a stuck position. But we're going to see the switch out here. But did Joe call this, actually? Joe has to call this, and you're going to see the Incineroar going to come in. But I wonder what is going to happen here. It's going to be the Clear Amulet, but also Intimidate onto that Incineroar. But in the sun, it's going to be a lot, but it's going to be the Terra on the Amoonguss. What Terra is it, I wonder? Oh, I believe it's going to be the Water-type Terra.
Okay, let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens here. The Water-type Terra is going to be coming through. If it was the Heat Crash, it's not going to be super effective, but it is the Presses. It's very scary in front of a Pelipper because of the wide guard.
Where's my bell? Ding, ding.
We do see the parting shot going into the Amoonguss, obviously trying to lower its special attack just by a bit, but that's not the most important part here. You're just trying to get the Incineroar back out into the back, try to switch in the Porygon 2 once again, but I don't believe Amoonguss went for Rage Powder, and it obviously didn't go for Protect, so it's more than likely trying to go for the Spore into this Groudon, which I presume.
Exactly. Download is going to go for that special attack boost, but Spore is going to go into Groudon, and back to bed. Oh, Groudon has been through enough today. It has been through so many battles, but don't worry, buddy. This is the last one of the day. But Pelipper is going to come back in here and set up the rain again. Now Joe is kind of in a precarious, I think that's the word I'm saying, position because of the rain now set up. Groudon is asleep. Incineroar can switch in, but it's going to take a Weather Ball. So it's going to be very, very, very interesting on what's going to be going on here. But Incineroar does come back in.
Yep, you pretty much need to do that because you want to get the Drought up again so that Weather Balls can't be doing any damage. If it's Hurricane Pelipper, obviously its reduction of accuracy is going to be more significant. We do see the Weather Ball going into the Incineroar slot from the Groudon slot, which was right there. It pretty much covers for everything that could potentially happen. We do see the Ice Beam going to the Pelipper. It's doing a significant amount of damage, but we also see it live, and the Amoonguss just going to be targeting down the one spot that's left on the field. It is going to be the Porygon 2, and now Porygon 2 going to be taking its mandatory turn of sleep on this next turn.
So much sleep, it's making me tired. But everyone here right now is asleep, so it's kind of going to be in a problematic position. But the thing is, Incineroar is gone, but the Amoonguss can switch out into the Calyrex. But the one thing is that Joe has to do is he has to one of these mons have to wake up, and either he sets up a bulk up or he tries to get the KO. But however, it's kind of a little bit in his favor. But Calyrex is going to come in now, and I wonder what's going to happen here with these two sleeping mons. Amoonguss is just sitting there, just doing what it can. It could go for Pollen Puff, it could go for another Spore, Protect, but both of the mons are going to be going to sleep at this time. and Amoonguss is going to go for the Pollen Puff into the Porygon, doing about, I'm going to do some math, 192 minus 20.
Very, very small amounts of damage.
I was about to start pulling out calculators and being like, that's...
Let's see how many turns it would take for it to potentially get the KO. But, like he's mentioned, both Pokemon are asleep. You have the Calyrex on the set, on Arcane's side of the field. It obviously doesn't have the boost anymore that we saw from the first turn where it went for Glacial Lance onto the Venusaur. But on the same side, both of Joe's Pokemon being asleep, it doesn't threaten any offensive pressure while you still have that Amoonguss on the other side, and you still have the Pelipper to come back into this field to get rid of the drought for the rest of the game to bring up the rain.
Oh no! As a Pokemon player, I hate when that happens. A miss from the Precipice Blades. Pollen Puff is going to go into that slot. Not going to affect the Calyrex, but also that... Oh my goodness. Poor Joe. That miss was crucial. That wake up was good, but that miss from Precipice Blades was crucial.
Precipice Blades giveth, and Precipice Blades taketh away if possible. It is a very high risk, high reward move, but if it doesn't land, especially in those situations, it's going to be tough. Either way, the Precipice Blades more than likely would not have been able to get the one-hit KO outright, and then the Amoonguss head was already locked into Pollen Puff, so it honestly might have just gained
right after this,
back.
right after this Starkiss brand, which is basically tuna. Guys, get your tuna down. But
hashtag not sponsored.
Yeah, we are not sponsored by it. Anyway. But this is kind of a tough matchup right now, and right after these commercials, we're gonna probably see, I don't know who is gonna be knocked out or who's gonna be staying on the field, but I wonder what's gonna happen here. There's so many ads. All right, we're back. We got around 40 seconds.
We got a little corner.
Okay, we got a little
review, everyone.
They're down in the red. They are down in the red. That means that Calyrex or Amoonguss can be KO at this point.
So we do see the Porygon 2 at about half HP. Obviously, right now we don't know if Trick Room is up, so we have to see what the speed order is in just a few moments.
It looks like Glacial Lance he went for, and to Joe. And if I look in the red very clearly, it looks like it says 1 HP. I could be wrong, but the ads are there, and we have 10 seconds of the ads. But looking at our nice small corner, yeah, we see the Rage Powder is going to go off from the Amoonguss, but the thing is that, like, you have to prioritize making sure that this mon is awake. There we go. The Groudon is still going to be asleep here. It's 11 HP. Never mind. Ice Beam is going to go off into the Amoonguss slot, and that's going to be a KO on that Terra. But the thing is that there is a Calyrex Ice Rider ready to go for another Glacial Lance into both Mons. It's going to pick up the knockout, and not enough to pick up the knockout on that Porygon 2. Wow.
Yeah, the Porygon 2 going to be living just a little bit longer. Normally, I'd say, this might be an endgame where the Porygon 2 could sweep, but for Arcane, they still have the Pelipper in the back, which should be faster than the Porygon 2, and even if you were able to get take down one of them, the other would just be able to pick up the KO as soon as possible. Joe, I believe, understanding the situation, just going to decide to play it out. Weather Ball is actually going to be hitting the Porygon 2 before the Porygon 2 can do any damage, and Arcane VGC is going to be winning this round 8 match, moving up to a set record of 7-1, guaranteeing that top 16 finish tomorrow.
What a game. What a game. Props to Joe. Props to Arcane. They've done an outstanding job. And honestly, by looking at those teams, what a level of creativity. Yes, I know I've seen the Cali Ice Balance team so many times, but also, like, shout outs to the gameplay that we've seen, the amount of crits we've seen, the amount of sleep turns. Honestly, like, in that game, there was a lot of momentum going on. Plus, the fact is that, like, a lot of things were, like, sometimes in Joe's favor, but also not in Joe's favor. But it was honestly a good set no matter what. But also, it looks like we have another game here right now.
Yep, so we got our defending champion, Big Mike OG, from the last year's St. Jude VGC Charity Tournament, still trying to climb up from a 5-2 record to try to go 6-2 to guarantee a spot in the top 16 to try and get the title back for a back-to-back champion.
Yeah, right now it's well, let's go over the team. Actually, I like this because this looks like a win and in. Actually, 5 wins, 2 losses. So
It's all going to depend on resistance.
yeah, let's see that. It's gonna. So let's look at the team. Let's look at our defending champion here. He has a team with Screamtail, with the Turtle, the Annihilate, the Raging Bolt, the Incineroar, and also the Rillaboom. And Zach Lee is going to have a Kyogre team with Grimmsnarl, Raging Bolt, Amoonguss, Rillaboom, and Incineroar again. So, Turtle versus water. Doesn't the turtle like to be in the water?
Some turtles are land turtles, some turtles are water turtles. So it really depends on how Big Mike's turtle likes to operate in today's environment. But as we about to be going to this next match, I believe it's at least game 2 or 3. We'll have to get a quick update for us.
Game 3.
Game 3.
This is game 3.
Okay, that means I believe that 1-0 and then lost the last round. We were coming in as Big Mike just lost game 2. So you're going to be seeing game 3 in Incineroar and the Terrapagos hitting the field first on Big Mike OG's side. And for Big Mike's opponent, we see the Kyogre and the Rillaboom.
What a game right now. This is going to be interesting because right now the Grassy Surge and the Rain's going to be showing up. But guess what Terrapagos can do when it Terras? It could turn that off and go for Terra Starstorms. But I wonder, well, right now we see Calm Mind and Substitute. That's interesting on the Terrapagos. Mostly I see him run Earth Power, but yeah, Terra Starstorm can actually be really good. But the question is, what Fake Out is faster? It's going to be the Incineroar. So it looks like the Incineroar is very fast than the... Oh, no Fake Out from Rillaboom. I wonder what it went for.
I would have to imagine it's trying to go for something like a U-turn or maybe just trying to get some damage in. We do see the flinch onto the Kyogre. U-turn, just going to try to hit the Incineroar just for a little bit amount of damage, but more importantly, trying to get that slower pivot into something else. I just want to go off what you were talking about, Chef, where you were talking about the substitute. When you have the leftovers on the Terrapagos and you're already super bulky with the Calm Mind, plus you have that Rillaboom Grassy Surge recovery, you're getting so much HP back. And when you're already so naturally bulky when you have full HP in the Terrapagos' current form, you're able to set up that substitute almost for free and basically have another layer of protection before you can get fully KO'd.
This is very interesting because right now we have both Incineroars on the field and Kyogre is about to be back at full health. What an interesting game right now going on, but you could also see he's trying to think about switching into the Screamtail. But the thing is also the Kyogre right now, it can go for a Water Spout or it can go for Origin Pulse, go for any kind of move, but also the Incineroar could go for Fake Out as well. But also that Terrapagos does have Protect. And we're going to see a switch out into the Screamtail. That's a cool shiny. I love it very much. And the booster energy is going to be of the speed, but I wonder what Kyogre and Incineroar did. That's kind of puzzling in my mind. I wonder what it's going to do.
It's going to be curious.
Terra. It's going to be a Terra. What is the Terra going to be on? It's going to be on the Terrapagos.
Yep, it is going to be getting rid of the rain due to the ability that we see getting rid of terrains and the rain, or any weather condition, should I say, the Terraform 0. Right now, the Incineroar, obviously, still on the field, is providing that fake up pressure, I believe. Terra Starstorm, it is +1 from the Calm Mind and its special attack, so it's going to be doing a decent amount of damage. Obviously, it's not the Choice Specs variant, but it's still about half HP onto the Kyogre and just over half HP onto the Incineroar. But as we see the Kyogre, even though the rain isn't up, we do see it starting to set up with that Calm Mind. So that special defense increase is going to be helping the Kyogre survive just a little bit longer. As we see the parting shot now with an extra layer of pivoting for Big Mike OG's opponent and dropping that special attack that's most critical.
And right now we're looking at Big Mike's opponent. That is Zach Lee with the Kyogre. And I'm gonna do seeing what this team is. So we have the leftovers with the Terra Grass and Calm Mind. So basically trying to bulk up this entire Kyogre, make sure it stays on the field for a long time and also heals up. And you also have the Raging Ball Amoonguss with Mental Herb, Rillaboom, Incineroar, and the Grimmsnarl. So basically it's kind of like a version of like a Cali Shadow team, but except it's Kyogre.
This reminds me of a Groudon we were just watching in Joe Ugarte's, where it had a setup move of Bulk Up, with the boosting its primary attack and then its defense. But this time it's going to be Kyogre, where Calm Mind is boosting its special attack and the special defense. The Kyogre actually does not have Water Spout in its set. It's actually opting for Origin Pulse as its primary focus of damage, and its Water typing attack for same type attack bonus. Sorry. Ooh.
You're good. You're good.
And it also has the Ice Beam and Protect. So as we see, the Screamtail is going to be switching out.
Don't worry about it. I literally was having tongue twisters like all day of like different words. But Rillaboom is going to come in. It's going to set up that grass. But, you know, also the thing is that, like, Calm Mind is going to be Calm Minding and Calm Minding, as the Turtle's going to go for the substitute. So now the Turtle is behind a doll as the Calm Mind again from the Kyogre. Now it's at +2. And the thing is, that Rillaboom is kind of threatened by that Ice Beam. And Spore is going to go into the Rillaboom. So, Amoonguss here, it's in a good position. However, it's in, it's kind of stuck. It can't go for Spore.
That is true. It can't go for Spore into either Pokemon. We do have to consider that even though we have a +2 Kyogre, it is a little bit scary that you have to also deal with this Terapagos. Because if the Kyogre does go for the Terra to try to resist a super effective Grassy Glide, you have to deal with the fact that Terrastar Storm would be doing super effective damage with that Terrastar Storm into that potential Terra of the Kyogre. Now we're just going to be seeing a switch out for the Amoonguss, Protect onto the Kyogre, trying to keep it alive. We obviously still had that fake out pressure from Big Mike OG's Rillaboom, and let's see what this Terapagos is going for, trying to set up another Calm Mind, so bringing it to +1 special attack while still having +2 special attack, special defense.
Yeah, honestly, that is interesting. 2 Rillabooms on the field. The Turtle, right? Both of these mons are trying to set up with the Calm Mind. But here's the thing, though. That Kyogre is kind of threatened by a Wood Hammer or a Grassy Glide from that Rillaboom. You know, Rillaboom on the other side is not really threatening anything. But however, it could be going off in his favor. But we're going to see probably a firing off into a Terra Starstorm. But the thing is that Zach Lee has to do is he has to actually think to himself can I, outsmart my opponent and try to get a knockout on one mon in particular? Specifically, either the Rillaboom or the Incineroar.
Absolutely, absolutely. As we're trying to see what's going to be happening for Big Mike OG. In this situation, the Kyogre having that +2 special attack Ice Beams going to the Rillaboom slot, still going to be dealing a decent amount of damage, even if something were to switch out. As I just mentioned, the Rillaboom going to be switching out into, I believe this is the Incineroar, if I'm not mistaken, so it is. So even if it were to go, if the Kyogre were to go into an Ice Beam into the Incineroar, a decent amount of damage would be coming out. We are going to be seeing the Terapagos be faster, Terrastar Storm at +1, full spread damage coming through into both Pokemon. We're going to be seeing a decent amount of chip damage onto the Kyogre, obviously at +2 special defense, and just a little over half damage onto, a little under half damage onto the Rillaboom.
Wow, each mon right now, honestly, it could play off in his favor. But Ice Beam, look how much that did! At +2, that did so much damage. Oh, wow, the thing is that, now, these two, the Kyogre and the Terapagos are gonna be heavy hitters. But the thing is now, would you rather get rid of the main mon or the support around it? That's the main question.
It's interesting to note that Zach Lee was hard focusing onto that Rillaboom slot, which then became the Incineroar, not even trying to pay attention to this Terapagos. The Terapagos earlier in this game had used Substitute, and it's gained all of its HP back. So now you're dealing with a +2 special defense Terapagos in a Substitute, while it's also at +1 and it's already Terra'd. So it's doing a lot of damage just passively over time, but it's really up to Zach Lee to say, hey, I need to start focusing on this Terapagos, or otherwise I'm not going to get anywhere.
Terra Starstorm is going to hit. Oh! That is a critical hit. And all these mons are now at low health. That Kyogre is now in the red. Oh my goodness! I don't even know who's faster, the Kyogre or the Terapagos. But the thing is now, doesn't matter. That Kyogre is at low health.
the Terapagos we've been seeing has been faster than the Kyogre during the duration of this game, at least. So right now, we do see the Amoonguss on the switch in. Obviously, could try to provide some Spore help, but wouldn't matter because one Pokemon's behind the sub, and I believe the other one's under the safety goggles. So no allergies are going to be spread onto either of Big Mike OG's Pokemon.
I like what you did there.
It's coming down to Pollen Puffs. It's coming down to Pollen Puffs because you can't Rage Powder in front of a Terrastar Storm because it's spread damage. Obviously, you can go for something like Protect if you have it. But more than likely, you're just going to either have to switch out and have something else to take the damage, or you're going to just have to side Pollen Puff, hoping that, you know, maybe something lives, but that's not really a thing.
Well, Thing 2 decided to switch out into the Rillaboom coming back in. It's still at low health as Kyogre is going to go for the Protect. So, and also the thing is that Terapagos is still behind a substitute as the Terrastar Storm is going to come up. I wonder how much damage this is going to do into the Rillaboom. It is Assault Vest, but I don't know. This could potentially just try to get the KO, but let's see what happens. It's going to go in, and that is not enough for the knockout.
Yep,
so,
we did.
Wow,
Sorry,
okay. Oh, that's a knockoff.
Yeah, we did see earlier that at +1, the Terrastar Storm was able to do just under half HP, recognizing that if you lose the Amoonguss, it's pretty hard to deal with. So obviously switching in the Rillaboom made sense because if you get to keep the Incineroar, the Rillaboom on the field, you do have that fake out pressure. But just deciding, like, if the Kyogre goes to Protect, that's not the worst thing. You can just go for knockoff into that Amoonguss that was going to be becoming the Rillaboom. The Amoonguss now back on the field and has to deal with the fact that it's just going to have to own that spot. It's going to have to eat the Terrastar Storm. You're going to have to take a knockoff. The Kyogre also just protected, so it's pretty much just going to have to take this. But we're actually seeing a Protect here from the Terapagos.
Wow, but did Zach Lee go for Pollen Puff? If that is, then that means we're going to see an Origin Pulse. But does it connect? It's going to connect, and it's going to go into the Incineroar, and that is going to be a knockout on the Incineroar. So no more Incineroar. That's one down, and I think there is going to be a Rillaboom and a Screen Tail in the back. Pollen Puff is going to go into the Kyogre. Now it's going to be healing back up again. But the one thing also I have to remind everyone here is that you got to be Terapagos, you got to be careful of the PP stall. You have 4 left, and not a lot. You have Substitute, Calm Mind, and Protect, and 1 attacking move. So you also got to be careful of these Protects as well.
Yeah, that is true. You can't stall out this game forever. And remember that we did see that critical hit with the Terrastar Storm earlier. That Kyogre was living on just a very sliver of HP remaining. But look at its HP pool now. It's upwards of 80 to 85% because of that passive recovery of leftovers and then that 50% Pollen Puff recovery. And it's going to be real tough to try to bring it back down as fast as possible while only having 4 PP left on the Terrastar Storm, as we saw. We see another Protect, probably recognizing that, hey, I can just stall out this Terrastar Storm. You're pretty much going to have to go for it unless Terapagos goes for something like a Calm Mind.
Absolutely, but like looking at this screen right now, like how much like that Terrastar Storm did. The thing is also that Kyogre's at +2. On special defense. Another Calm Mind is going to be setting up, so that means that Terapagos is going to be at +3 with the special defense and +2 with the special attack. But now it's up to this, that Kyogre is still on the field, still healing up, and guess what? Guess what, Gert? It's right almost back to full health.
Which
like
is incredible to say. It's incredible to say that. From
like nothing ever hit it.
Yep. So obviously right now we have Zach Lee with 3 Pokemon. We did see a double Protect, so it's pretty safe to say you can go for a Terrastar Storm, recognizing that one of them is probably not going to be going for another Protect, and one of them might be just switching out, as I just say that. We do see the Amoonguss getting out of the field, bringing in this Incineroar, but like you mentioned, it's +2 Terrastar Storm, so if this Terapagos is going to be firing off the massive amount of damage, this Incineroar may not survive this turn, and the Amoonguss will likely be switching in here again. And the Kyogre is taking another big critical hit!
Another critical hit! Oh my goodness. Ice Beam is going to go off into the... Oh, that's going to be a one-hit knockout into the Rillaboom. But what just happened? There was crits. So this Terapagos is like, no, I'm not going to have you sit on the field forever. I got to get a crit. And guess what? Now Kyogre is in kind of danger a little bit.
And not even just once, but twice. That Kyogre had set up with Calm Minds previously before getting crit once, was able to recover all of that damage back, and then gets crit again, and now it's upwards of 30% HP. And remember, the Terapagos is faster than this Kyogre, so you can pretty much just keep going for those Terra Starstorms. Obviously, the Amoonguss is at full HP, can likely live a Terra Starstorm by itself, and then going for a side palm pup. But remember, it's 100% accuracy. It can't live it might not be able to live a Terra Starstorm anymore.
It is like, that's the one thing also in this game in Pokemon. You get crit. There is crits. Like, whoever invented crits, I don't know why. But that is the one thing in this game that everyone does not like, is critical hits going off, and that was the amount of damage output. If there wasn't a crit, then that Terra Starstorm wouldn't be doing that much damage. But also now we got to look at, there's a Screamtail on the field that can go for an Encore into the, what did it Encore into? Was it
Encored into the Ice Beam, I believe. The Ice Beam
Terra
on the previous
Starstorm
turn
is going to come in now. +2/+2. But now that's Terra Starstorm going to be going in. How much is this going to do? It's going to, not enough to get the knockout!
Yep, the knockout is still not going to be there on the Kyogre, but the Ice Beam has been locked into, obviously can't be doing that much damage into the Screamtail, just under half HP. Just over half HP. Kyogre is going to be getting that Pollen Puff recovery and going to be getting that Grassy Surge recovery on top of that. On top of the leftovers recovery. So recovery on recovery on recovery. The Kyogre getting back that HP. But look at that Amoonguss HP. It's still pretty low. You have 2 more PP of Terra Starstorm, so you pretty much have 2 more opportunities for damage. If you do not have Terra Starstorm after those 2 PPs are done and you have not knocked out both of these Pokemon, it's going to look real bleak.
Rage Powder is going to go off trying to get rid of like that disable, but also you're disabling the Rage Powder, which is not bad, but it's kind of bad. You want to get rid of those attack boosts. But the thing is, the Mental Herb is going to go in, no longer disabled, as Terra Starstorm comes back in again, and it's going to go for the damage onto both. This looks like a knockout on the Amoonguss, is it? It is, and that is going to be the Kyogre still standing, but here's the thing. There is one more left. And that's not enough to get the knockout. Oh, no freeze at all. So this means something. What does it mean? I'll tell you. There's one more Terra Starstorm. If he wastes it, that is it. This Kyogre cannot be hit by a move. There is one more left. This is so insane, and it's crucial. You could go for Disable and Encore, but oh my god, Gerd, I'm sweating right now.
I'm a little, I don't want to say it until it's locked in. So we do see the Disable go onto that Ice Beam, and it had already been Encored, so we do see the Disable of Terra, of Encore Disable. Terra Starstorm, single target onto a non-Terra Kyogre. Gonna have to eat this in order to win. It does. The Terra Starstorm is now officially out of PP, but unfortunately, because of the Encore Disable, the Kyogre pretty much cannot play the game for the rest of this round. The Screamtail is going to be left on the field. It's not going to be able to take any damage as well. We do see the timer hit 3 minutes remaining, but at this point, I think it might just be over.
But also, the Encore does end, so no amount of moves here can get the knockout on this Mon in particular, but also you could counteract that Encore and Disable by having less PP from Protect, Origin Pulse, or Calm Mind. But looking at it now, like it's so, I am terrified right now. I am so terrified looking at this match, because it's basically stacking up your stats and trying to figure out if you can knock something out. Yeah, and now it's down to whether or not you can knock out this Terapagos.
Yeah, but also look at Mike OG's your time remaining. Almost 4+ minutes, and we did see earlier in the previous turn, there's 3 minutes remaining. You can pretty much just stall out each turn individually, and you're going to win on timer no matter what. You don't have to play the fast game where you always select your moves. You could pretty much just wait on your turn screen for the rest of the match. I would assume it would be, maybe at least one more turn, maybe at most 2. You could just keep calm minding, wasting your PP on your non-attacking moves, and this game is over because you have this full health Terrapagos. And fun fact, I don't think that substitute doll had taken any damage, like none. Like the Terrapagos was not taking anything. Everything else on Big Mike OG side of the field took the damage. Nothing went into the doll.
Yeah, absolutely nothing went into it. But also that Screamtail does have access to Play Rough, which is honestly a really good physical type move. But I wonder how much it's going to do on this. I wonder how bulky this Kyogre is. It was able to take a lot of damage from like a +2 Terra Starstorm. Play Rough going in, and that's not enough for the knockout onto the Kyogre, as another Calm Mind is going to go off. But guess what? Encore and Disable. What is the move? Does it equal? Can anybody tell me? Gerd, do you know what it is?
It's going to be a fun little move called Struggle.
That's right. We love struggles, but also Kyogre does not like struggle, and it's going to go down. And guess what, guys? Big Mike takes the game.
Yep, on 43 seconds remaining, it was definitely a sweep from there because there is no way the Kyogre would have been able to do any damage to a substitute doll in time. The struggle ending up taking the Kyogre down by itself, and Big Mike OG finishes day one with a 6-2 record.
What a game. Honestly, shout-outs to both of these players. They played out of their minds. I would be playing out of my mind too. I'd be playing so out of my mind, I'd have a headache by the end of the round. But that was so amazing to see. The switches, the setup, everything like in a position where you want to get the KO, but also you want to keep your Pokemon alive as well. But everything in that matchup was so like creative, and it was so great, especially when you save Screamtail for last with the Encore, with the Disable, because you know Kyogre is not very fast than the Screamtail, so it was so tough for like Zach Lee to try to get a KO on the Terrapagos when it's already set up. So honestly, it's so interesting on everything that's going on.
Yep, 100%. And you know, that was our final round of Swiss in day one. We had 8 rounds total, and we have a few good finishers here at the tournament. All of our matches should have finished at this point. So our sole 8-0 record goes to Azulite, and we have a couple of 7-1s.
Exactly. Here, why don't we take a look at what we got here with the pairings right now going on. So right now, Azulite is 8-0. Arcane is 7-1. We just saw that match against Joseph Ugarte. The Master Classer is 7-1. Big Mackie is 7 wins, 1 loss. He will be advancing to tomorrow. Bree B and Andrew F will be advancing for tomorrow, and the rest are 6-2. But guess what? We got to see if some of those 6-2 will advance into the top 16. It's so tough because also of resistance. But guess what? Everything here, it's Pokemon. We love this game. We're here for a great cause. It's for fun. Everyone here is not just here to play the game. We're also here because we love the St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. We want to give back, and we want to help out no matter what. And also shout outs to Will for this tournament. He hosted one of the greatest tournaments every single year, and I'm happy to be a part of it as a caster. And honestly, like, as a guy going to the World Championship, this is good practice if you are going to the World Championship to see what the competition is going to be like. It may not be the plays that you expect, but it's going to be something out of the ordinary. And honestly, it's really good. What a day. What a day we've had.
Yeah, 100%. So let's finish off by talking about the remaining players that were 6-2. There were, by my count, 15 6-2 players. We do end up having Joe Ugarte finishing at the best of the 6-2s, followed by Lime TM, Slushy 2K, Knighted Squirrel, Da Wobblefett, Dark Pine, Heroic Titan, Baldo VGC, and Robbie, all finishing in the top 16. So all the people we have mentioned so far will be advancing into the day 2 top 16 single elimination bracket.
Absolutely. Shout outs to Big Mackie for getting 7 wins and 1 loss. I know that was a big milestone step. And also shout outs to Joseph Ugarte for working hard and doing the best that he can as well. Everyone here in this tournament did an absolute outstanding job. And honestly, guys, it's for a good cause. And you guys are rock stars. Everyone in this VGC community and all of Pokemon are rock stars. Everyone is a rock star.
Yep, so why don't we bring in Will here to close out on our final day of day 1?
Exactly. Will, come on in here.
I'm embarrassed. I I look like a milk tank.
I thought you were about to say something else, but never mind.
I can't even click my mouse for real. Hold on.
Are you crying?
No, I'm not crying. I'm not crying at all. Hold on. Let me. Oh man, this is going to be insane. If you guys are watching the stream,
I'm very excited to see that. I saw that was, I believe, the top achievement goal.
All right.
So
Here
let's.
we go.
I'm ready to see it.
Moo, moo. I roll out your lavas in the gym. Moo. I drink milk on a day-to-day basis. Bro, this is insane. This is the best I can do.
Oh my God.
I couldn't get a udder, but you know, I got the black heads. I got fluffy.
Hey,
ears.
yo. Guys, this also should encourage you guys to donate, because our man Will here is wearing a milk tank costume. Guys, please donate. This guy here works hard to get us here for this tournament. And also, huge shout outs to everyone.
I'm trying to do the milk tank idol battle animation. I don't think I'm doing it right.
Oh, is that from what, X and Y?
Insane, bro. Oh my goodness, yo. Honestly, y'all, thank y'all so much. All right, let me try to listen to y'all. Thank y'all so much for being a part of this tournament and, you know, casting, but we're not done. We have a whole
We are definitely not done.
We have a whole
No.
day.
You guys think that we're done? You got another thing coming. Tune in tomorrow morning.
Honestly, guys, it's gonna be so crazy. I think there's a thing where Limitless will make the thing kind of top 32 where people get buys and people that's in the top 32 will have to play to get in the top 16. So I think that's a thing for tomorrow.
So that'll be like one round of Swiss.
Yeah, one round of Swiss, basically.
So you heard it here first, folks. If you got to buy, you're lucky. If you don't, you got to fight for your spot to top 16.
Right. So I think that's kind of how it is. It's not top 32, Uncle Grandpa, but I think it's the last X2s that are in. I think they're trying to fight to get in.
They only like the X2s.
I was talking to Big Mike about it. He said that might be a possibility, but the only thing is I can't see it unless I start the right? And I don't want to start it because then they'll disqualify people. So we'll have to wait till tomorrow to actually see it. But I do want to say. Essentially, it's the symmetrical cut TP CI is doing for Worlds. Resistance based on cut. Okay. So I hope that is the case. I hope that is correct. I hope everyone is okay with that. I tried my best to make it as good as possible. And as
you did an
as
outstanding
possible.
job.
So,
outstanding job. And
year,
also, thank
last
you.
year, I
thank
did
you
not
so
communicate as best as I could, or didn't understand rather. So I researched and did it ahead of time and said, "Hey, top 16 players, 6 points or whatever's higher." So we used to do that with Yu-Gi-Oh. Hey, yo, Cruz, you got another Yu-Gi-Oh friend. But again, Chef Rich, what a great way to end that y'all. So thank y'all so much. And honestly, I think I'm gonna try to slide all the casters in here. And
slide all the casters. They're just chilling right now, like eating pizza or something.
They're not doing nothing. Hello.
Hopefully everyone's still active.
Yeah. We got one. We got Talamaster J. Hopefully everyone's
Hey, I don't need Neil. I'm not playing a Titan. That's it.
Jay. Got Neil. Where's WD-40?
WD-40.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, Michael, you're never getting rid of that now. I'm sorry, buddy.
No, but honestly, guys, this has been an amazing tournament. We've had monstrous games. Monstrous.
Yeah, this is wild, man.
Honestly, amazing.
Amazing.
This was an amazing first day, guys.
This has been outstanding. All of us here did a great job. Hey guys, if you want to see us all again, shoot us a text. We'll probably be at regionals too. Have us commentate regionals. We would love to do that.
I mean, Rich, I'm trying to earn an opportunity with that.
I heard. I hope you do. I hope
Here
you do.
for it.
Yeah,
I ain't doing anything. I ain't doing nothing these days. So
I mean, I appreciate it, but we all know this. I mean, well, with the upcoming regional structure, we already know that the Baltimore regional, they can just hand that crown over to Slim. Just be like,
oh man.
Slim shows up to Baltimore. Hey, there you go. Here's a trophy and an invite to the World Championships.
Slim's gonna be like this. Shoo, I don't gotta play for a long time. I'm gonna go relax.
All right. So we're getting confirmation from a lot of other players that have done this. They say the top players should be getting buys to cut to top 16. The top 10 players get buys. 11 through 22 will have to fight for the other 6 slots. So I might start stream a little earlier just so we can get those out the way, and I might cast those by myself if need be. But I probably need to ask those players if everyone's okay with making the stream tomorrow just a little bit earlier. Not like 8 o'clock, but maybe 9:30-ish, or maybe even 9 itself. But let me just go ahead and add trainers. Let's see.
Oh my God, guys! Also, question: did you guys keep track of the amount of crits that happen these games?
There were a good amount of critical hits that were happening.
We need like we need like a critical hit like count of how many was in these games. Like I lost count at like 10. I was like 12, 14, 39. I don't know.
What is this? What is this? The Goldberg undefeated streak now, Rich?
I don't know. We're trying to keep track. Look, like it was honestly really, really good. Like all of us here, we've streamed so many great matches, and also we showcased really great players.
this was an amazing day. Will, you are a hero for what you're doing here. My man,
it doesn't happen without y'all, man. It doesn't happen without y'all.
You're doing the Lord's work here, and I'm here for it.
But also, Will, take a look. You've raised $3,700.
Man, unreal. We raised, bro.
We raised a lot. And that is the best feeling in the world, to give back to the people who gave to us.
Yeah, so now it's time to push P. Let's go ahead and make that new goal 4K.
New goal 4K? I mean, hey, we might as well.
Listen, I mean, the community has showed out so far. We haven't even got to the top cut tomorrow.
Collect the stream shave. We hit 4K. All of us shave, yeah.
Oh my God, no! We need him to do something for 4K. We need him to do something for 4K.
I mean,
collective shave for 4K.
You said electric. You said electric what?
Collective shave. We all shaving these off.
Oh man!
Oh my God, we all.
Hey, you know what? I'm willing to do it.
I'm here.
I'll do it. I'll do it. That'll be our pre-show, literally. A haircut, all of us.
I don't know about a haircut. Hold on.
Oh yeah, no, hold on, wait, yeah, that one. No, I don't know about that.
Whoa! We need Ned to keep that.
Like the facial hair, I can live for a little bit without it. Cool.
This afro, no, people will break into my house and force it back.
Oh yeah, no, your circumference is too perfect.
Everyone shave your eyebrows. Hey yo.
Oh,
I shaved half of it last year.
No.
Actually, no, he's not good back for me. No, I'm good.
Or better, 4K. We all get the 40-year-old virgin waxing on the chest.
Oh God.
Oh God!
Do it for the kids, y'all. Hey yo!
Oh my God!
We do stuff for the kids. So long ago, Trick said Trick love the kids. I get it.
Guys, remember this is all for the kids. We love the kids.
Yes.
And honestly, it's for a good cause.
I gotta embarrass myself a little bit. That's fine.
Oh my goodness. So Cassius, I gotta ask you, man. We'll go one by one. I'll start with who I see to my left, to my right, and Chef, you're the first one. What was your favorite match of today that was featured?
Oh, that's a tough one. I gotta say the one that Talon Master J and Neil commentated together. That match was really insane. Of a one-hit KO from a Woodhammer from a Rillaboom onto a Grimmsnarl. That was very, very insane. And honestly, in my fair share of playing this game, crits matter a lot. They matter so much.
Yeah.
All right. What about you, Gerd? What was your? Even though you came in from round 8, so I guess round 8 biasly might be your favorite.
There will be round 8 bias. I unfortunately was traveling for most of today, so I wasn't able to tune into the stream. But definitely the last match we were able to see on stream, where the Terrapagos basically didn't have any other move to attack with other than Terra Starstorm, so everything had to be very precise on damage output. And, you know, just a little bit of luck. 2 crits on +2 special defense combines. Pretty sick match, if I have to say so. And there was a Screamtail, and I love Screamtail, so.
Screamtail.
All right, Nail. What about you, man? Your favorite match that was featured
Oh man, I think a lot of people are gonna know what it is for me. It's our favorite sixth Reggie Garganackle. I'm sorry, Reggie Salt. Man, that's been putting so much work. It was a loss, but it was a beautiful. It was going down beautifully. Like I love seeing that mod appear and just do things with Salt Cure. It's a great time.
That is great. I love that.
All right, Alan Master J, what was your favorite match of today?
I mean, bias aside with, you know, Nail and myself in round 6, I mean, we could all just, you know, say, oh, it was our match because we're the ones who were casting it, but I'd have to say Joe Ugarte versus Darkpine. By getting the Sleep Powder read off, losing his Venusaur, and still finding a way to win in that rain versus sun, it just comes to show you, like how Rich said, crits matter. Nah, weather matters. Win the weather, win the game.
Oh yeah.
No CSR love today, Big Mackie. That's hilarious.
And I'll give a shout out to the Big Mackie.
Slim, what about you, man? Favorite match of the day?
Ooh, there was quite a bit. I've been here since round 1, just watching fellow casters cast stuff. I do have a little bit of bias because, like, I don't all the matches. A lot of them went to game 3, but the fact that me and Wide got to cast, which potentially could have been that, you know, the end all be all of our defending champion. That game 3, those 3-4 turns.
Mm-hmm.
I swear the damage output was crazy because every time you think it was a KO, it didn't KO, and it went back and forth. And for somehow Terrapagos to still live at the end and then defeat the Overquill was kind of like insane. Because honestly, if you looked at the board position, you didn't think it was possible. But shout out to Big Mike for that one. That was a really good one.
All right, and lastly, for our last caster, WD brother, what was your favorite match of the day?
We lost him. So I speak for him. It was Garganackle. Garganackle cooking with salt, baby.
Reggie Salt. Reggie Salt.
I'm telling you. There's a reason we call it that, because people get salty when they have to face it. They forgot how it works. We cook with salt, baby. Put some seasoning in your food.
Yo, yeah. and also, guys, you gotta remember to wear your apron around a lot of things in these matches. That's what I did. I was like, yo, I gotta wear the apron. Especially because people are cooking up in this game. We saw Basculegion, we saw Reggie Drago, Garganackle, we saw Venusaur, Porygon 2. What else could we ask for?
Literally everything under the sun we saw at least once.
We wanted to see Hisuian Zoroark.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I wanted to so bad.
I was about to say, y'all could have broke out the plushies for that one if it happened.
Yo, you could have.
I want to say, as biased as it might sound, I never doubted my boy Big Mike, bro. My favorite match was the first one I saw. He started 0-2. When we featured him on stream, he was playing some incredible mons, bro. He was playing insane. I think he legit threw 0-2 on purpose. Like, okay, all right, it's time to try. All right, 6 games make it interesting, straight, bro. Like, unreal, bro. Honestly, we had nothing but gamers in here, and I even enjoyed, what was it, round 1? We had Judy. Was Judy on round 1 or round 2? I think it was
round 1 was Jin.
Round 1 was Jin. Round 2 was Jody.
Yeah. Honestly, Jin and Judy, they honestly 2 gamers, bro. 2 goats. It was really cool to see them play, and you know, honestly, I think I also enjoyed getting Talon VGC. I enjoyed his commentary a whole lot. He had a lot bringing into the table, but honestly, I enjoyed every one of y'all, especially a lot of you guys. This is your first casting tournament. This was super great to have you guys cast and be a part of it. So I really appreciate all of you. You can't see me because I'm bowing my head, and it's kept put on y'all, but thank y'all so much, bro. Y'all are real OGs, man. Y'all made this happen, bro.
Will, you organized a tournament for us to be here, so we should be thanking you, buddy.
No,
We should be thanking you.
Bro, it's going to be a thank off, bro, because I'm going to just keep thanking y'all. Like, I don't know what y'all want.
All right, well, let's go. Let's go, buddy.
No, the thing is, like,
quite literally, everybody, we know how St. Jude is and what they strive for, and Pokemon, we all know it's a way to connect this entire community and this country, because when it comes to regionals, all of us have day jobs, all of us have lives. We can't just tell our bosses, hey, you know what, I'm gonna fly to such and such because I just want to hang out with my friend.
Right.
This gives us that reasoning to do that, but we also get to have fun with that at the same time.
Absolutely.
And above all else, if we're doing something for a good cause, what more of a combination can you do? So Will, that's why you're such a GOAT, dude. And everybody who has donated to this tournament, and we still got a day left to donate, y'all. We still got a day left. We can smash 4K, maybe even get to 5K.
Oof. Insane thought.
We're gonna make it happen. And the best thing is that, like, you know, Will, you called us to come commentate and to come cast, and guess what? We love it. It's honestly amazing.
Called, more like here. Begged, more like, hey.
No, you didn't have to beg.
You should have seen the DM I sent Gerd. I said, hey man, I heard you're a good caster, bro. You want to cast this shit?
You're like, please, I beg of you.
I'm begging.
Begging, I wouldn't go that far. I know, because I was the one, like, at least in my case, I definitely went to Will and I was like, yo, can I, instead of playing, you mind if I cast it?
No, I did too. I remember I applied. He had like an application, and I applied to be a commentator, and I waited like I think like a month. And
because honestly,
he got back to me and he was like, you want to commentate? I was like, yeah, I'm definitely want to commentate.
Yo, because honestly, I'm gonna be real, Chef, you were the only one that filled it out, and we had someone else that wanted to do graphics. Someone else wanted to do graphics, but I was fine with graphics, you know. But man, I said I gotta get Chef. He was, besides I knew Nail and I knew Slim was gonna be on my cast team, because Slim was the first person I asked, and then Nail, I was like, hey Nail, like, dog, you're doing it, whether you know I'm here for anytime, dude. But you know Chef, I knew Chef. I had to get him in. I had to get him in. He applied. He was the only one that applied, and I was like, okay, cool. And honestly, I'm just glad the help came, and I'm glad you guys are a blessing, man. You guys made this tournament happen, truthfully. So. Moo to you.
But I approve, local normal type advocate. I approve of your milk tank here, yeah.
I approve the milk tank. If Wolf's video does not have a milk tank in it, y'all better say something.
To be honest, I completely different. Even though, did you guys see the M&J TV video where he gave all fully evolved Pokemon dual types?
Well, before we get before we get to a big banter, I just do want to end stream, but I'm gonna raid out. Again, my bias is gonna show. We're gonna raid out to my boy Big Mike OG, defending champion. Get his thoughts. See what he feels about the stream or about the tournament. It's gonna be exclamation point I will raid you, hashtag I will raid you in his chat. Show love, follow him. He just started streaming today for this tournament, so guys, show him some love. Again, we will be streaming tomorrow. We will start with those who are trying to fight into top 16 tomorrow, and then after that, the next round will be top 16, and we got some games for y'all. It's going to be amazing, and we're raising money for kids for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Again, casters, thank you all. You guys are the greatest. You guys are the goats. Let's go say hey to Big Mike OG.
Yes.
Oh shit.
That was so much fun.
Yo, guys, thank y'all.